mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do with a gun for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do with a gun for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill,
Hello everyone, welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 90. Everyone is bracing for something, and no, but nothing is happening. So welcome to DPA Open Mic. And it's a Sunday version because yesterday we have a community event for the Discord, and I wanted to support the community effort. They had a Heart of Iron 4 community event. It's a cross Discord server event between DPA and History Legends Discord. But History Legends Discord is purely for patrons only, whereas the DPA one is for public. So yeah, it's the kind of situation. So anyway, it was a recreation of the Ukraine war on days 261, and at the end, Russia won. The Russian side won. So anyway, so there is no, it's not the DPA versus History Legend. It's just Ukraine versus Russia. So but yeah. So no, there wasn't really. It's not a server versus server thing. So anyway, I'm gonna drop the link to join. So people can just come and talk instead of watching me talk. So let me see, where is this? So share the link. Invite, copy. Okay, I gotta drop the link to join. So as usual, this DPA Open Mic is a multicast on multiple platforms on the DPA's Open Mic channel on YouTube, Open Mic channel on Rumble, DPA Telegram, DPA Twitter, and DPA Twitch. So I'm gonna drop the link to join the chit chat. If you want to come on and talk and chit chat, come on and talk. We can talk about anything. And the link has been dropped and pinned on Rumble and YouTube's live chat, and I also going to drop it on Twitch. Here's my Twitch. So I've dropped it on Twitch as well. So welcome on to talk, and yeah, and we have someone on the ready. Hi, Shalavi.
How are you?
Tired. I'm very sleepy. If this is a Saturday, I would have gone to sleep. I was like, I'm too tired. Let's do tomorrow. But
You're
it's
always tired. That's your normal state, tired.
Yeah. That's actually my normal state. I'm always tired. Oh,
Yeah!
we have.
I'm here to volunteer to be King of England to save them. I even got my own phone. Hello, Shadowy.
So, right. Good. So,
Nothing's too fucking hot. Woo. Damn. I don't know how Jar Jar does it.
I'm not a big fan of Jar Jar Binks.
Me either.
So
no, I seen
too much for that.
I talked to the boss earlier. I don't know if they'll pop in to talk about England.
Oh yes, that would be fun.
I just figure we could just keep it organized. Obviously, people are going to want to talk about England. Then you got Ukraine, and then you got Iran and Israel, and pretty much does itself. What's up, man?
What's up? What's up, guys? What's up, Vaughn?
So, do you guys hear the super chat thing? Is it working?
Jar Jar Bing roulette.
What?
Yes. Okay.
Something about Jar Jar Binks.
Cool.
I mean, last I heard was
this comment.
Like just with England, or wherever it's at. Like the police have pulled back in some places. I guess they're not even trying to go in there. And then there's a rumor. I don't know what happened, but there's a car on fire, and they say they dragged some Muslim-looking dude out of the car and maybe stabbed him, or they said lynched him, but I didn't even see a guy, so I don't even know what happened. But they obviously set cars on fire and shit. But I don't know.
Cars on fire is not a riot; it's just a usual thing in France. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't know about the situation. Are we sure that it's not a small event that the media make it very big? Because if there is only one car on fires, and I don't know 50 people involved, that's a small event.
Yeah, you know what? The UK has bigger issues to deal with at home than trying to deal with like what's going on in Russia. I don't know why the Western countries are so trying to focus on other people's business. The UK should just focus on their own business
Yes.
instead of trying to get in
You
a
know
war
why?
with
Because
Russia. They
it's
got to
very
deal with
simple.
their own domestic people. They have to deal with their own domestic people. They got to deal with their migration issues. You know, they can't be just following whatever the bankers and the corporations say to let everybody just come into their country. You know, they need to focus on their country, trying to get in a war with Russia, because that's where they're headed right now.
But you know what? It's always more simple to create a new issue about international or about immigration and things like that, than to solve the core issue, that is, you have too many poor people and the middle class is dying. The main issue is here. But to solve that, you have to basically protest against the whole system and to try to change it. And it's way too hard, and they don't want to do that. Because most of the guys who are in power now are basically paid to protect this system, where the poor stay poor and the rich become wealthier and wealthier. So nothing is going to happen, and they prefer to mainstream media to speak about other topics like Ukraine, like immigration, like things like that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I don't want to like get into like conspiracy stuff, but we were talking about it a little bit in voice chat earlier. Another reason why you should come on the open mic so that you can get into voice chat and hang out and talk to people. There's all kinds of people in there talking about all kinds of stuff all the time. Just depends what you're in the mood for. But, you know, with this unrest in England, and you look at like England trying to always fuck with Russia,
What is the
supplying
exact
weapons to
size of the
Russia.
event?
Huh?
What is the size of the event? How many people are involved exactly? I
don't know. I'm just saying, but, you know, like just the unrest and everything. These are the kind of situations where, you know, Russia could institute some payback, and it doesn't cost them really anything to send somebody in there to aggravate the situation or inflame people's emotions. They don't have to send anybody high tech. They don't have to send guns, and it's a little bit of
That's
payback.
right.
Like you said, it gives England. England has to start worrying about these people rioting up north, and they can't really worry about all this other stuff. And I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know if Russia would do it or China would do it, but it's like these are ways that they can get into these situations and make them worse, and it's not really expensive to them. And more than likely, you're never going to know they were involved if they send some random guy in there to inflame a few people or maybe encourage something, and then they leave, and then it's blamed on the right wing or whoever. And it just, even if it only lasts for 6 months or a couple weeks, you know, just, you know, and then maybe something pops up somewhere else. I mean, think about it, you know, with the Olympics, you know, why worry about terrorism when you can just fuck up a train line for a few hours and cause all kinds of headaches and make the Olympics look bad? And maybe it was a terrorist, maybe it was a hacker from Russia, or maybe it was just some drunk migrant that fell asleep and on the tracks or something, you know?
No.
Nobody will ever know.
It was someone who knows very well the optic fibers.
You know what I'm saying, though? I mean, these kind of situations, it's easy for instigators to come in and just, you know, inflame the problem to take the pressure off them somewhere else.
Yes.
I mean, think about it in the United States after the elections, if it gets crazy here.
I think for me the main issue is not the event in himself, but the coverage of the mainstream media. Because honestly,
I'm sure.
If you're speaking about what, one car has burnt, 50, 100 people involved.
Honestly, I've seen like one car upside down, a couple cars on fire, or some fires. I don't even know what they were. There was no body of a guy getting stabbed or lynched. And in fact, the area that said he was lynched, there wasn't even any trees or anything around. So, you know, you got that shit going on. And like you said, how many people are actually doing it? Because it's all tight. You know, it's all shots of the mob. It's not like 3 miles away. What's going on there?
During the night of the 31 December every year, there is between 300 and 500 cars who burned. Most of them, it's a scam for the assurance, you know.
You know, I saw
But
a video earlier. They said there was like some kind of
300,
brawl.
500. So just 1, 2, 5 cars burnt. Nothing.
No, but you know what? You might be right though, because there was a video earlier of about a fight at a hotel that was housing migrants, and it looked like two groups of guys. You know, maybe 100 guys, let's say, on each side, maybe more or less, and they kind of came together and started fighting, like squaring off. And the cops kind of looked like they were standing back, which maybe that feeds into it. Like there's not a whole lot of people there, so they'll just let them fight here and there, because it's easier to let 20 or 30 guys fight than try to run, wrangle, round up a couple hundred guys. Because they were literally standing there while these guys were fighting.
We're going to learn that it was just about what would be the word? A gang wars between a gang who fight for turf or something like that, just locality things.
Yeah, for all you know, though, the area is cordoned off, and this is just going inside where the police have it controlled, and you're just not seeing what's going on outside. But like I said, who knows?
Yes.
But all I was just thinking was it'd be a good time for someone to stir up more trouble.
Yes. And for the media to add a lot more traction to the event. Because if you put the word migrant, the word racist, immediately you have more click on YouTube. The things.
But the problem is, here's the problem. Here's the problem for the UK, though. If the media gets involved and if the media escalates the situation, that's to the detriment of the AKA deep state, the corporate elite, the corporate autocracy. So the more the media inflames the situation, the more it is to the detriment of the actual policy drivers, the policy makers of the UK, because you're going to have internal strife. It's going to weaken their position, and it's going to allow their potential adversaries to exploit the situation. So that's where the media is. You don't think so? Okay, fair enough.
Because I'm going to tell you why. I think it's a good thing for the political power in place, because it's avoid to speak about the true issue in England today. That's the economic situation with the disaster. That's the main issue in British Island today. The economical situation. And all the media should only speak about only that. But of course, it would be a very, very serious issue for the government, and very, very difficult, very hard to solve it. But if you have an issue with immigration and things like that, it's way more easier to deal with that. For me, it's just a decoy.
Yeah, but I from my point of view, here's the situation. So the corporations, they need migration. The corporations need mass migration. Why do they need mass migration? Because the population, the white population, the old stock population in the UK is getting older. It's dying off. They need to replace those workers. What's going to happen is, if you have the population where the workforce is becoming smaller, then the workers have more power. People have more power over their wages. So, you don't want this type of a situation to become inflamed, because it's going to go against the directives of the corporations, the directives of the policymakers of the government. This is a bad situation. Country like Russia, which can see like the geopolitical nature of this situation that's going on in the UK, like I was saying, like you guys were saying, they could easily get in there, and then they can exploit that situation for their own good, because UK is messing with them. And they're like, hey, guys, you're messing in our area. We can mess you guys up right now. You guys have an issue where, you have the same, Russia has the same demographic issues as the UK, as all of Western Europe, where the corporations have made it so difficult to live that the population is slowly shrinking because no one can afford to have kids. They've made it in such a way, and now they're going to mass migrate millions of people there, so that you're going to have nothing and you're going to be happy. WEF. All right.
The big difference is that in Russia, the state has decided to invest a lot in the family, and they're giving a lot of money if you want to create a family. Okay, in UK, in France, in other countries, the welfare system is basically dying, and if you want to have more and more children, it's very expensive. So you are right. If you want to increase the population, to at least maintain the population, you need immigration. That's obvious. But for me, the issues that the British have today is really the economical situation. Everything else is secondary. That's what I think. Wyatt?
So I can share Singapore's way of dealing with this situation, because Singapore also have birth rate problems. But other than attracting high value people to be Singaporeans, to be citizens, to deal with the lack of workers, basically we just give work permits. Because if you are a richer country, people will just will just come to your place to work. So the idea is to give them the work permit to work, but it's not to just bring them in illegally and then cause demographic problems. Because there's a little known fact. The migrants also can get old. The migrants, the illegal immigrants also get old too. Then they later will become the welfare problem that that you need to support. So in Singapore, we gave them the work permit, and then they are forced. So from my understanding, for example, one of the level of the work pass, you every 2 years, every renewal, your income must increase, which means that you must bring more and more value every time you renew your work permit. And there will be a point where your salary is so high for your level of work, either you get promoted to do something more, or your employer will just stop employing you. And then basically they will kick out all these older workers that is no longer giving more values, and then it will bring in more younger workers into the country. So that is what Singapore do, and then maybe some of the Middle East country are doing the same thing. So, and
I have a
super
question
chat,
for
though.
you, Wyatt. In Singapore,
let me
sorry, continue.
Let me drop the super chat first.
Great point from Brad regarding immigration and workers. Globalism and immigration give the corporations access to an infinite supply of scabs.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not only immigration, it's the world population. Because in Europe, you have more and more elder people, and they need people to take care of them. So everybody is going to
the same.
To have access.
Singapore
Yes,
is
of
the
course,
same.
it's the same. But it's
So
not
it's
only
just that
about big corporation. It's even the small one. You have to understand that.
I think
In the small restaurant and bar, very often you have a illegal worker in France. The guy who are paying cash directly, and how it doesn't, is there an issue. But what I wanted to ask you, Wyatt, is what's going to happen in Singapore if a large company, a building company, who try to build, I don't know, Olympic Stadium, for instance, is when the police arrive on the construction site, there is illegal worker working there. What's going to happen in Singapore?
it's not possible. The illegal workers can't get into Singapore because we are an island. So
Okay, but
and
in
it's
France,
if we get caught, the company will get fined, and then they may even lose a contract. They may there's a lot of consequences to it's a crime. So
in France, I'm going to tell you what's happened. The big company does not hire illegal workers. They hire a smaller company, and this smaller company hires illegal workers. So the large company, who has basically the contract, could say, I'm sorry, we didn't know about that. It's not our fault, it's a small company. But what the large company do is that when they put the price on the contract with the small company, they clearly understand that for this price, it's going to be illegal worker. And in France, for the Olympic Game, for instance, the police and the immigration service have strict order to avoid all the Olympic sites. Because we need the work to be done, basically. And a lot of the work has been done by illegal worker.
So I have a lot of friends in the construction industry. So it's the same. There is certain similar issues in the sense that the winning quote. So all the big corporations are bidding for all the projects, but the thing is that even the winning bid is still pretty low. So the companies where they sub down all the to the smaller levels, because it's definitely not the big company do everything. They'll sub to the smaller companies. The profit margin is really not there. But the thing is that for the bigger companies where they have a lot of workers, they still have to do it because they need to support the workers. So basically they break even. They don't earn money. They basically break even. Basically pay for all the workers. Then the smaller companies are also struggling to with poor projects. They have to do a bit more. They have to try to find their ways. The industry is not very bad because people are not really earning money. And on top of that, there is lawsuits. There are all sorts of things where the government don't protect the companies per se. They actually, if you break certain laws, they'll still sue you, even though you are involved in a very important mega project. It's like if they don't give a damn.
You mean
So,
that main construction company in Singapore doesn't hold the main channel TV, TF1 in France, the group Bouygues, and this channel TV is the one where the President Macron is doing all his intervention. So you see the link, imagine.
yeah,
You
but
understand?
not 100%, not fully.
I
Can
will
you
tell
explain
you.
a bit more?
The President Macron make all his speech on a channel TV called TF1. Okay, and this channel TV belongs to the Bouygues Corporation. Bouygues is also the main construction corporation in France.
So the construction
So
company
that means
owns
that
the
if
media.
there is illegal workers or issue with Bouygues, most of the time it's going to be covered some way or another. Basically, they are going to put the blame on the smaller company, and Bouygues is going to be very clean.
All right, guys,
And
I
they
gotta
are
tell
not-
you guys something. I need to tell you guys something about Canada because you guys are talking about something. I want to tell you guys how it works in Canada. So what we're doing in Canada, we're mass importing millions and millions of people. That's why I'm so anti. It's because we're mass importing 1.5 million people. We imported in the past year 1.5 million, 2 million people we imported. Now, how the government's doing it now, so how the government's justifying this, they don't give these guys permanent residency. So how they do it here is they're giving them like a temporary work permit. So basically what they're encouraging is all of the menial jobs that the Canadian-born people don't want to do is being taken by these migrants that the Canadian government importing. And then they got to fight. They got to fight for points, like Wyatt was saying they have in the Singapore, where you raise the quality of your job level and you get the points. But in Canada, with the points, you can get to the permanent residency level. So I was talking to my friend yesterday, and I'm like, well, I guess what they want for us is they just want us to retire, and they just want us to collect our old age benefits, our benefits. These guys, these migrants, they're going to work, pay taxes. They're going to pay for my retirement. You guys pay for my retirement. I don't work. It's like going to be like Dubai, where we're the sheikhs, the citizens. We're the sheikhs. We collect all the retirement benefits. These guys work. They don't get citizenship. It's like a slave labor. And this is what the corporations want. They get basically an encapsulated labor force that is not mobile. It can't do anything. If they do anything wrong, they're going to lose their points. They're going to lose their job. They're going to not get another job because there's so many coming in all the time. There's no job security for them. They're indebted to the corporations. So you guys already know. You guys already know about what's going on in Canada. I don't know if you guys have seen what's going on here, but yeah, basically over the past year and a half, we've been flooded like massively.
Yeah, Canada is like the legal version of what's happening in United States. So United States also have the same problem, but theirs is illegal. You guys are the legal version. And I also heard from my Canadian friends, like there's a lot of problems in Canada in terms of like even the French-speaking part of Canada, like they imported the Haitians and everything, but they don't blend in well because they are totally different kind of people. And then there's a skyrocketing crimes, and there's now gangs running certain streets, because they're just not the European French-speaking people. They come from a much worse environment, so their upbringing, the culture is all different. They are much more, like from the streets kind of thing. So it's kind of depressing because it's not. It's like how to say, people want to help people, upbring certain communities and whatnot, but this is not the way. Like you should upbring them in their country, like in Libya, in Syria, where they are in their country, and you help them, advance their whole country. But instead, I think the collective West destroyed the country, forced them into Europe, and then expect these people to just suddenly change into, a totally different kind of people. It's just not possible.
That's the main difference between integration and assimilation. It's a very strong issue in France because the French government during the 70s and the 60s makes this big mistake. They try to assimilate people before they integrate them. I don't know if you understand the difference between integration and assimilation. Integration is when you ask people basically to respect the country where they are and the custom of this country when they are in public. okay? But at home, they can do whatever they want, and they keep their own roots, their own culture, okay? Assimilation is the next step. You become basically the same as the country where you live. You stop to have your ancestral roots, and you get the cultural roots of the country where you live. That's assimilation. It's very harder to have, but it's better on the long term for the society because you have a unicity of culture and it's more easier to live like that. But the main issue is when you try to force assimilation directly. That's a big issue because you ask people basically to forget who they are. And most of the time, the end is a disaster. Or even worse, when you don't even try to integrate people. That's another issue that we had. You put all them together in the same building, from the same country, and you make no effort to give them teachers, to make them sure that could understand the local custom and things like that. And basically, they don't integrate. That's the main issue that we had in France during the 60s and the 70s. And today, 50 years later, and basically 2 generations later, we have a lot of issue with those suburbs and your ghetto in France. And it comes from this post-war reconstruction issue.
Hi all. I won't be sticking around today, because I have a feeling you will be giving a lot of boomer immigration takes. But love you anyway. Remember, a nation is more than an economy.
Yes, but it begins with an economy. Without economy, you don't have a nation. Whatever people could think. Von, sorry, yes.
Oh, you're good. I mean, I don't know what a boomer take is. I mean, my only thing, like with America, which I think most countries are, is I just want heavily regulated immigration, and I want it based on meritocracy, like what's good for us. I mean, I don't think we should keep people out that are being like oppressed, like, you know, killed or whatever. But that could be regulated too, and, you know, actually do some investigating and find out if you're really going through what you say they are. They don't even do that. It's like, oh, I'm being oh, come on in. So I don't really have a problem with immigration. I just want it regulated and under control. You know, we don't need a bunch of people with no skills coming in. We can have some of them, but we really do need people with skills and people that can step into jobs that pay taxes and contribute, not gardeners getting paid under the table or construction workers getting paid under the table. I mean, yeah, you still pay taxes, I guess, but I mean, that's my biggest thing. Other than that, I don't really have a problem with it. I just figure it should be regulated and controlled. I mean, Mexico has harsher laws than we do, and they don't back down from theirs. And I don't hear anybody screaming about how Mexico's fascist and cruel and all that. They just have rules, and you have to follow the rules. That's all we got to do. We got plenty of laws. They don't even need new laws. They just need them. I mean, probably for every country, for every person that lives here, all you got to do is enforce the laws on the book, and you're probably going to be fine. But people just don't want to do it because of politics or, you know, economic reasons or whatever.
All right. So you know what, guys, there's just 1 second here. The U.S., I just want to give you guys some clarity on the U.S. and legal immigration and illegal immigration with the U.S. So right now, I think most of the people in your chat, Wyatt, they're going for Trump. I think we're all for Trump. And then the Democrats, the deep
I'm
state.
still looking for a Democrat in DPA channel. If you find one, tell me, please.
The deep state.
I'm sorry, but there is no Democrat here.
Yeah. The deep state.
Wyatt, did you find one? Tell us, please.
The deep state pulled Biden. So the deep state, Obama, and all them guys, they pulled Biden, and the whole thing is because they didn't want Trump to get in. But the whole thing with this immigration thing is that Trump is also for mass immigration. You guys who are for Trump, like me, I was for Trump, I'm still kind of for Trump, he's also for mass immigration. He's just going to change who's coming in, but it's going to be mass immigration. Instead of like Mexicans and El Salvadorans, it's going to be Indians. Just like in Canada, you guys are going to get 10 million Indians. When Trump comes in, he's going to give out the H-1B visa, and you guys are going to get flooded with Indians. And you know, you're not going to even know your country. You're not going to know what your country even going to look like. You guys are going to think you live in India, United States of India. That's what your country going to look like, just like Canada's looking right now.
I don't know about that.
It's that's what's gonna happen. I'm being honest.
Yeah, I just dropped the YouTube poll, the live chat poll. Do you support the deep state? I need to know how many deep state supporters is there in the live chat. So I'm not sure, because in Singapore, I think Singapore one of the big thing is that the countries are different sizes. Like Singapore is a very small place. Like the last time that we did massive influx of immigration, we voted massively against the ruling party, and that shocks them. Even though we are importing a lot of Chinese, but we are majority Chinese. We are 75% Chinese, but no, we still voted against the government because it's just different. It's a different kind of people, and we cannot accept it. And because we are a small country, it's easy to look at it like a microcosm of the bigger country. People don't really like it, even if we are we are all same ethnic group. We don't want, because they don't integrate, they don't assimilate, they come in and they stay in their own bubble. So I can imagine how much worse it is in Europe, in Canada, in the United States, because if we same ethnic group, same Chinese people, and we cannot accept, then how are you guys gonna accept where Europeans, and suddenly you have Africans, Middle Easterns people? It don't make sense. Shadowy.
The advantage to have a small country is you have a very low latency when the government make a decision. You see the effect immediately. In France, when you have 60, 70 million people in the country, to see the effect of a new law, you have to wait. Okay, and very difficult to evaluate the result of the law.
Yeah, I think Singapore is too vulnerable. We are too small a country. So the population might be big, but the country is very small. So a little bit of upheaval is going to be felt across the whole island very quickly. So it's not like even in New Zealand. New Zealand have the same population almost like in Singapore, but they
Look,
have
we got our first Indian immigrant into the chat, into the open mic. That was
Hello,
fast.
sir. Please give
It's
me
not
job.
Indian, right?
I'm Bangladeshi. Close enough. Listen, I actually wanted to respond to that point from Brad. Look, when you have legal immigration, okay, Trump is going to say, yeah, okay, well, we still want to have immigrants. I mean, okay, we've had immigrants for a very long time in the United States, but there is a difference between being able to actually at least control it to some degree, right? Because if it's legal, then at least if there is enough of a population that says, okay, we need to bring this down, then that's exactly what they're going to be able to do. They're going to have a method for doing that. All right, shit.
Shit, they are coming for him already so fast. Like the police is here.
I love New York.
Deep state is after you, man.
Yeah, no, for real. No, they're quick, man. But look, you see the power of the state for you. Look, if we at least can control it, then there is a legislative and an executive lever that can be, moved up and down in order to get the right levels. Whereas if it's illegal, then it's completely in the hands of the corporations. It's in the hands of absolutely no one else. And so that's the biggest thing. Of course, Trump will still be generally positive about immigration. Most Americans are. And you can also choose selective immigration, right? To only choose the best people from different countries that you want. That in itself has a very highly eugenic effect on the population, right? When you're choosing people that are of higher social class, people that have higher achievements, that's a much better thing for the country than just letting anybody across without any, completely willy-nilly. The Canadian case, I don't think that under Trump, the USA would become like Canada 2.0. Canada's kind of a different case. Canada has always had sort of little brother syndrome to the United States. Canada's always sort of really wanted to be a major power and always been much smaller than the United States, has defined its national identity as contra United States. And they're trying to bring in population because they desperately want to be as strong as possible. yeah, I don't think that the same thing would be true if it happened in the United States. I don't think that the people of the United States would stand for that under Trump. Right now, we just can't even control it at all. Is the biggest issue. There you go.
So I just want to add, because I was reading some of the live chat, I saw what Drew wrote about Singapore. So it reminds me of what I wanted to say just now. So in Singapore, the reality is that we are a mixed racial place. 70% of us is Singaporean, but actually this percentage is not that high because we used to have a lot more Indians because the Indians went back when India went independent. So that's one thing. Another thing is that the original people here is Malays. So we are considered immigrants in that way. And the population here, the Indians are not supposed to be here either. They're supposed to be in India. So we are very mixed. And the ongoing process to integrate us, all the different races together, is an ongoing thing all the time. Even if it looks very harmonious right now, it is still an ongoing work, every day. In terms of the policies, everything is to make sure that we can live together as one people. So then we have to create this new identity called Singaporean, which is a national identity. So there is nationalism, which the Europeans find it very scary because they're very afraid of this word because they always associate nationalism to Nazism, but it's not the case in Asia. In Asia, nationalism is very important in every single country because we are integrating different tribes, races, people into one country all over Asia, be it in China, Indonesia. Indonesia is like they have never been as one country. There's always been a lot of kingdoms with a few empires here and there, once in a blue moon. So that's why Indonesia have very strong nationalism as well. They try to build this nationalism, this idea of Indonesia under this concept of Pancasila, if I didn't remember wrongly. So it's basically like one people. I forgot the full meaning, but it's different people coming together, but under one God, something to that extent. So that's how we do it. But the problem I think I've seen I think United States is a bit of a unique. It's an oddball because United States, they are always welcoming people, but they never integrate them properly. The people just find their way. In Europe, it's a bit different. Europe has always been empires and great kingdoms, great countries, and suddenly this influx of immigrants is just abnormal, and there's no attempt to really vet through and just control or get people to really blend into it. I think France does the most. Like you guys used to have Algerians, integrated into being French and whatnot. Yeah, but it's like the rest of Europe is just doesn't feel very ready for it. Maybe UK is still not that bad because
it's not about. In France, we tried assimilation. We tried to change Algeria basically, and it ended very badly.
Is it the bringing of Algeria into France as part of the French country?
The main idea of the main idea was to have only one class of citizen, and so the Republic tried to change Algerian people to bring them to basically make them like the metropolitan French people, same education, same religion, same cultures, same everything. That's assimilation, and it ends very badly.
The one world order.
Well, the French order, I'm not sure it's a one world order,
People might thought that that's a super chat. It sounds like a super chat. Yeah. So we can move away from this topic. I think people don't want to hear about immigration. I mean, immigration is a simple thing, just like what Vaughn have said. As long as you enforce your law, it's perfectly fine. The problem is the countries don't. They allow illegal immigration in. They call illegal immigrants refugees or asylum seekers. Like they just plaster all sorts of labels and legalize it, and of course that causes all the problems. So yeah,
I mean, it's just like American gun laws. I mean, if they just enforce the laws they have on the books, a lot of the problems they claim they have wouldn't be there, but you know, it's pick and choose and selective enforcement. So it works for them politically. You know, they have an issue they can cry about, and then say, oh, we got to pass more laws. It's like you don't even enforce the ones you got. So what's the point?
Okay, so go to Ukraine. The big news. The F-16 has been announced officially. Previously, we have rumors because people saw the F-16 in the skies in Lviv. So now, for the first time, we have an official statement from Zelensky saying that the F-16 is here. They have a ceremony. They give awards for nothing because they haven't even fought. So they give awards.
Basically, they have created
Hey, they've survived 24 hours in Ukraine. They ought to get a medal.
No,
You know?
it's a show squadron, you know.
Every
they
day
fly
they get a medal.
above the airport and they make some special acrobacy for the public, you know.
So the F-16 has been allegedly spotted in Odessa. So over the skies of Odessa. Allegedly. Allegedly.
Okay,
I don't know. I just
think
saw the
so.
tweet.
Believe
And it says,
yes. Odessa, I don't think so.
I'm just curious. Are there any odds anywhere, like any of the betting sites on like when the first F-16 gets shot down?
No, they are not going to be shut down. They are going to fly above Lviv, and they are going to make sure that there is a lot of propaganda around this. Okay, they are not even going to go near the front line.
They're just gonna stay in Lviv. They're not going anywhere near the front line.
Just for the media to take photo and so on. Forget about the idea to have them fight or anything anywhere.
Hard to say, man.
Maybe
they're not supposed to use the
they are going
Abrams
to
tank,
use
right?
them to fire a very long-range missile from far away. Maybe they are going to do that, and that's
Most
not
likely.
even sure.
I figure the only thing they can really use them for is like Storm Shadow launches, and that's it.
Exactly.
Like take off, launch it, and then run somewhere and land, refuel, and get the hell out of there.
And fire
And I saw
missile
something a few weeks ago.
Travel for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers.
Yeah, and I saw
far
something
away from the front line.
I saw a story a few weeks ago, and they were talking about how, you know, before the F-16 showed up, that Ukraine was down to like maybe less than 24 operational airframes. And I don't know if that included helicopters and planes or just aircraft like planes. But they were saying that they're literally moving those planes like every 2 or 3 hours to keep them from getting hit. So that's got to be pretty stressful. They're even like they'll land at the airport and then tow it off the airport grounds into like a barn or something off the airport and hide it. And then they'll pull it out in a couple hours and take off and go somewhere else, which is, that's just got to be a lot of stress and strain on the pilot, but probably a lot more on the ground crews because, you know, you got to set up shop, do something real quick, then tear it down and get the hell out of there.
Everybody now understand that the main issue about the F-16 is the ground crews. Okay, that's the main issue.
Yeah, so the F-16, the problem with the problem with the F-16.
Please let me finish, Toronto. To train a ground crews leaders, you need 12 years because there is 6 specialties, and you need 2 years for each specialties on the ground crews. That's mean.
Yeah, we were talking in the voice chat earlier about that, and it's like there's no way that they don't have some retired contractor NATO guys running the tech sergeant, because you've got to have at least somebody with, like he said, 15 years experience or a lot of experience that's got to at least sign off and double check these guys' work. So there's no way that they don't have, you know, some pretty.
I think the world crew is mercenaries.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you can have retired tech sergeants that dealt with the F-16 for 20 years. You got to have somebody like that knows everything. That can sit there and watch these guys, supervise them, check their work, and, you know, because if you're the pilot, you're not going to trust those guys to sign off.
I don't think there is any Ukrainian working on the F-16.
Well, I mean, there might be. Another problem. Well, here's the way I look at it. Like, if you had a guy working on a MiG-29 on the jet engines, you could probably get him trained quicker to work on the F-16 engines because the jet engine's a jet engine. But still, you got a learning curve, and even if that guy's a good mechanic, you know, a jet mechanic, he still has to be checked by somebody. That's got to be a NATO guy. There's no way that there's not some NATO guys in there somewhere, if not a lot. Like
told us earlier this year, Outtro is a guy who works on the F-16 ground crews, okay? So you know what he speaks about. And he told us that before you're allowed to touch something on the F-16, you need 6 months.
Yeah.
Just to touch it.
And didn't he say it was like 4 years before they got to fly solo or some shit like that?
No, I'm not speaking
Cirillo?
about the pilot. The pilot is something else, okay? I'm just speaking about the ground crews. The ground crews to touch an F16, basically to try to clean the glasses, you need 6 months training. Okay? After that, for your specialty, you need 2 years.
There's a bigger issue you guys are forgetting is the amount of maintenance that you need. So everything that you guys just mentioned about the 6 months, you can't touch the plane, you need 15 years experience to cross-check the work that's being done, but you need 20 hours of maintenance for every hour of airtime for the F-16. So you can't land the plane and then run it on the highway to the farm or to the barn or run it down the highway to the next airport, because you've got to have 20 hours of maintenance. Otherwise, these things are just going to be on the ground, and eventually Russia going to catch them slacking.
I just want to say something too about the maintenance thing, like with the Western stuff. Like they'll talk about how the M1's maintenance intensive. For every 100 miles it drives, it has to have X number of hours of maintenance. And the problem is a lot of that gets put into they have to stop and get out and do all this maintenance. The Russians have the same parameters on their vehicles. A lot of that maintenance is like preventative maintenance, like you're driving along, you may take a break, you get out, you check your tracks, you check the outside equipment. That might take a few minutes. So just remember, when they talk about X number of hours, a lot of that could be just going through checklists and verifying things are still operational, tightening the track, topping off a fuel tank. Another thing, like on the M1, we have air filters. If we were going to stop for, let's say, an hour, we might pull the air packs out, the filter packs out. And if we got an engineer vehicle, we could take an air hose and blow them out real quick, or just bang them and shake them out and then put them back in. Stuff like that is somewhat time consuming, but it's not, and that's just regular maintenance. So just remember that too. A lot of that maintenance is just, they might land and the guy might just go over a checklist, and if everything's good, then fuel him up, send him on his way to somewhere else. No, I'm just saying, but it's the same thing like when I worked on helicopters.
Very technical stuff.
Yeah, but when I worked on helicopters, it's the same kind of thing. We had avionics guys, then we had me like an airframe and power plant. I had to do that work, and a lot of it's just going over checklists, like making sure the safety wire was, that was that way before the flight is the same way after the flight. So I don't actually have to turn a wrench. I'm just checking things, going over it, and if something needs to be addressed, then it gets addressed. And that can be time consuming, but in a combat situation, you can turn that stuff a lot faster, but it will catch up to you. But that's what I'm thinking is, a lot of that is overstated, like the maintenance. A lot of it's just perfunctory stuff that's done.
But like you just said, if you don't do it, it's going to catch up to you. You don't know if it's going to be on the first flight after you miss that checklist or the second flight after you miss that checklist. It will catch up to you eventually, especially the airframe.
What I'm saying is what they probably do in Ukraine is like a quick inspection and then send it on to wherever it needs to go for serious maintenance.
Did you watch the YouTube video that I think it's Wyatt put in on the Telegram, in his own Telegram channel, about the Su-34 who avoid the Patriot missile, and just the IG maneuvers? The pilot
shot like three Patriots were shot at him.
Yes, and you have the audio of the situation from the point of view of the pilot. It was very interesting because honestly, he make a IG maneuver to avoid the missile, and there is already some part of the plane who stop working. The communication with this co-pilot were not working at the point.
Yeah, that was crazy when they kept telling him to dive down and go at an angle.
Oh, yes.
And all, they're like, they got another one.
I don't know if it's fake or not, but it's really real. The feeling that we have when we listen this. And
then you can hear him breathing when they were doing the turns and stuff.
I don't know if it's a true one or if it's some kind of propaganda stuff, but it looks very, very real.
Yeah, I mean, if it's legit, it kind of shows you how they have control of the airspace. They've got operators telling them they got missiles tracking them and launching on them and where they're coming from.
And 80 kilometers when they detect the missile was at 80 kilometers of the airplane, and it came very quickly.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Was like 60 seconds, maybe something like that.
Yeah, like when you said it was like 80 kilometers and it was like 70, then 66, and then it was like, God, it's like you hear that guy's breathing getting heavier and heavier.
Exactly.
Didn't they go down to, what did he say, drop down to like 300 meters or something like that?
I don't know. But the main thing is that you have to join the Wyatt Telegram channel. That's the main things. Remember about this one.
Like and subscribe and join the DPA Telegram channels and the DPA forum. No.
The other thing is too, I wonder what the timestamp is on that, like when that incident happened. You know, was it recent or was it earlier in the year when like Kiev was getting lit up with all the Patriots all the time?
I don't know.
Well, they've been sending Patriots consistently.
Yes, I think so too.
I think they send them a batch like really recently.
And you could be sure that when they detect the launch of the missile, immediately there is a lot of drones who are beginning to track the launcher.
Yeah.
And they have to be very quickly move the launcher because it's going to be a very big target on himself.
It's interesting that Zelensky's F16 video, they made it a point to show off the Patriot system. It's like they want to tell people that they actually still have Patriots. Because a lot of rumors about them totally wiped out. So it's like they made it a point.
Yes, they have Patriot in belief, seriously.
Yeah, it's probably just a launcher.
Or well, maybe that's the decoy. Maybe it's the wooden one.
Yeah.
There's been
an inflatable one, like the tanks during World War II.
There's been reports from the Ministry of Defense of Russia that like when they report downing missiles or drones, they've also reported a couple of times of Patriot missiles. I thought it was a mistake at first, but then it was repeated. Like said it a couple of times that they had downed Patriot missiles with air defense or something, which is pretty weird because those are like missiles. They're not used for ground attacks, so they're developing methods to fight the surface-to-air missiles, the air defense systems, to keep the plane safe.
It's a very difficult interception because the Patriot system is a very fast missile.
Yeah, it's a much shorter time frame to intercept.
Yes.
Than ground to ground.
The ground operator in the video was saying it was 4,000 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, and imagine that usually is an intercept, so you have to add the velocity of the airframe that is of the air vehicle that's being intercepted. So it's like double the speed, right?
Oh yes.
So,
I almost wonder if they are being intercepted, or are those just freaking very expensive fireworks? I watched that Iron Dome shit, man. Dude,
it really still think that the Patriot is an exceptional system, you know.
Yeah.
But very sadly, is very good for certain specific situation and very bad for everything else. So if you try to use the Patriot for a mission that is not designed to do, you have just a big pile of nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's designed mostly for against aircraft, against planes.
Yes. But
so
very specific aircraft at a specific distance, you know.
That's
It's not good for everything. And it's good against very specific missile type and things like that, and so on. Basically, when you create an air defense, you need three different types of air defense system. You have the long range, the medium range, and the short range. And you need the three type of air defense system on the same site. And you never have that.
I mean,
so
like
you have always a weakness.
Yeah, the Patriot's like the theater air defense.
Exactly.
And you'd use that against your cruise missiles, planes. Maybe you could try it for some of the ballistics. And then you'd have like Books and Strellas and stuff like that, and the OSAs probably for your mid-range.
Books is medium range.
Yeah, Book would be a medium range. And then you'd have your Tunguskas and all that kind of stuff for the short range stuff.
Yes,
which I'm surprised they don't use those Gepards more and stuff like that to try and shoot down just the drones. But
the point defense, basically.
Well, they do
types of defense here in the country too. We got a 22, a shotgun, and a large caliber long rifle.
And you need them against the Chinese balloon.
Hey,
This
but no,
incident of the Chinese balloon. Sorry, guys. It's just too funny.
I was looking at the map, and it looks like where the Russians are pushing there, like on the northwest side of Pavlovsk. You've got the 110th, I think, territorial or something there, or some kind of brigade.
Could you
And
put
then
the
you've
map
got
on
the
screen? Wyatt,
47th.
please?
You've got the 47th mech, and those two are facing the brunt. And the 47th mech has been wiped out supposedly not too long ago. And if you look at some of the reports from like DEMA and stuff, they've hit a lot of Bradley. A couple Bradleys got hit around there. Some other vehicles, tanks, a 777, a cannon, all in that ring between New York and Pavlovsk and down around the south side of Pavlovsk.
I think we need
And
a map. at
I'm
this
just
point.
wondering. I kind of feel like that's what's going to break out because there's no way the 47th and the 110th, because those are both named units that have been fucked up, are going to hold that.
New York is in the center of the banana.
Yeah.
Yes, New York is here. Okay. So you in this pocket there is some Ukrainian troop. They don't retreat. Oh no! What are they doing?
They can't. It's not that they won't retreat. They can't retreat. They're in a
They can run out of
cauldron.
there.
So they could, if they try to escape, they're in the artillery zone, and if they go out there, they're gonna get wiped out.
Basically,
They'll get
everybody is
wiped out.
targeting whatever move in the area. I think.
Yeah, and if you look around that area, they hit I think a D-20 in that area, a 777 closer to the Posrov direction. Some troop concentrations. I mean, they've really been working that whole area on the south side of that salient, and then on the north side towards New York. And I mean, there's only a couple. There's like two units, the 110th and the 47th, sitting there, and I just don't see what they got left. I mean, there's some other units farther back, but one's like a police unit, another one's some kind of special purpose brigade. I mean, and who knows what?
I'm sure that if it was elite units, they would have received the order to retreat way sooner than that.
I did see one pro-Ukrainian guy describing what's going on up there as they're slowing the Russians because they're conducting a fighting withdrawal, which is probably total horse shit because they can't really stop.
Where do you want to withdraw to?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
sure there
You
is
have
no
to
fighting.
Dnipro.
Basically, the Russians are
Dnipro or
waiting for them to die.
You have to stand to fight somewhere, right?
They're going to
You
withdraw to
have to hold
Poland.
your front.
They're going to withdraw to Poland.
Yeah, I mean, I think that northern side is going to open up because it's just there's nothing there. There's just two shitty units there.
It's begging for it.
The problem the Ukrainian army has now is that when the Russian army is able to create to pierce the front line and to advance, I don't know, 3 to 5 kilometers in just 1 day, they are going to create more and more pockets like that. Not large pocket at the strategic level, but on the tactical level, we are going to have more and more of this kind of pocket.
Can
This
you
will
go back to
be
the map,
very
Wyatt?
costly for the Ukrainian army.
I think you should keep the map up for a little while. I wanted to jump in and say something about it. Other people might also.
Sorry, Wyatt, we need the map.
So I was trying to. I'm trying to look for the other map by another guy, but it's okay.
No, yours is the best one.
Well, it's good because it shows the fortifications for one thing. But the other thing, if you can zoom in right on the neck of the New York salient there,
The best
cauldron, I suppose, not a salient. If you see here, there's these lakes, right? I just wanted to point that out. I think that's very interesting. These little reservoirs. It's a very interesting point about this. I mean, not only have they got them in what looks like the biggest cauldron of the war, bigger than any that we've seen before.
You sure?
Even around Lysychansk. Well, maybe not. Okay, not as big as the one around Lysychansk, sure, but this seems to be a pretty significant one. And the fact that they have these reservoirs here, I think is hugely significant. It's going to make it very, very hard for them to retreat. The Ukrainian troops and heavy equipment are going to have to go around those in order to get out.
I think they are going to use the part of the city they still control, at least for the foot soldiers. For me, the foot soldiers, if they leave now, they could profit. They could use the night to avoid drone or things like that. And they could use the cover of the city, of the small town.
And they've been losing armored vehicles and artillery around that area too, where all those
Yes.
roads are.
Of course,
So
the
they're
vehicles
losing
they
their
have to.
support.
I won't
it's
even
been-
try to use something, a vehicle to flee. Honestly, I try my luck at night alone or in very small squad to avoid infrared drone.
Yeah, it's probably been there's probably an ongoing like deblocking operation going on because there's been an uptick of destroyed vehicles in the area, as Vaughn was saying. There's been a
Yeah, I've seen a couple tanks, a Bradley, and then
Because-
two or three artillery pieces.
it's like
all
one can get
all around there, between there and Paphos, on that northern side. Also.
And don't forget, we are going to see the usual Ukrainian or Russian, the same thing, counter-offensive to keep the jaw open for the time to let the time to the soldiers to retreat.
Yeah, it's interesting what Archimedes was pointing out, and like all those, because yeah, it's a quite a big span of territory there for the exit maneuvers, but they're all bottlenecks, and I guess that's the thing with the drone war, that once you approach an area to like drone range, you pretty much have it encircled. And so like the concept of cauldron is changed. That's why we haven't seen them closing very often. But also as you shorten the neck of the cauldron, as you flank the sides of the position you're encircling, the drone the exits are diminished, and so a drone has a lot better coverage of an area of like the routes for retreat. So I guess that's kind of like what we're seeing constantly in each sector of the front, like in the active sectors where there's advance. A position can be easily covered by a drone, but as it becomes more encircled, it's much harder to evade that drone. You have less space for evasion of detection because, of course, a drone has a huge range of sight, but it's super hard to monitor every sector of that range. And the shorter the sector, the easier it is to detect the movements and destroy them with everything you got. And that's something also that I wanted to mention about the what you were saying before of the short range air defenses, like all those Gatlings, those super fast Gatlings that throw massive barrages of projectiles into the air.
Also 30 millimeters, like the Gepard and things like that.
Yeah, those things they have a really short range, so like that's perfect for drones, but you need to cover, like you need one every what, like 100 meters to be an effective protection against like really maneuverable drones. So
Yes,
that's why
I was speaking about if you want to protect an airfield. Okay,
but
we are
that's
speaking
the thing.
about the F16. For an airfield, you need the 3 layers of air defense. For a front line, I don't know what you need. So it's just
Yeah, but the
too much
thing with
things to
those-
cover. Yeah, you are right for that.
You that's why we see so little of them, because there's super
Not enough
short
of
range, so they're much less likely to intercept and like yeah, you can have one around the airfield, but the drone just needs to go around the other side of the airfield, and the Gepard isn't going to see it or have the range to get it. So that's why it's really difficult to, and they can't do anything against faster projectiles like these short range missiles. So that's why it's really complex to be able to, those things should actually just be used to protect the air defense systems, and that's it, like really specific targets. And yeah, like the longer range air defenses that can intercept probably drones aren't worth it. They're too expensive.
Yes.
A pop for
And
for
don't forget that
tiny
most of the
drone.
time they cannot even detect them because the
Many
radar is
times they
calibrated
can't.
for totally another target.
Yeah. It's not practical to create a radar that detects birds. You'll go crazy, with everything that's flying all over the place.
That looks like a football play. Is that the double reverse pitchback pass? That map.
So anyway,
you look at it, war is like a game, so they call it theater.
Yeah, it's the mother of games.
Yeah.
So this distance,
bring him up around the flank, and then you throw the ball over there, pass it back to Buddy back here. Then he drops the bomb or throws the bomb.
It's really not that different, you know. If you talk about tactics and everything, yeah. So from the Russian front line over at Zalizny, all the way to the other town called the what's that? Nelipivka. So this stretch, there's three junctions. Basically, there's 3 junctions in a way, and this is only 2.3 kilometers. So if the Russians attack all the way to this point, that is only 2.3 kilometers. It's not that far for the Russians to reach because this is all open ground.
The range of T-72.
So if the Russians take this base, then the withdrawal from this entire fortifications is going to be super complicated because they will have to go through this area or this area.
I think they are already going through this area because the urban area allow you to avoid most of the drone. So I think Russia the foot soldier is going to across the city.
And the Russians seems to be pushing on the western part of New York. So there is a river going through New York. They are all on the other side of the western part of New York. So they seem to be pushing this side. So if they can actually go around and they will meet in a pincer, and that's going to be a big problem. So this is going to be a crazy withdrawal from here.
And they have
Ukrainians
to do it
are not
today.
sure.
I mean, really, all they got to do is go down to those reservoirs and they pretty much finish it off. I mean, look how narrow that neck is between where the Russians are and the reservoirs.
Yeah, the problem is
I would assume there's a little high ground on the north side of the reservoirs because it slopes down, so they could just sit there and shoot everybody up trying to get out through that little tiny opening where the 2 little blue lines are.
Zoom on the New York City, Wyatt.
Yeah, the reason why they won't go through here, they cannot go through here because this all
the soldiers will trying to retreat.
But the thing is here is all heavy fortification. This is why the Russians will not go there. They can just go through the soft spot and just enter from the rear. So which is why they will not attack the reservoir region. They will just attack from the rear. And it's really not that far. It's like you can see this kind of terrain. It's really not much. It's really not much.
Yes, like I said earlier, if you put tanks at look at the street, it's really a line. When you put if you put a tank here, it could shoot a Bradley at the other side of the street. Basically, it's 2 kilometers. It's one for tanks.
Yeah, and
I mean, if you think about it too, if they drive down that road, anything they run into, they can just call up a fab and roll right past it.
This is going to be
an ATGM. You put an ATGM team in some of the building, and they are going to cover everything.
Yeah, it's going to be another heroic withdrawal from Bakhmut. It's going to be the same.
Or from Mariupol.
Yeah,
I know Mariupol wasn't withdrawal; it was heroic surrender.
Yes, heroic surrender. Yes.
You guys got jokes.
Yeah, I was thinking that it must be terrifying. If I were a Russian, if I were a Russian soldier, I would randomly throw them pamphlets with the drones. We called in an airstrike from Fabs. You guys better get out. It's gonna fall in 10 minutes. And you could just randomly.
What would you want them? You just
imagine
the soldier if you know they are here.
If they're in a fortified position,
your job as a soldier is to kill them. It's a very sad job, but it's your job. So you want them to stay here for the Fab to kill them.
Yeah, but it's easier to kill them when they're scared.
It's easier to kill them and they're surprised by the Fab.
They are already scared.
Yes, yeah.
Imagine you're deployed here. You're going to have one hell of a sucky way of withdrawal.
The Ukrainian soldier who is actually watching us.
No, yeah, and it's crazy because it's a super long way of Cauldron. It's like, how much is that? 4 kilometers?
Yes.
This entire stretch is 8
super
kilometers.
tight
So-
withdrawal. You know, you have all your
here
flanks.
to here.
If Wyatt is right,
This-
it was a heavy fortification. For heavy fortification, very often you have a lot of soldiers because it's easier for them to live in the fortification and to hide in the fortification. So on 8 kilometers of fortification, you put a lot of soldiers.
And this
Maybe
this
it was
straight
empty,
line.
maybe it was full. I don't know.
So this straight line, if you go to walk, it's going to be like 10, 12 kilometers, going left and right, left and right, left and right. Then all the way you might be hit by FPV drones, random mortar shells. You never know what's going to come. Maybe a sniper shot. So it's
honestly,
faster to
I
go this way.
think that most of the soldiers have already fled away.
Yeah, it's faster to go this way.
Of the French are empty now. I
Yeah,
hope they're empty because it would be stupid to stay here.
you have to say like in French, like merci, merci.
Yeah.
If you're like
Yeah,
a
you
French
have to-
soldier.
I mean, I would assume too if they probably try to contact him and see if they want to surrender before they kill him.
Yeah, please raise the racist flag. Like the white flag.
Yeah,
Because I mean, you see them drop notes to people and basically ask them, and then they say no or yes, and then they either get bombed or they don't.
yeah, that should be standard procedure, right? Like if you have a position covered, you inform them, guys, we have you like under fire control. Wanna come out or wanna die?
I think at this point, they just want to kill the other guy before the other guy kill you.
Oh yeah, but I think it should be standard procedure because you can save munition that way. And well, then there's probably certain places, especially around Donetsk, those cities that were besieging Donetsk city. Those places must have like a grudge on it because they've been shelling for so long. So I think that's another issue in the like stubborn resistance and the like lack of surrender will, like the will to surrender. It's probably because much of those soldiers know that
propaganda. The propaganda is teaching Ukrainian soldiers that if they surrender to the Russians, they're going to be executed.
No, but I think it's probably particularly bad for Ukrainians surrendering in the areas surrounding Donetsk because that's been like really consistent civilian attacks. Like they've been bombing Donetsk for so long that it's probably like one of the worst places in the front line to surrender if you're one of those outposts, strongholds surrounding Donetsk. I would imagine, like just speculating.
And don't forget propaganda.
No, yeah, definitely. But it's probably worse to surrender in those areas. Like I'm pretty sure most of those Donetsk people, Republic militias, are fighting there, and they probably hate your guts because you've been shelling them, or they think that you've been shelling them. Maybe you were deployed yesterday, but you're still in the position that was bombing the city, the civilian areas,
and you have the uniform, the bad one.
Yeah, and so it's gonna be really difficult to like just surrender. Like, oh, they're gonna treat me like a estranged brother, like the prodigal son.
Yeah,
Probably
sure.
not the case in that area.
I'm pretty sure that's not what the Ukrainian mainstream media is saying today. I'm sure they're saying that if you surrender to Russian army, they're going to eat you alive.
Yeah, but that only works so far. It only works until you actually.
If you are shell shocked, if you are totally traumatized, you are going to surrender. Yes, but if you have the ability to run away, I think you are going to try to run away.
And it's pretty hard to sustain because it's been 2 years of war. Sure, there's a lot of propaganda, but it's certainly undeniable that the level of carnage that this war has unleashed on the population is like incredibly lesser
Oh yes,
than all other wars
civilian impact.
since the 20th century.
It's I think it's one of the most clean wars that we have seen in Europe. When you count the number of soldiers, because you have 1.5, 2 million soldiers on both sides. It's a huge number of soldiers. On the impact of for the civilian population, I speak about direct impact. Missile on bombs. It's very, very low.
No, it's incredible. It's like less than 1% of casualties are civilians.
Yes.
Or probably around 1%. And that's amazing. Like, I've been looking at statistics of wars, and it's usually at least more. At least 110%, like in the past 100 years, 200 years.
100%.
At least 110% of the casualties are civilians, and in some cases, like 300%.
500%.
Yeah.
1 to 5.
Especially in the 20th century, those
If
wars.
you follow the Iraqi wars by the USA, the Vietnamese, Vietnam, and everywhere that the USA made, basically, it's a disaster for the civilian population.
Destruction, yeah, like the concept of strategic bombing, that's basically just razing cities to the ground.
Hey, we stack them high in the USA. That's the goal.
You know
what
you're talking about? To USA?
We spent good money on them bombs.
Yeah, it's funny because
do you know the
definition of terrorism
in North Korea? In
53,
in 53,
strategic bombing.
US bombers killed 20% of the North Korea population. When you begin to count civilian deaths by percentile, you have a serious issue, okay? Basically, MacArthur has decided with his big friend, the general of the Strategic Command, to destroy every building in North Korea, because every building could protect a military asset. So every building was a target in North Korea. So north of the border, you have 0 building standing up at the end of the war. You imagine this level of destruction? Yeah. We are speaking about
the same in Palestine.
Yeah, the same with Palestine, and it's funny because
Palestine, they are 7% of the population today.
It's funny because the scientists complain that we're just doing what they do, but when we do it, they're complaining. It's like, and they have a point, because it's like the U.S. strategy of war since the 20th century, and now they're like lecturing Israel, like, no, you shouldn't do that, that's bad. And so the Zionists are like, hey, but it's the same thing that you do. What's your problem with me?
Yeah, Zionists control the U.S.
And they have a point, because it is the U.S. strategy of war, which is pretty insane.
Toadies.
So it's like a different map.
Yeah, but when you're a superpower, you got privileges that other countries don't have.
Yeah. Hey, Wyatt, you forgot to draw some penises.
And Israel's not a superpower. They just act like they don't. They have privilege.
They just have the U.S.
Know your place in the food chain.
They got
you little wimp.
Congressman and senator wrapped up in their fingers.
There are the
Everybody's like, yay!
So you mean what?
The Israel thing, man.
You mean like that?
Yeah!
There it is.
Woe unto you.
Oh,
it's a butterfly. It's a butterfly. Yeah.
Oh man,
it's a butterfly.
Better at that art.
So this mapping is by Taqiyya mapping. So Taqiyya differs from DPA that he actually covers the unit. Personally, I don't give a damn about the units. So I'm not sure how accurate is the units.
That was good.
But if you guys need any information, of course, Taqiyya mapping,
Yeah, he's pretty accurate, because he's like monitoring the declared movements of units all the time. So
yeah.
So he does have a pretty close grasp on the positions, but I can never remember. There was like this information about a new division entering the Pokrovsk area, ex-Avdiivka area. Have you heard about that?
No idea.
They said that they had deployed a new division into the Pokrovsk area. I think it was like the 27th or something, 21st. Can't
Yeah,
remember.
it was the 27th.
It was the 27th. Okay, great. My memory is not so screwed. And just before I entered this, I read these reports on Twitter that there was a deep state like alarm message, like pretty panicked, talking about collapse, a breakthrough in the Pokrovsk area, that they had sent in reinforcements and they were like.
I mean, if it's true, the area it's going to be is that northwest sector of that salient, because that's, I mean, the units they're showing that are there, there's no way in hell they got shit. Plus, they're specifically targeting Bradley's, which means that's the 47th. So
yeah, the 47th is probably defending there, and there's been also, like, just as in New York, there's been a super...
but I can't remember if it's an infantry brigade or a mech brigade or a territorial, but they've been mentioned before as getting hammered here and there over the last year and a half, so they can't be in much better shape. And they're on the front. They're on the front line, supposedly stop trying to hold the Russians back, and they just rotated a division. And you've seen some of those attacks. They're coming across these fields in rows of 3, 4, dropping guys off. Some of them get hit, some of them don't. I mean, if they already dropped the guys off and it's all going back empty and it gets hit, who cares? It's a MTLB or something. It's not like they ain't got a spare.
The problem is always the crew, not the vehicle. The vehicle, you could always build another one. But the crew, if he's trained, it's always the most difficult to replace.
Yeah, the 47th that's defending in I can't remember this one. That's after Mikhailivka. The 47th Brigade. That's defending there. I muted.
Yeah, they were on that north side of Avdiivka for a little while before it started falling apart.
Yeah, they've been spread out throughout the area.
They may have been around Berdichi with the tank, with the M1s and the Bradleys, and now they're...
Yeah, that was the 41st. The 41st was in north of Avdiivka. They really hammered with Bradleys, and I can't remember the first towns that were north of Avdiivka. That was before the fall. The 41st is there, but further south in southern Donetsk, there's a 47th. Those have also been...
Gabriel, did you already talk about that road between Vuhledar and Marienka?
No, we haven't gotten there yet.
Also, wasn't the 47th involved in Robotny too? Weren't they the ones that went down there with the Bradleys and got?
Yeah, but also those were all the NATO brigades. The 41st, the 47th, and there was a couple of other. I can't remember. This Eagle has a Eagle coat of arms. But there's those were the NATO brigades. Those are the elite NATO brigades that were in the counteroffensive.
They had Western equipment. No, they had nothing.
NATO.
After the counteroffensive, the super duper counteroffensive, they've been deployed all around as firefighters, probably blocking brigades and also exploiting breakthroughs or storm assaults. But I'm pretty sure most of their job has been blocking brigades because they've been thrown throughout the whole front. But some of them have lost combat capability, but most of them have preserved it until they're finally being hammered in certain key positions that are falling apart, like southern Donetsk and Avdiivka, Pokrovsk area. But they're sending them everywhere.
It's like the Leopard tanks appeared on the Crimea front region, Svetove front region. You have Abram tank appearing here. Now they are now at south of the Konstantinivka in the Donetsk front. In the Vodian region, there's an Abrams getting destroyed there as well. So it's all over the place. They basically have dismantled all these NATO brigades into small units and spread out across the entire front line to defend.
That's stupid.
That's my observation. That's
yes,
my observation.
No.
So, that's all they can do now. I mean, that's the only way to stay alive.
And Abrams tank at the same place.
There's nothing else they can do about it.
Happen very quickly.
It's
You
better
need
to
to
have a
discuss
certain
them.
group. I don't say they need to put 10 and if like one brigade has 5, another one has 5, another one has 5. You have a group of tanks and if they have like a breakdown, they can help each other out to repair it. But if you have an either brigade one tank of one type, it's not making sense. You
Yes,
have
it's a
different brand of
logistical nightmare. We agree with that.
you have different brands of tanks. So you have European one, American ones, So you need to just group them together. If there's something happen, they all know they have the same schooling about that tank, so they can help each other out. It's stupid to disperse everything. It's just stupid to do
No,
that.
but what else can they do?
At Wyatt,
Nothing.
can Russian mechanized assaults, where
I
they
would like
lose
to
some
answer to
BTR
Logitech.
and tanks or even abandon them, be sustained? As proudly shown by UA drones, or this is a temporary phase?
Hey, Logitech,
Um,
you have to understand one thing. When you watch a video, it's always because someone wants you to watch it. Basically, what it means is that you're never going to see all the failures. You are only going to see the one success they have, or maybe 2 or 3. But you are not going to see that for one success they have failed 5 times.
Yeah.
so for me,
I mean,
my point of view is
remember
It
this.
does not mean anything. Look at the map.
Remember that
The map
one-
is the most important.
Remember that one battle north of Avdiivka? I can't remember. Maybe up around Bakhmut or whatever. They what the hell happened there? Never mind. Go
The
ahead.
BTR do go on the suicide charge with the infantry
Yeah,
on
well,
top. and then
they
got-
lost that.
got
They
wiped
lost
out-
the whole
wiped out by the
battalion.
Bradleys.
They
Yeah,
lost.
but-
They did an attack. They lost a whole battalion, and they're like, "Oh, they lost a whole battalion." But it's like there were 8 or 9 battalion groups in the whole attack. So you only saw the one battalion that got hammered. You didn't see the other 8 or 9 and what they did.
Yes, and
So-
maybe
so-
they
so-
inflict 5 times the damage to the Ukrainian brigade on the
So
opposite
my-
side. We don't know.
So this is something that I always say from time to time. The Russians may be capturing ground, but they are also losing troops. Some people just die horrible deaths. There are tanks
Both
getting
sides.
destroyed.
Both sides.
Yeah, it applies on both sides. The Russians,
But we-
so even the Russian side, even they have success. People are dying for it.
Yeah.
I think even yesterday's, we played the Heart of Iron 4. That's a good example. The Ukrainians got utterly trashed by the Russian players, the Russian side players. But then the losses is actually the Ukrainians lost twice as many troops as the Russians in the game. But then that is still, the Ukrainians lost almost 300,000 troops. The Russians still lost 150,000 troops. It's still a lot of people dying. And that is a simulation of a real war. So in actual war, it's the same thing. Despite that we are seeing all these things, the losses is part of the game. It's all part of a calculation. They know how many tanks and armored vehicles you're going to lose on average in a single attack, and they built enough to make sure that they can account for all this attrition. And the poor guys going to fight, they are just numbers. They're just numbers.
As long
Yeah,
as
this is just-
Ukrainians are going to have drones, have ATACMS, have artillery, Russians are going to badly lose because they actually still, in that way, fighting pretty equal. The biggest difference, I'm going to repeat it like every week, the FABs. The FABs are just destroying Ukrainians. You've been destroyed. That is like Russians. Oh fuck, we missed the artillery. Plan B. Send the 3,000. We're going to be sure he's going to be hit. Send the 3,000. They can even drop 100 meters next to it. The guy going to be dead. That's it.
The FABs and the Lancet are the real game changers. I feel in this war, we always talk about game changing weapons. I think the Russian glide bombs and the Lancets are real game changers. They really messed up the battlefield. The other side have no answers for it. That is the
I
real
think,
game changer.
to be more precise, it's not directly the bomb or the airplane. It's the ability of the local officers to ask for an airstrike and to have the airstrike very quickly.
Yeah,
It's
and
the
have a drone
decision
that can
time
watch
where
everything.
they used at the beginning of the wars. It was basically 24 hours, 21 days. Basically, you have to wait for the tomorrow, for the next day to have the aircraft striking the target. Today, you maybe have, I don't know, 15 minutes, 30 minutes
Yeah, but
before
even worse,
the FAB is incoming.
Even worse, they sometimes they couldn't have it because the air defense of the Ukrainians was too powerful. At the moment, you could see a drop, and the Sukhoi 25s not flying anymore. The K-52s not flying anymore. The Me-24s not flying anymore, just because the air defense of the Ukrainians were too strong. After a while, we saw more and more and more air defense of the Ukrainians being destroyed. Ukrainians also ran out of air defense at certain points, so they needed to divide it. And Russia, after a while, they are looking and they're saying, okay, there we don't have air defense anymore. Just send the Sukhoi 34s again. Because after a while, they also stopped to use the 34s. But once they started to use the FABs, it went first
And to fight
practicing
against the FAB,
the targets
you need
because they
a
had
long-range air
used a
defense.
lot.
And to fight against the FAB bombers, you need a long-range air defense.
Yeah, you
The
can't.
medium range and the short ones are
What is
useless.
muted?
Yeah. You
Hey,
can't go over the border every time. You
can
can't.
I say something?
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe.
Yeah, like about what Shadowy was saying, that you only
Ron, you're
see
muted.
what they want you to see. That is true, but you can see a trend when you sum up all the footage that comes up. You know, like every video on its own is misleading, but when you sum them together, they make sense to what's going on. Like, and for example, that what we've mentioned before, we've talked about it before, that when you compare the Ukrainian footage with the Russian footage, the bulk of Ukrainian footage is drones, which are a small explosive payload, really small. Some of the big ones can take anti-tank mines or shells, but it's still a small explosive, and you compare that to the Fabs, to the Iskanders, to the Tornadoes, and the Lemur, and all those, and you have a bunch more foot. And so the bulk of the Ukrainian footage is drones, and the bulk of the Russian footage is long-range, heavy payload strikes. So if you sum those things up, the difference in destructive power, and it's a matter of firepower, like how much firepower can you deploy on the enemy's position? If you have more firepower and more ISR, with like more air defense to protect your ISR, and the other side has less air defense, you're going to have a pretty significant trend. And think about this: the Russians are never going to use more armored vehicles than what they have. So if they have armored vehicles, they can use them. They'll get destroyed or damaged. The ones that are damaged are going to be taken back to the line of repair, and they're going to be sent back again. And if you're advancing, you can take back your vehicles. And when you have vehicles, you send them into fight. That's what you do. That's what they're for. They're to get hit, to get busted. They save the troops dismount, and then you do it all over again. And so whoever gets more armored vehicles destroyed is the one that has more armored vehicles to do it. And so whoever has more armored vehicles is going to be able to deploy more troops. And they're going to get destroyed, the armored vehicles, but they're going to send more. And you're going to have more troops deployed, basically. So if you see that the Ukrainians aren't losing armored vehicles, it's because they have none. And if you see that the Russians are losing armored vehicles, it's because they have a ton.
Yeah. And the drones are still the biggest enemy for the armored vehicles, still, and they're going to stay like
Yeah,
this.
I just want to agree with what Wyatt said, though. The Fabs are a game changer because, and it is the ordnance, because you have a bomb that depending on the size of the fortification, it can eliminate the fortification pretty much with one strike. If it's big enough, it can get a 3. I'm thinking about it, you could have an Su-34 fly in with 4 of the smaller ones to take out a fortification. If it's a heavy, large fortification, maybe a Fab 3000 or a couple 1500s. I mean, that's the point. It's getting to the point now where the Russians don't have to expend as much in men and material on the ground because they can fix the locations, identify targets, and then just hit them and then clean them up after that or go around them. You know, I mean,
yeah,
it's just night and day compared to what it was a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, as far as what the Russians can do.
And you imagine the amount of resources and time to build an artillery shell. You just used it. You use 5 or 10 of the time and material to make one fat 500. It's way more worth it. He's going to get a target hit rather than you just load random artillery shells, which is what they have been doing most of the
They're
time.
using
Exactly.
precision shell.
But even that, they're adding in the more Krasnopils and stuff, so they're
Exactly.
they're just saving themselves time. I mean, it's like why send a platoon when one
forget
shell
the
to take care of it for you?
If you want to make a old school artillery barrage, you need 1,000 shell. Today, to strike 5 position, you need 10 shells. Basically.
5 bombs. 5 bombs.
The basic,
5 bombs or 5 artillery shells.
7 bombs, okay? Or
the
to
best
take coverage a
example-
little more. Or 10 precision shell.
I don't even see. I don't even remember when's the last time I saw a Grad barrage. No, the multiple long rocket
Oh,
system
I just
barrage.
watched one of them
no.
2 days ago, and I was really
A few days
surprised
ago?
because at the beginning of the war, when the rockets strike the ground, it was a very large area. Okay, on this bombardment, all the rockets strike a very closed area. Basically, I'm pretty sure that all the rockets has guiding system, and it was a very concentrated strike with a lot of impact. So basically, it's a rocket launcher who made it, but with guided rocket. I think Russian is using less and less unguided ammunition.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it.
I also never
But
saw
think about it too. Every day, their crews are getting practice on fire adjustments and all that, tweaking it out. Like a good sniper, they probably got their dope book full of all the little tricks in the trade. Like we
Russia
talked about
basically
before,
become
these
more
guys
NATO,
can probably
right?
set up and break down a D20 or a D30 real fast because they know all the shortcuts because they know they have to leave after they fire a shot. So I mean, I bet you. I mean, that's what's crazy. I don't think the NAFO guys really appreciate the amount of skill that the Russians are just adding every day to everybody. I mean, think about it. Even if you're a guy making a fucking brand
The Russian army today is incredibly more powerful than the Russian army 2 years ago. The abilities the Russian army has today to make quick decision between the different strat of commandment and the different type of military, like the infantry who speak to artillery, who speak to air force, who speak to other part of the military. It's incredibly efficient today. At the beginning of the war, 2 years ago, it was a nightmare. No one was speaking with no one, and they had to use a cell phone. So today, everything changed.
When you watch the nowadays the Russians fight, it feels like you're watching the Americans fight. Like everything is guided. Like I don't even see footages of those random, all those random artillery shelling.
You forget that it's just too expensive with the logistic.
I don't
make
see them anymore.
Artillery barrage 2 years ago,
and vulnerable,
you need
right?
one
and
train
vulnerable.
of ammunition. Today, you need small truck.
Yeah,
and very vulnerable because you need to cluster a lot of ammunition into one space and a lot of artillery pieces in one space. You're just going to ask for a HIMARS strike.
Imagine
but
that
now
you replace one train by one truck. That's what it means.
They still launching 1,100 an average FAPs a week, so it's still more than one truck. It's still a train, but
yes, but it's on the airport. So
but the precision, the comparison is actually pretty good. But you can take the comparison even better if you use the old strategy like carpet bombing, because these bombs were made to be used like a dumb bomb, just dropping vertically, World War II style, going over a city. You have air superiority, I drop everything down. That was actually the primary purpose of this type of bombs. But then, if you just compare it Second World War, because it's easier, you do this carpet bombing with a lot of planes. Why? To be sure you destroy your targets. You're going to send 10 planes with a ton of bombs to destroy one place, one factory in a harbor. But the precision is so low because you have the wind, it can move. The plane is going to drop it too early or too late. So to be sure, they managed to, and the Englishmen and the Americans were even better. They're going to use fire bombs to be sure they destroyed everything. Just look at the history in Germany. Hamburg is one of the examples. It was disgusting. They burned out the complete city to be sure that the factories were destroyed. The employees of the factories were killed also.
Oh, yes.
So now
That's
they're
total war.
doing it. Now it's really a strategic precision warfare they're doing. They're using old stock bombs with new wings on it, with a new guiding system. The bombs themselves, majority of it, I'm not going to speak about the 3000s, the FAB 500s, the FAB 250s. These are old bombs. They're just using these old bombs, and they're going to make actually wasting less money for Russia to replace these bombs, to build new ones, because they use less of them. We're speaking just about 1,100 ton bombs a week. If you compare to Second World War, in 1 week time, they dropped millions of bombs. That's the difference. So you're going to be safer for your artillery, because your artillery you don't really need anymore. You're still going to have some of them. They're going to do the first strikes to clear out a certain zone. Then then you're going to be able also, by overseeing with the drones, where you need to do your strategic point droppings, and then you're going to call the Air Force if they are able for the air defense to come close enough to drop their gliding bombs. You're going to destroy the shit of your positions. It's an amazing tactic that they're using now. You see it on the maps also. Wyatt, I think it shows some mapping, the advances of this week and last week, how many ground they are taking for the moment, the Russians. And the only reason is because of the FABs. If you didn't have FABs now, you never be able to advance that fast, because you can destroy much faster.
You put too much importance to the weapon and not enough on the communication system. I think the communication system is way more important. Because you could replace the FAB by another weapon. They could use a missile, they could use anything else.
Look at Avdiivka. They started to really use properly the FABs in Avdiivka. They destroyed the citadel. In a few days' time, they destroyed the citadel of Avdiivka. They blasted away. What happened? Every Ukrainian said, fuck off. I'm not staying here anymore, or I am already dead. So
yes, but they could have used another weapon to do that.
That is what's happening.
They could have used a 2S1.
It was impossible. Or you needed to use artillery like the Germans did, like the what do you call that? The fucking big cannons or rails. The big
Gustav gun, is it?
Yeah, the big Gustav. Very difficult to displace. It was the over-engineered cannons. They don't need to use that. It's just gliding from the sky. Actually, the same type of.
I agree with you. They are very good weapons, but I still think that the key factor is the communication between infantry and the other part of the Russian army.
It's the drone. That's easy. The answer is the drone. The drone.
Can I just say that the Ukrainians or the West also have FABs, but they're called there's these French ones called hammers, and then the other ones are the JDAMs, I think.
The JDAMs, but they're not so accurate, and the Russians are capable to jam them.
Wait, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I wanted to point out, that they use GPS guidance, and they use them pretty recent. They used them in Volchansk pretty effectively, but they used them a couple of times, and now they ran out. I think maybe they're out of aircraft to use them.
That is actually what I'm going to answer. The biggest problem that Ukrainians have is they run out of aircraft pretty hard, and they prefer to use aircraft to fly them over the Black Sea to destroy Sevastopol or the Crimea. So they're using that. If they have 6 F16s, I saw on the news.
What I wanted to say,
they are never going to be able to come that close, like Russia is doing, to launch these JDAMs.
Yeah, but also what I wanted to point out is that
to launch a gliding bomb, you need to be very high. If you are very high, all the radar in the area is going to spot you. If they spot you, you are dead.
They launching these FABs. They launching these.
I wanted to point out. That what is the guidance? What do we know of the guidance system that the FABs use?
It can be laser pointed off GPS.
They're not so easily jammed, and also that's one of the main things that have made them so useful. That's why they can use them in air support, because their guidance system has become so good that they can use them close to the frontline troops, which is something that was
not a so good system.
Normally
you are making a mistake, Gabriel.
Yeah.
It's not a very precise system if you compare it to the NATO system. It's less precise, but with the size of the bomb, even if you miss by 10 or 12 meters or 20 meters, it doesn't matter. You kill the target.
Yeah, And they flying like the same like a ballistic trajectory. Only they already been launched by the air, and they're going to be angled very, very early at the wrong or the good position, and they're going to go just in one line to their targets. You can do anything with air defense, even if you can shoot the wings off, they're going to crash and they're going to destroy everything where it crashed. The thing is also, Shadow, to answer your question, a fab bomb is dropped at least 10 kilometers altitude. At least, because the maximum ceiling height of a Sukhoi 34 is 17 kilometers. So they've been launched between 10 and 17 kilometers in the sky. If you see the pictures, you can see the curve of the Earth is amazing. And what they do after they launch, they go away, go very fast, very low, and go back to the base.
They go to the ground.
Yeah, very fast.
Because they want to avoid Patriot system.
Yeah, you don't want to take a risk. But we don't hear anymore even about Patriots. We don't hear anymore about
if the Ukrainian Air Force
show off the Patriot, right?
They're going to be targeted by the S-300 system or the thing like that, or even by long-range air-to-air missile that the Russians have.
So I suspect that the Fat Bomb might be using the same system that the Garand drones are using. No, they do mid-flight updating of the location, but it's a one-way transmission kind of thing, like to kind of do the guidance. That means it's unhackable. It's very hard to hack because they don't communicate. So there's like not much. There's not much communication to hack.
Read the comment of MM and the
I'm
chat,
pretty sure it's very
Wyatt.
simple on the Webis system.
Good comments. Yeah, that one.
I don't think it's something very high tech.
No, it's not high tech.
Yeah.
You just read it here underneath the screen. MM is fucking right about it. He's very good. And he's,
yeah. So the because that's how I imagine it to work. Because if you look at the thing that they install onto the bomb is a very rudimentary, very simple metallic thing. That means you can only do very simple changes. And
you have little corrections.
That's why it's way less precise than the US system. The US system, basically, you could target the window of a building.
But
you target the building.
US guided bomb used to be laser guided. So there's a difference. US guided bomb in the first Gulf War is laser guided. So they have infiltrators, they have recons entering the cities and point the laser. And then the fighter jets will fly over to drop the bomb. Yeah, then after that, after the first Gulf War, they actually integrated GPS. Then they stopped needing the laser guided. So they can be super accurate, but these bombs are special made. It's not those dumb bomb. Then they just put a wing on it. Like these are expensive bombs. So the Russians, just by economy, it is still much more effective because it's so cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the JDAMs, that kit that they put also in the glide bomb is a very expensive kit. Why? Because America, private companies,
and very precise too.
They are.
It could be
Shadow. You just need to compare the images of striking. In the beginning, they use the fabs, and now they're basically hitting inside of the trench. They are that accurate. They can destroy a trench line with 4 bombs, and they are dropping exactly at the same point. They are for a dumb bomb with a gliding kit. They are extremely precise. The JDAM is not as precise like a cruise missile. They are also very precise, but as a very weaker system.
So I think they add something else to the bomb. You cannot have this precision with just a GLONASS system or a GPS
is all
system.
much more smaller. Now you need to consider they're using 3,000 kilogram, 3-ton bombs in the wing kits.
Yeah. With this kind of bomb, you can miss the target by 100 meters, and you still keep the target.
If you're looking now at the images between the beginning, it's like 2 months ago, 2-3 months ago, they were hitting next to the building. They still destroyed the building, but they hit it next to it, and now they are hitting on the building. And
that's why I mentioned that, Shadowy, because
we've seen a lot of experience.
We've seen a lot of footage of consecutive strikes on the same tree line or trench line from the fab bomb. So that signifies a high level of precision, and so that's why I was interested in the system. Like, what might it be?
Yeah.
Because it gives me the impression
they have a laser guided system to have this kind of precision to be able to hit a trench. I think it's laser guided.
So what's happening in my mind is like the drones are given the coordinates of what they need to hit. So they're doing everything by drone. They're sending the coordinates to the center where they need to
Or
program these
maybe they
bombs.
have a
And
drone
once
with a
that-
laser
no, it's not
designator.
laser. It's not laser. They don't have the
It-
glass eyes.
Okay.
You need to have a glass eye on your bomb to have that. You need to have the laser capture.
Yeah.
So it's just guidance by GPS. So they're giving the GPS target system,
If I may
and they
add,
are flying the same like
those
the
kits
in a ballistic
for,
way, like a ballistic bomb does.
lightning bombs.
All
The
right.
main, the GPS GLONASS system is precise enough. That's
Yeah.
not
You think?
the huge problem. It's
To
the
hit a
wings.
trench.
It's
Okay.
it's the wings. The kit itself for sustaining the bomb as a gliding stuff. Look at the first version of the FAT 3000 bombs, the air kits. And then they released several weeks ago or days ago, image of that 3000 bombs with wings and behind a delta thingy like on a Bayraktar. That means they have improved the design
Okay.
of the gliding kit.
So they have way
Which-
finer
which
control on
allows-
the
which allows a
gliding-
better air control, gliding control to the target. It's not a
Okay.
GPS issue.
No,
They
the
just
GPS
managed
already
to
midway,
improve
already fixed on their target midway.
the gliding of their bomb and maybe also the nose of the bomb, so it's less air drag, more aerodynamic or something.
Yeah, they put the cone in the middle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
I
then
would
you
imagine
you see the result. It's more
So they
precise,
work a
not
lot on
because
the-
they
they
improve
had,
their
a lot of
GPS
work.
or electronic, but just because they improve the technique, the aerodynamic,
The
the
control
flight thingy, the
And-
planning, gliding thingy. They
Yeah,
improved it.
and the dropping is fascinating to see
Okay.
because you're dropped upside down. So they are dropped, they turn, the wings deployed, and they go to the targets. It's amazing how that system is working well. And such a fast time. In such a fast time. You need to consider it's crazy.
I would
Engineers work.
imagine it is drone technology. I would imagine it is drone technology. It's like
quite-
they
kind of,
basically
yes.
they basically install a drone on top of the bomb. Just that this drone is super cheap, and then they use probably
it's just
same kind of a transmission system to do the guidance, but it can be much simpler because it's just a guidance and glide. They don't have to fly all over the place. So I would imagine that would be the case.
Yeah,
Because
it has a sub-blading system inside of it. How do you call that? These special spinning things.
One doesn't agree.
but in computer games we call that cheating. It's
I
a
think-
cheat code.
I didn't.
Both
I didn't
right.
hear everything you were talking about, but I think the other thing too might be with some of the accuracies when those bombs come in staggered. You know, the second and third or fourth bomb has to fly through the shock wave, so you might get some damage or course adjustment from the shock wave. That's why you might see them, you know, one or two hit right on, then one or, you know, maybe one's a little way off and another one's a little short or long. And I think that might be part of it too. You know, if it's one bomb, it's probably it hits where it hits. But when you see them come down in groups like those 150s or, you know, 2 or 3 1500s, I think that's why you might see some of the accuracy lessen because they're flying through the shock wave of the first bomb, you know, so it might get knocked off course a little bit. But, you know, with those bombs those size, it generally doesn't matter if it misses a little bit.
You're dead.
Now I have some crazy thoughts. Imagine the Russians start to put rockets by the side of the bomb to make it
I
flyable.
thought I heard somebody talking about them putting a Smirch rocket on.
They
Like
do
if
it
you-
with
Yes,
the
I think
250.
they're playing it on the US bombs.
The
I was thinking about
250 has a
because-
booster.
Because
The
yeah,
French bomb has a booster.
have a booster, but like the flight path of a gliding system like the Fab is just like you just have maneuverability in one dimension. So it has to be a firing solution at the moment of there's a mathematical equation for like from where you launch it, the speed you have, the altitude, where it's going to get, and that's a pretty sophisticated calculation. But if you add a booster, you also have a certain level of maneuverability in a second dimension. You have like
They're
the
doing
glide
that just to
dimension
prolong
of
the
maneuver.
range.
And if you have a booster, you can do this, and so you can increase the precision in a second dimension of calculations. It's easier to calculate the solution, but I think
the
that
thing
one of
that
the
increase is the range with the booster. At
I
least
think one
the
of the
French
reasons-
system, you use a
250.
booster behind the standard bomb. They use it to increase the range.
Yeah.
What they want is to be able, basically, it's always the same thing. They want to be out of the medium range air defense. It's always the same thing. Basically, you want to be able to fire your missile, your bomb, or whatever at 50 kilometers of the target.
Yeah, and they use
So you avoid a lot of issues.
Yeah, and like for the guidance, they're using winglets inside of like the flaps of wings. They have also little flaps in the wings integrated. You can see very well on the 3000 because these wings are big, and the structure also. These are aluminum structures. If you're looking at the profile of like your window, if you break out your window and the frame is from aluminum, look inside in that frame, you can see
It's
structure.
hollow.
So you can make something very thin, very strong with aluminum. It's very. They don't spend a lot of money. I can see it's all rough. The opening is on the outside of the wing. It's just open. You didn't close it. It's like very cheap labor. The system is so simplistic. It's so easy.
It's like Tesla truck.
Yeah,
the shape is like Tesla truck. It's just angular, and like there's no effort. They just weld the whole thing together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Since it's so simple, probably the most of the accuracy is the mathematical solution for the trajectory, and that's why it's so hard to jam, because you can't really guide it that much. It's more of a pre-planned trajectory.
You know that the Russian bombers are already this system, because the Russian, for price reason, decided at the end of the Cold War to not use guided system. What they did is they changed the computer inside the aircraft to automatically launch the weapon. Basically, when the pilot just say, I'm ready to launch, and the computer decide when to launch. It's not the pilot who decide when to launch, it's the computer. And the computer know exactly, with the weather and a lot of the external parameter, when to launch the bombs to hit the target. And it was with non-guided bomb. I think with guiding bomb, they use the same computer.
I think it's the same. Yeah, I think it's the same principle. It's not a difficult principle. It's like I say, it's like a ballistic missile. You need to calculate the trajectory, but they just do it from the halfway. Ballistic is from the
and
ground.
When the computer is ready, it drops the bomb.
Yeah, and they have the little adjustments to reach their thing. It's mathematics. Russians are always been good at the mathematics. The Soviet era, they built the most crazy big things that could go on the sea, that could fly, didn't sunk, biggest submarines in the world, biggest planes in the world. Antonov was built in the demand of the Russians. So the Ukrainians helped them to build them the most crazy plane ever that they sadly destroyed. They built the biggest submarines ever. Nobody was thinking that thing can stay underwater without breaking in half. They even have a fucking swimming pool in that submarine.
And they had computer less powerful than your watch.
It's crazy. Yeah. And the computer, and that is the thing that was the whole discussion about even the microchips. They don't even these microscopic microchip that you have in your fucking cell phone, because you have your room on your bomb to put bigger microchips. You just need to have enough space to put data and fast enough to calculate everything. That's it. Size doesn't matter on the bomb.
Yeah, don't overstate the gliding bombs. I mean, calculation and all that. Yes, in every modern fighter jets you have a calculator, but regarding those gliding bombs, I think is way more simple. Way more simple.
I think also
that's why that weapons is how to say so effective, cost effective. You have an effectiveness with the cost attached to it, because when you have an opponent like Russia, which is not Taliban or first and second Gulf War Iraqi army or Libyan army or Syrian army, it goes into the industrial level, the economy level.
Yes.
And there it's the cost effectiveness. The effectiveness.
That's why the T-72 tanks is the best tanks for this war.
And in that term, in that paradigm, those fab bombs with the dumb bomb with a simple kit attached on it is incredible.
And
It's
I'm going to
amazing.
tell you something.
It could be
Just
as
going to confirm what you said. It's about the U.S. industry and the Russian industry. In 2020, U.S. decided to renovate all the old Bradley and create a new kit, a new version of the Bradley. So they decided to spend for each Bradley $4.2 million. Okay, on those you have a new and better version of the Bradley. Well, but you need the old Bradley to convert him to a new Bradley. Okay. At the same time, the Russian Ministry of Defense bought new, okay, so new, not using old part, but totally new BMP3. And the cost for each BMP3 was 1.9 million. Okay, the Bradley new version is certainly way better than the BMP3 modernized, but not 3 times better. That would be stupid to think that. And it's the same thing, it's what you said.
Before Vaughn is going to react, I just going to say to you, Shadowy, quantity is always better than quality. Vaughn?
Most of the time, yes, not all the time.
It still is.
well to what RL was saying. I mean, it is probably a real simple kit. You got somebody that welds together a frame. Maybe somebody makes the wings, but I mean, I almost think literally they just strap the Russian version of a data link to or Starlink to the top. You know,
I
it's
think
like a
you're
metal
making a
frame.
mistake.
It's like you take the metal frame, the wings, strap a Starlink to it, strap it to a bomb. You're good to go. It's all probably less than $10,000 a copy. Probably the most expensive thing is the GPS system.
Von, you're making a mistake. That was the first fab bomb. I'm pretty sure that the 2 days for the fab bomb, they have a robo machine who are building everything. And there is a very efficient factory who are building them.
Oh
at
yeah,
an
I'm just
equivalent
saying,
rate.
like for an example,
was the first
it
one,
could be
okay?
as simple as
But the 2
slapping a
days one,
Starlink box
I
on it.
think they are very industrial process.
Is that
them.
like giving and the example of the window frame, an aluminium window frame? There's a fucking big machine that makes the same profile. It's continuously making the same profile. It's pushing, it's pressing
Yeah,
the
it's
same
just
profile.
extruded. It's an
Getting-
extruded aluminum frame.
Yeah,
Exactly. And you have a robot who takes the part, put
exactly.
them on.
It goes very fast.
No, I mean just the whole kit and all. It's probably just a simple frame like that, and then some cheaply made satellite box they strap to the top to control it, and that's it. It's nothing.
And to create a production line, an efficient production line, you need a simple product. So the most difficult thing was to create the simple product, and then you create the production line. And then you are very efficient.
But why can't they jam?
They might use in their gliding system, GPS system, they might use the same as we have in our smartphones. Little chips, which are Baidu compatible, GPS compatible, GLONASS compatible, Galileo compatible, or something. And
I think they use the 11 that only make GLONASS.
Typical data from GLONASS system because it's Russian, but for the rest, to know where it is and where it should go, it can use multiband GPS.
RL, they maybe have a contract with Huawei that is forbidden to be used in the United States and Europe. They had a contract with Huawei from China, and they buying this old cell phones, and they're using some
I think they have a contract with a Chinese firm to buy the puce, the chip, at a very low price in a huge quantity, and that's all. I will say by train 7 days later.
But why can't they jam it? That would be really easy to jam.
I mean, think about it too. Weren't they using balloons or something, or some kind of system where they had transponders along the front? So couldn't they send a DRG in if they needed to and set up little repeaters or something if they wanted to follow some?
I'm still thinking, Vaughn. That the drone that is filming everything has something to do with distracting with these fabs. It's like he's directing everything. That fucking drone operator is directing it's like the old school laser pointing system.
Yeah, that could be
laser pointing your target.
I mean, he could sit there and watch all day. Nobody's shooting at him. I mean, hell, like you said, I mean, look at the ones where they fly the Lancets into the MiG-29 or the SU-25. They got the drone flying in to blow it up and the drone watching, and you don't even see a guy with an AK shooting at him. or some dudes in the back of a truck with like a double-barreled 30 cal, 30 millimeter cannon or nothing.
Yeah.
Not even, you don't even see a guy pointing like, "Hey, there's a fucking drone over here."
To mop up the situation, but yes, the infantryman is needed only at the end of the battle.
Sometimes you're believing that thing that you can't really use it that far away, but like close on the trench line, on the defense line of the Russians, they just can't connect their drones on a long cable, and nobody's going to jam that drone because it's directly connected with the ground. I don't know how they do it. We're going to know it after the war. We're going to know it in the future. But Van also say they were able to spot an airfield, a highly protected airfield, and they are able to stay there until the strike even is done.
Yeah, the other thing is too, I mean, they got super zoom cameras and stuff too, so they might not be as close as they look.
No, they're
but
not
still,
going to be
nobody's shooting at them.
You're still there.
I think it's a small drone, and maybe they are doing like the Ukrainian. Maybe they have a special operation team with a very cheap, a very small drone who are just 20 kilometers of the airfield.
I don't know. I'm speaking about
No,
airfields.
they're mostly Orlans, those that do the high, the far, the deep reconnaissance. Those are Orlan drones. They're pretty big, but not very noisy. They have
I think we could all agree that today in Ukraine there should be a lot of Russian secret agent everywhere, basically.
I don't know, but you could think that. You could think that.
Honestly, where to say? If you are the secret service and you want to basically not to be fired, that's the guy in
you really do you know what I'm hoping?
You need to do a lot of work, so.
Do you know the best joke that needs to still happen? I hope it's going to happen, and they did it already at both sides. That one of the F16 pilots actually has a contract with Russia, and once they need to strike, he just go over the border, and Russia is going to land in Russia. Here, Putin, here, F16. Ta-ta!
We are still waiting for the F16 to be in the exposition site in Moscow with the Abrams tanks.
And they
you'll be flat, You'll be flat. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be very ugly. You'll be
that would be
No, they are going to rebuild it just for the exposition, for the convention, for the show.
Emotional damage.
So, if you're gonna have an intact one, what will happen is that the Ukrainian pilot fly towards the front line. They're gonna launch a bomb, and then he just didn't drop, and they just keep flying, and then landed in the Russian airbase. He defected.
Exactly.
Imagine it's going to be.
Imagine they spent 2 years training that guy, and he defects.
Don't forget, there is still a rumors that the Russian basically bought on the black market two Kaiser system.
Has anyone heard if they've offered bounties? I mean, I know they offered a bounty on the F16, but like a bribe to pilots, like, hey, if you fly an F16 and land in Russia, we'll give you $1 billion or
something very important.
I'm sure they did.
Ukrainian sold to the black market an aircraft carrier. You know the story. The Chinese aircraft carrier was sold at the first part to the Korean shipyard to be dismantled. And on sea, it changed identity and magically become a Chinese aircraft carrier. The Ukrainian sold to the black market an aircraft carrier. Understand that?
Yeah.
That's the
masterpiece.
Well, Paul,
yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Oh, an F16. Oh, that's nothing.
Hey, bro. Paul is challenging you to a naked battle.
I meant for it
No
also.
way. And who knows? Maybe they'll have F-22s flying as blocking forces for the F-16s.
yeah, I'm pretty sure they're not going to try that.
I would imagine Zelensky
to be with Chinese balloon, you know.
I would imagine Zelensky will be very, very paranoid if Russia publicly announced that, okay, we're going to offer X amount of money to the Ukrainian pilot that give up the F-16, including citizenship and free house and everything, all
you know what's going to happen, Wyatt?
If Russia does that and Zelensky's paranoid enough,
the train is going to Russia.
No, but think about it. If the Russians did that and Zelensky's paranoid enough and he doesn't let them fly because he doesn't trust them, that's as good as shooting them down. They don't even have to worry about it now.
Because if I
Imagine
put-
the Ukrainian air defense are going to follow the F16.
I already about the F16s. I think they work with Google Maps because you're not allowed anymore to see Google Maps. Like here, I am checking Google Maps on Ukraine. I have also the war line of Ukraine, the front on my Google Maps, and you just can't see the traffic jams. You know, the roads on green or red. Or
Dude, Google
orange.
Maps still shows Bakhmut like pristine and
Yeah, I
Avastal.
know, but you need to. I was just wondering, can I find a piece of like 3 kilometers long on Google Maps that is closed on the highway? It's like not so far away of some storage hangars, you know, to see like they're using that probably as but you can't see nothing, so they already blocked that one, so you can be very sure.
Imagine how many
using
people are going
highways.
to know about the F16. There is what 2,000 people who know where they are going to be, and 2,000 people. There is of course a Russian spy. They are going to know where they are.
No, it's easier
I'm
than
sure
that,
of it.
Shadowy. And they did that like with the first turtle tank. The Russians were bragging with the turtle tank. They were showing videos, and then they showed the storage where he was in it. And Ukraine say, "Aha, we know that place. Let's bomb it." And they bombed it, and they hit the turtle tank. You just need to wait to one stupid
That
mechanic
was
of
the
an
thing with the
F16
foreign fighters.
posting
I mean, you don't even have to wait. I mean,
Yeah,
they might park the F-16 in a barn of the Russian spy and not even know it.
yeah.
You know, that's how bad it could be. I mean, that's how bad it's going to be there because
And the
literally
one
you
is
don't
going to
know
and to have the
who you
closing
can trust.
to disappear. Hop, away.
You know what's
reminds
the
me
most
of the
crazy
first
video
half
I'm
year of the
waiting
war.
for to see? You know what's the most crazy video I'm waiting to see? Growling Sidewinder, as that YouTuber that flying DCS, I posted already 2 videos. One, he's fighting against F16, one F16, so dogfights, and then another one when he's flying the Sukhoi 35, attacking 2 F16. So he managed to destroy at long distance or pretty close distance these 2 F16s, and then he found the AWACS, and he flew to the AWACS, flew next to it, shoot it down like. I shut it down, and he followed the AWACS crashing down until it barely hit the ground. It was an amazing video. I need to see that over the Black Sea because we're already spotting KC 135s for the water reconnaissance, so the Navy reconnaissance.
Mr. Lambo, if you like this test,
the Americans.
That's too much. I mean, you'll see a drone shot down before they mess with any kind of planes.
I know, but
Atishri is a Rafale pilot, ex-Rafale pilot, and he was instructor, so he's very high level, and he's playing DCS with old revenge against other DCS players, and he destroys them every time. It's impressive. A professional military pilot with DCS is invincible, basically.
Was it Atishri?
Atishri, yes.
Yeah.
I saw one with a Raphael pilot, and it was like he got beat like the first 1 or 2 rounds, but that was just because he was figuring out the controls. But once he figured out how the plane performed in the game, he fucking took the dog shit out of it.
His setup is a small laptop with just a simple joysticks and just the keyboard of the laptop for the control.
Or even
it's very funny. And all the DCS players, they have a lot of stuff, things everywhere, multi-screen, virtual reality, and things like that, and they are destroyed every time.
What's up, Paul?
Hey, Paul.
Hello. I wanted to say that the problem with F-15 that is a multi-purpose plane, so he can carry nuclear. That's why the Russians say. And also the most important problem because the Ukrainians do not have mean to use F-15 in their own country, so they might use Romania airports or Polish airports. So this is a very big problem.
No, they're never going to do that. The escalation is going to be too big. They've been spotted for the first time in Lviv. They've been spotted in Lviv.
Who allows that is going to be military target immediately.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Lambo.
Yeah, so they've been spotted first time in Lviv. So it's behind Kiev, so between Kiev and Romania. If I'm
no, it's near Poland.
Oh, near Poland, yeah, it's almost the same. No, I'm joking. But they've been spotted in Lviv, so they are of course behind Kiev. They're not going to be placed on an airfield or on a highway in front of Kiev. The range of So an F16 with auxiliary tanks is capable to do 860 kilometers go and 860 kilometers back. So the range I calculated from Lviv, they can reach. I think they can reach Kharkov.
No,
I measured that.
You are right with the mathematics, but you forget that if you take those tanks, you don't take bombs.
Ah, of course, but with base, so the full weight of the plane width, so included the auxiliary tanks. After a while, if the tanks are empty, they're going to drop it. So you're going to be lighter and
said that
extend the range by
military
weight
range of the F16 is 400 kilometers.
I mean, you got to figure this: the F16, the standard loadout for Ukraine will probably be a fuel tank.
That means with when you put bombs, you put air defense on the missile. With the military package, you could go 400 kilometers and come back and make your mission basically.
I mean, if you think about a standard loadout for Ukraine, realistically, they'll probably have a centerline fuel tank, probably, let's say, 2 Storm Shadows, maybe 2 Sidewinders, maybe 2 AMRAAMs, or maybe just 2 Sidewinders. And that's about it. They're going to take off. They're going to shoot those missiles. They're going to have a couple missiles for self-defense, and that's it.
But Vaughn, the one that was spotted in Lviv, where you have that building and you have the plane, that one had the 2 auxiliary tanks.
Yeah, but it might have flown from somewhere. That's why. But I'm just saying, once they start using them in Ukraine, the loadout, depending on where they fly out from, they'll probably just carry 2 cruise missiles or something, and then a couple self-protective missiles, and that's it. And they'll take off, shoot them, and land.
I think they're going to do actually almost the same job as the Sukhoi 24. And the Sukhoi 24 was only a bomber. It couldn't even defend himself. The Russians will do differently.
So they say they got AMRAAMs, but they're not going to go out into AMRAAM range and try to shoot at fighters. That's too dangerous.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they'll probably just shoot cruise missiles and fly home, and that's it. And if somebody chases them, they got a Sidewinder and AMRAAM. They can fire off, and that's
photos they're going to make. Yeah. They're going to take a lot of photo too. And it's very important for mobile.
Yeah.
And they're going to fly at low altitude above Lviv to show that they are there.
Yeah, I think it's for that. It's just for the photo. It's the main purpose.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the first air defense alert. They are going to shoot one of them by accident, like everybody do in this kind of situation. So.
Yeah.
I think they gonna use the plane for the new offensive, for the new Ukrainian offensive. I think they will do another offensive.
With what?
With what? I'm going to try something stupid, but
what are they going to have an offensive with?
You have nothing.
They're going to push back near Kharkiv, the Russian, but it's useless.
You're muted. But you're muted. But anyway, from my understanding, the Ukrainians, every single effective, those good battalions and brigades are all undermanned. They are all way below their full size. They are all a fraction of their supposed size. So that's why I don't follow the units, because the units are all devastated. You're talking about like 25%, 30%.
I mean, look at the
one, maybe 40%.
7.
Yeah, that's mainstream narrative.
What's left of them?
What?
Western mainstream narrative. I mean,
the mainstream is confused.
They like manpower, which is the #1 most important thing to do anything in war, is to have the manpower, and they lack equipment. How can they go into offensive or counter-offensive, because everything about Ukraine is counter?
I think they will do another offensive.
Okay.
I don't see why. Just look at the mapping, how many ground the Ukrainians is losing. They are not ready for an offensive. They're going to do stupid things. That's it.
Offensive with the Ukrainian tactics, not with NATO tactics. They do offensive with NATO tactics, and the Russian slaughter them. So I think they're gonna do an offensive.
But they're doing only NATO tactics.
When and where?
Do they have any brigades training in Europe?
In the Northeast.
Of course,
do they have any brigades training in Europe?
Of course they have, but they want to stop that by the reason, and I think Shadwin need to know it because he certainly showed the video of Atish Wetz. He explained that the French want to put some trainers in Ukraine, and the only reason is because all these guys have been trained in Europe, in the United States. A lot of these military Ukrainians are going to ask political asylum, so they're fleeing the training camp and they're going to the embassy of something to ask political asylum.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you something. If you're on a United States Army base as getting trained, you say I want political asylum, you're going to get laughed at. That's not going to happen.
Yes, but
the only thing you can do is run away, and then you're a Ukrainian that might speak English running around Georgia or some shit trying to blend in. And Georgia, America, not Georgia, in the Caucasus.
Oh, please, come on.
But
so my real
Vaughan, what if you're sorry?
So my real objective view of there will be another counteroffensive. Like, yes, I do feel that with what? No, but they will do one more. There's a high chance that there's a lot of training in Europe, and it's all hidden. Nobody talks about it. Maybe in Ukraine as well. So they are definitely training troops, but they will definitely try again. There is still no promised Abrams tank that is not here. There is still all the Leopard ones are missing. They promised a lot of Leopard ones.
I think we're up to at least 17 destroyed or damaged M1s out of the original 31 now. At least 17 or close to it. So it's over half.
And then they bought a lot of those CV90. Is it called CV90? So they definitely is planning one big one, but then this big one will likely fail horribly as well. It's going to likely get devastated in worse than the Zaporizhzhia offensive because the Russians have new capabilities that they don't have in early 2023. So, but they will try, and it will be the last try, and most likely it will fail, and then we will probably see massive political collapse across Europe. Because I think a Ukrainian failure will cause a lot of problems in Europe. But anyway, who's next? I think it's Toby, right? Toby tried to say something.
I was just going to ask because I didn't realize it was on. Have you guys talked about Sergeant Cirillo reporting on the head of the armed?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Yeah, that one. Sarah did fucking. What the fuck happened? I saw that one.
This blows my mind. I think it's really, really interesting, and it will have long-term implications. And the reason is that guy is a sergeant in the Ukrainian armed forces, and he has now gone around the chain of command. And he has basically said that the head of the armed forces is a criminal and needs to be replaced. The thing is, in the army, there's a thing called military law, or there isn't, right? And if there isn't, then an army turns into an armed group of rabble very quickly, right? Which is why you tend to have military law and military police and so on. And it blows my mind that a sergeant can do that and not end up in the brig. And not end up charged, even if they get found guilty after a big political investigation.
I think it proves that Ashton Cirillo is with the SBU. That's why he's protected, because you can't talk shit like that.
That doesn't matter. You're talking about the head of the army here, right? And my point is this, right? I think it's nearly certain that that guy is a CIA asset, which is why he feels safe. But the point is this. Think about the officer corps of the Ukrainian army, because we're talking about counteroffensives and so on. Think of the morale in the officer corps if they're watching a foreign sergeant in their army do whatever and take down the top guy, right? And there's no law, there's no charge, there's no procedure. What happens to morale? What happens to the command structure? I find this fascinating. It's also desperate stuff.
Like Sarah was involved in Zaluzny going away, and now Sarah's involved in Syrskyi. It's like whoever replaces him, when they don't succeed because it's not possible, then little Ashton's going to go out there and say, oh, so-and-so is compromised and so-and-so is influenced by foreigners. It's like Toby's saying, how's that shit playing when you got a transgendered foreigner NCO with no experience on the front line calling
Well,
out
who else
dudes.
can do it? Who else can
No, no,
call
no.
out the top guy? What's the,
You
what's
guys
the
need
list of
go wide,
people?
go.
there's a bigger there's a bigger problem that we need to resolve, you know, about this issue. Is it a she or a he, or is it a it?
It's
It's definitely an
I'd say it's a
I
dude now.
but I think
I watched the video of
She betrayed herself himself.
Check out the balls on it.
She have the
right?
long she have the long hair, and then after
Balls on the
that
cheeks,
she cut
Toby.
the short hair and say that now she have a girlfriend.
Now
No,
she's
which
he
I'm not sure
and
if it's a
he.
girl because I cannot assume it's gender. So we need
Sergeant
to go
Zer.
into this deep hole.
Well,
No?
yeah.
Let's talk about gender.
She's going to. She's
I'm
going
calling
to.
them. I'm
Wait,
calling
Ariel had
them
a finger.
Monsieur,
Come on.
Monsieur, Madame.
No, but
C'est
I had.
appliqué Monsieur, Madame.
Call them
it's going-
legion.
It's going to. Come on, guys.
Gentlemen.
I'm going to end
Come
up.
on.
It's going to end up like Spock, but no. Just to be serious, Toby, I'm not going to be staggered if I'm going to see in 2 weeks' time a message that Sarah Ashton died by a car accident in the mountains of. Where do you have mountains in Ukraine somewhere? Do you have
I mean, think about it. She took
Why
down
skiing
Gonzalo
is there,
Lira. She
thought
took
she was
down
an American.
Zaluzny. She's in the process of taking down Sersky. She's protected.
You
I think he is in America right now, but I'm not 100% sure. But in
the
any
pink
case,
in the back of Ukraine.
in any case, it's a remarkable eventuality, and it hints at like massive problems at the officer corps of the Ukrainian army. And I don't see how you mount another massive counteroffensive when you've got that kind of atmosphere going on. Because if you remember the previous counteroffensive, there were a lot of true believers. Like the Mercs we saw really believed in it. I think the officer corps believed in NATO. They thought they were going to get it done. Any new offensive is going to be a totally different affair. And there's going to be all kinds of side eye from all kinds of people to all kinds of other people. It's going to be like, it'll be something to witness if you're a fly on the wall.
But
I mean, think about later on, real quick. Think about later on. I mean, she calls out these high-ranking officers and gets them removed or dealt with. What's going to happen later on in the war when there's a commander who's beloved by his troops, who made the right call and saved his men, and she shits on him and, you know, demands he's arrested or fired, and the men are sent back to the front and shit like that? I mean, this motherfucker's getting away with a lot of shit that wouldn't fly anywhere else at all.
I can't believe what I can't believe Toby what he's saying about Sarah is in the United States. If you say something like that in Ukraine, I never believe they're not going to try to kill it or to put away. That microwave is in the United States.
Well, you'd have a case to answer before a military court, regardless. Even if you won it, you'd still have to answer a case in a military court. That's what I find so bizarre about the whole thing. It could be that guy is just crazy and just like, you know, roams the halls and everybody just ignores him because he's a creature and like he just does crazy stuff on Twitter. Could be that.
For people who are not in the military before, you know, sergeant is a freaking low rank. You are nobody, you know. Sergeant, I'm a first sergeant. No,
it's the lowest rank.
Nobody. You are so low rank. You are like.
It's the lowest.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, a sergeant might be able to call out a second lieutenant or a lieutenant because he might have more time in the army, so he might know a little bit more. But even then, a captain or a senior NCO to him might come up and say, "Hey, you know, you were right, but there's a time and a place and a way to do it." And that's what's weird about this whole thing. This motherfucker's like, you know,
even
doing whatever.
Even for a new officer like a second lieutenant, you know, for a sergeant to, you know, disrespect, you are taking a huge risk. You know, you are going to go to, you know, the detention barracks.
The other thing about it that's interesting, he said that Zelensky has to step up. So this individual, this American strange individual, has now pitted the president against the head of the army in a conflict, right?
Again.
And so if Zelensky doesn't get rid of him, Zelensky's tarnished with the same accusations. This is an amazing development. This sergeant, this American sergeant over there, has just created a scenario where Ukraine can't possibly win. If Zelensky gets rid of Sersky because the allegations are true, well, then that's a disaster. And there's no law in the military because sergeants can now squeal and tell tales on the head of the army and anybody in between them, which is everybody, right? And so then your officer corps aren't going to want to fight anymore because they're not in an army, they're in a like HR department. And if Zelensky backs up his general, well, then he's tarnished with this accusation of corruption by a trusted source. It's all kinds of bizarre and weird. It's fantastic.
Do we know for sure if he's even in Ukraine or if he's just wearing a uniform, doing a green screen and making these accusations and reports, like somewhere in
went
Europe?
back to America a while ago and had a shave and probably got debriefed.
Can I just say that it's pretty rich that this creature is foreigner creature is there like accusing foreign intervention in the Ukrainian army. But another thing interesting is that the head of supposedly she works for GUR, right? And we've seen a lot of backtracking in the Western countries, especially in US from Ukraine. So, and since the tension in Middle East is like really steaming up and it's about to break out into some type of catastrophe, maybe it's the way for the US to nuke the project in Ukraine. They're just going to nuke it like that, you know, and fuck it so we can focus on the Middle East that's about to blow up.
And imagine the shit show. Imagine the shit show of Zelensky, sacking Sersky, and then ask Zelensky to come back, and then Zelensky immediately filed for refugee status in UK. It's like no, call me out. I'm not gonna go back.
Imagine Wyatt that Sarah is busy talking like in a live interview, and suddenly the blue screen of the green screen is falling over, and you see him in a gay bar.
They won't post it. No, they won't post it unless that's live. No, they won't post it.
Live. It's still live.
How could you tell? He might just be in Paris.
Paul. I wanted to say is better that he's a sergeant because if he was a general, that means he has information inside the army. So if a sergeant speak, that doesn't matter. It's matter if a general speak. And also, I wanted to say that person is not a military because he don't stay and fight in the trenches. And about the Iranian, I think we must talk about the Middle East because the Russian go to Iran with the Marsmark system. So I think if the US want to start a fight in Iran, Iran is gonna be the proxy for the Russians. So I don't think it's very good. I think it's a very big problem there.
Upgrade is next. Just now he raised his finger. Like he got bored.
Yeah. Hi guys. Hope you're doing fine. Yeah. Definitely some strange things happen. Toby, you're right. How can whatever? I mean, like anyway, it's a shit show there. So we just see that right now everything falls apart. Like. I mean, it's not for no reason that he started to say the word negotiation when he was previously saying that he can't do negotiation and stuff like that. So, I mean, when you see the front line, it's catastrophic at the moment, and it will just go even worse with the time. So I think, like I said, they want to hold it as long as they can until the election and hope that maybe Democrat gets in and maybe they can get some new deal going on for another year, but it's pretty dire now in Ukraine. So yeah, I don't see that it will go as long as some NATO guys were saying, like 10 or 15 years. I don't know who was first, Toby or
Stop calling the asterisk New York Sarah. His name is Michael.
That's RL next.
So,
Okay,
so the name is Michelle.
Michael.
Michelle.
RL, you're muted.
Yeah, RL, you're muted.
RL, he's so unreliable, that guy. Yeah.
Wait. Thank you. Upgrade. You began to say it's what the word you were using when you began.
Shit show.
Yeah, shit show. It's degrading. I thought that you were talking about the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics.
That too, man. Don't worry.
I
You
really
saw it,
thought
man. You saw it. You saw it. What I said, you know.
and I think this is the what the Paris Olympic opening ceremony showed. This is the core pantonym of what is actually the Western world, and it translates into the war in Ukraine and how the war in Ukraine is waged in the Western side. You talk about Sarah Cirillo as potentially or certainly a CIA asset. Ukraine, the country, the government is controlled directly by United States. You have in each ministry, each political structure, administration structure of Ukraine, a guy from United States who was brought in there and granted Ukrainian nationality to become a member of the state apparatus. They made it since 2014. After Maidan, they even brought Saakashvili, granted him Ukrainian nationality to become mayor of Odessa. Yes. They brought their assets from Caucasus, their assets from United States, granted them with Ukrainian nationalities and placed them into the administration and political structure of Ukraine.
Hi, it's me, Sarah on DPA. How do you do, guys?
Just yeah. It's just for media when you see Ukrainians member of parliament, but you don't see the people who are inside the administrative structure of the country.
Yeah, but getting to RL2, if I can rip off this is interesting.
What do you guys think about the male Algerian boxer beating a woman in the Olympics?
Western values and warm puppies. I think Gabriel might be onto something, because think about the peace. We're talking about the peace process. Russia's pretty clear about what they want. They want a Ukraine that's out of NATO. That's a bottom line. Like, there's not going to be any peace while Ukraine's talking about being in NATO. That's a fundamental issue. And practically speaking, if Ukraine is run by a government that has no aspirations towards NATO, it's going to be a very different government for all the reasons that RL said. All of these Americans are going to have no place there because all their contacts are in NATO. And so if the West wants peace, if America does want, like Gabriel said, to cut and run, focus somewhere else, like in the Middle East, then they're going to have to agree to Russia's primary term, which is that, okay, we give up on Ukraine. And so this is why it's kind of interesting. Gabriel might actually be right about the Cirillo thing. This might be America basically saying, you know what, we're calling time on this. This is nonsense. This is a massive waste of money and we're not going to win and we've got other fish to fry. And okay, we give up. Because in order to have peace, they basically have to give up. They have to give up all these people RL was talking about, all these Americans that are in the administration. Because, and they basically also have to give up the whole country as well. And this is probably also why there's conflict going on about the head of the army. Imagine the conversations that must be going on in the army when Zelensky's saying, yeah, okay, we're going to have to talk with Russia. Because everybody in Ukraine knows that if there's going to be peace, there's no NATO. And so there's going to be a massive change of regime. So, yeah, I don't know. I think the peace conference is, if it goes ahead, if the Russians take it seriously, if everyone takes it seriously, that's because America has said that they're giving up. Because otherwise there won't be a peace conference. It'll just be a farce like last time.
can I just like flesh out a bit my point on that? Because there's a sum up of events that are colliding into the situation. Like, on one hand, you have this very unpopular war in the U.S., which is Ukraine war. It's super unpopular. People are all wondering what the fuck. So a Middle Eastern war is something that might rally up most of the country. You remember the 9/11 and our patriotism and all that. We should go back to that and like go kill some sad niggers. It was really fun. Let's do it again. Okay, so that's like a bet that they kind of might be making for the like disaster that they have in their domestic politics. They can like do the math and think that it's much more politically expedient to go bash some Arabs than to be there spending money on a losing project in Ukraine. And the best way for them to do that without losing face, without like saying, "Oh, we surrender because we lost," is to let Ukraine's government collapse, and so, oh, okay, we can't do anything about it because these people are too corrupt and too bad, too stupid, too Soviet for us to help them. So maybe next time. And so that would be like the best way out, to just let Ukrainian government throw a wrench in it, let it collapse, and they can wash their hands like, oh, we did all we could. What's done is done.
No idea. Wait, I'm going to ask her opinion. Sarah, what do you think about the poll? Fuck you guys! You fucking assholes! Voilà, that was her opinion.
Take it off us.
Europe is lost.
I lost it. Sorry, guys.
Lambo is so happy.
It's
So he
either
took one for the
shadowy
team,
or
so-
I like to
upgrade.
play the microwave, you know, Wyatt. I love
Upgrade
to
first,
play
I think.
the microwave. You can change the programs easily.
No, go first, Shadowy. I will go after you.
Okay.
I'm
I
done.
wanted to complete what you were saying earlier, Toby. I think the main issue is going to be Odessa. Basically, the total victory for the Russia is going to get Odessa at the end of the war, and the partial victory will be to get what they have actually. And I'm pretty sure that if Trump wants a very quick peace, he is going to cede Odessa to the Russian. And for that, I'm not sure he's going to be able to make that a victory for NATO. So I don't think it's possible to have a quick peace, whatever happens. Even if the USA decided to stop helping the Ukrainian army or the Ukrainian government, the war is going to continue.
Yeah,
I just want to
I
highlight,
agree.
thank you to the Iranian Putin for
Thank
the
you,
super chat
Iranian
and of
Putin.
course the gifted membership.
He's
Lambo,
a
you
great
got
guy,
one,
that
you
was.
got free gift too from. Yep. So I think it's upgrade, right?
Yeah, I agree with Shadowy. I think that for the US it's even worse if the entire Ukraine collapses. So I think they will try to find a way in between, like I don't know, maybe give him Putin some regions, you know, and call it like, oh, they didn't take all the land, so and they had huge casualties, and we did fight for democracy, and look, they was not taken by a dictator, and so on and so forth. So I'm not so sure that the US will go out like completely like they did in Afghanistan and just do a second Afghanistan 2.0. And let's see, because Trump is not elected yet. I mean, like, Kamala is still somebody who you should take not in a literary point, but I mean, like, she's still an opponent, right? She still has the Democratic base behind her, and there is a surge now. You can clearly see that it's not going to be a catwalk. It's going to be difficult. I think it could be that you can win. I'm not so sure about it that Trump is going to be an easy win, because they're going to hide everything.
Oh,
she said.
shit.
I'm
He needs
telling
to
you,
eat some
I'm telling you
chocolate.
one. I'm telling you one. Don't be so sure about it. Don't be so sure about it. That reminds me a little bit Hillary when she went against Trump, and then you
That's
get
fine. You'll all be speaking
everything
Russian then,
inside
so
your
whatever.
face, and then
And
you
you could
cry.
have some stupid guy who could try to kill
Yeah,
her.
maybe, I'm not
So
talking about killing. I'm just talking about that maybe some people just don't want Trump in power, you know, and that's why they're gonna do everything they can. So they're gonna put
Oh yeah,
they
they
have
will.
been,
I agree. But I
they
mean,
have been working.
I'm just saying, like with
not
the peace deal, that's the thing. You don't know what Trump's going to do, and he may give away. I mean, think about it.
He said it clearly.
If he can save part of Ukraine and give away Odessa and Transnistria, and the Russians didn't take all of Ukraine, like you said, you know, I saved people. I mean, like I said before, I think it's going to be a deal where the Trump and Putin can both say they got something in one, or you know, saved face, and then they'll both be like, with Ukraine, you know, they'll do whatever they want after that. That's the problem.
I think there's two major questions there, like to see if it's viable or not. One is like if the deep state is really like capable of tolerating Trump. Like they already try to kill him. Someone, we don't know who, but some investor from BlackRock had a lot of stock to dump from Truth Social and other Trump corporations. So we know that something was behind that shit, and so someone might be really seriously trying to avoid Trump entering into the presidency. And like I'd pay attention if I were a USAian. I'd pay attention to what the polling is saying, because like the polling is probably totally fake that says that Kamala is going ahead of Trump, but if they consistently tweak the polling in her favor, they can justify stealing the election again, which is
Someone's
what they did
steal
last.
it. It's not going to steal itself.
So like if they make enough media like gaslighting to make it conceivable that she can win, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to make it conceivable that she can win, which is completely inconceivable. But if they make it conceivable, then they can just use the same trick they used last time and just fake it all up. So that's one thing. And my point about that with Ukraine is that like if they want to wrap it up, it's probably not Trump that's wanting to wrap. If they're wrapping it up now, it's not Trump. It's not anticipating Trump's presidency. It's just doing the math that this is a very bad like situation for the elected designated next president. You know, it's if the whole situation, the economy is going in recession. The Ukraine project is falling apart, and the Middle East is burning on fire, and China is beating them in every aspect of industry and finance. It's really hard to make the case that American people really want the project again. So the only hope there, if someone's really serious about not letting Trump in, is to like create a massive distraction with a Middle Eastern war. A massive distraction, like gaslight all of the population at once, and like push the fake narrative of Kamala's popularity enough for it to be a reasonable doubt of a stolen election. So that's my view on it.
The thing is Trump's not president right now. Like you said, they're trying to end the war and have peace. And the thing is the Russians aren't interested. I mean, I've said it before. I think the Russians feel like they have a window till the election to get as much as they can. So there's no peace deal that's going to happen before Trump's elected, if there's a peace deal at all. Because they pretty much already said they have no one to talk to. They're not going to talk to him. They don't trust him. So they've got till October 31st to wrap it up as much as they can before they might have to talk to somebody about a deal.
My turn. No.
Sorry.
We are in a new world, in a new geopolitical reality. when the Russians are saying, yeah, we are open for discussion, it doesn't mean they are open for a deal. The Russians have stated what's their actual goals. The forward blast and get out of there entirely.
No,
That's what they have stated, and
they
that's
won't
the
have
bare
Ukrainian.
minimum, and that's the bare minimum the Russians will accept as a deal. That's
I
the
think
bare
it was the
minimum they will
yesterday deal.
accept. And if the West refuse, maybe
Well, that's
those
the whole point.
objectives
They can
will
keep going.
change and go bigger, wider, more further, maybe. But it will be costly for Russia. And,
We're going to talk about
and
Iran.
the Americans and Uncle Sam who are controlling Ukraine directly doesn't care, really. At least a part of the so-called deep state doesn't care to the last Ukrainian. And you have some parts represented by
For
Lindsey
Wyatt's
Graham
energy drinks, because he's always tired.
Oh, please, Wyatt. And showing a map of Ukraine of the amount of resources of each region of Ukraine. And about the offensive, because they are sending many CV-90, now they have F16. Maybe not. Maybe no offensive. They will keep that to make it longest as possible for the Russians. And when the Russians attain their objective or something, in case of a deal, you will see a western part of Ukraine with F-16s ready to enter NATO. It doesn't matter how many Ukrainians die.
But they
It
never
doesn't
going
matter. They are expendable.
Yeah.
And they totally control every aspect of the decision making in that country. Go on.
I can see a deal being made, like a really good deal for America, which is that they get to keep their puppet regime in Saudi Arabia and Russia get to keep Ukraine. Because we haven't spoken about the Iran situation in the Middle East, but strategically, the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, if it wants to protect its strategic interests, the biggest blow that it could deal to the West is to overthrow the Saudi regime and unify the Middle East as part of the global South. This is this new geopolitical reality you're talking about, RL. That's the prize. And the West is on shaky ground. We're seeing this week that Putin is now giving ISR to Yemen, and who knows what kind of weapons are going to go along with that, which allows them to shut down traffic through the Red Sea. If a deal is there to be made, it is that Trump gets to keep Saudi Arabia as an ally and NATO get out of Ukraine. Because I think that would, I mean, that's what I'd do if I was China or Russia. I would want to fight a proxy war in the Middle East.
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't understand what you are talking, Toby. Really, I don't understand. The Eastern Bloc, represented by China, India, Russia, SCO, you talk about, are wanting to have a project of changing Saudi Arabia. Really, I don't understand that.
You don't understand
I'm aware of a plan made by Uncle Sam of redrawing the map in the Middle East.
If the oil reserves of the Persian Gulf,
yes, I'm aware of that, but really, I
if the oil
don't
reserves
understand.
all right, I'll explain it. It's pretty simple.
Yeah,
If the oil reserves of the Persian Gulf,
because I will explain my point of view according to what I see as being the most probable, which is the total inversion of what you stated. It's not the Eastern Bloc that wants Saudi Arabia to be changed. It's the Western Bloc, and especially Uncle Sam, That's why you saw Saudi Arabia, which is, you can say, a puppet state that needs US protection to survive. Maybe, yeah. But has decided to enter the BRICS and to play
You're
with
talking
their
about
rules
who
and
owns the
their
oil
way of
to
doing
exploit
things.
the oil reserves.
Yeah.
Are
And in that point of view, you can easily understand the Israeli context war, where the Russians, even if they want to have good relations with Saudi Arabia, are ready to help Iran, which helped them in the actual war in Ukraine. I think you have the confrontation between the Eastern Bloc and the Western Bloc in the Middle East. And now each of those countries have kind of to choose what they will do, either with one or two, or try to be not too much involved.
Yes, but my point about the strategic importance of the Persian Gulf is, if Saudi Arabia and Iran are both part of the SCO, both firmly part of BRICS, right, and trading with India, Russia, China, and the rest of the SCO, and there's more people in that than outside it. If Saudi Arabia goes over to there and all of the oil reserves of the Persian Gulf go to that, then the OECD nations have got a massive problem. And not only that, a huge number of American petroleum corporations lose their shirt, right? And so that's a strategic disaster for the West to lose economic control of the Persian Gulf oil completely. And if you think about the amount of oil that Russia's got, if they've got the whole of the Persian Gulf and Russia, and they've got Venezuela, they've got nearly all of it. So that's why it's such a geostrategic prize. And that's why a proxy war is on the cards. Because apart from anything else, the Saudi regime is weak. And so this is like, I can definitely see the West being dragged into the Middle East to prop up Saudi Arabia just to protect their geostrategic interests. In fact, I think that's way more likely than an escalation of Ukraine or indeed war kicking off in Taiwan. I don't think that's likely. But the way Israel's behaving at the moment, I can absolutely see the Marines arriving in Saudi Arabia to protect democracy and warm puppies there.
What democracy in Saudi Arabia?
It's a leading example of freedom, Wyatt.
And pick who is next to speak.
I think Upgrade and Shadowy, but I'm not sure which was first.
Pick one.
Upgrade, because Shadow is French, and the Olympics thing was just unaccepeptable.
You're just jealous because
you're lucky to be allowed on here, Shadowy. Have you apologized on behalf of your people yet? Goodness.
Upgrade too, you know.
Look at Lambo getting railed by Tyson.
Jesus Christ.
Upgrade's a free man. He votes and stuff.
It's the replacement of Sarah Ashton. When she's got killed, it's going to be that one that's going to replace her. It's the microwave.
Oh, I thought that was Michelle Obama. My bad.
Could be, can be also.
Hey guys, we're going completely nuts. No, but Toby, didn't the US lift sanctions to Venezuela to get some oil there to get cheap oil? And you're saying Russia has a lot of oil, but the US has actually also a lot of oil. But because of the Biden administration, these dummies, they block all the permits for new drilling. So if Trump goes in, he said, drill baby drill, right? Bring down the price of gas so the inflation goes down. And that's a good plan. Because if you have cheap oil to sell everywhere in the world, people will start to buy it with the US, because especially the European countries, because then they're not going to have to search around for them dictatorship countries and get their economy also.
Upgrade, you're right. America has a lot of oil, but here's the thing. America uses a lot of oil, right? And so they basically use everything they've got. They could be self-sufficient, but they don't have enough left over to then feed Europe. That's the point, right? If you own the Middle East, and you have Russian oil reserves, Europe's whistling Dixie unless they play your tune. And so that's why it's so geostrategically important. You're right. The US has a lot of oil, but they eat a lot of oil. If you ever look at like consumption and production figures, they're a massive producer, but they're also one of the world's biggest consumers.
Obviously, that's right. I give you that point. But they had huge reserves of oil. But this dummy just took all the oil to make the inflation not go high as it was 9%. Then he started to take everything from the reserve, strategic reserve, and then the price went down. So they had actually under Trump, they were very, very efficient with the oil. They had a huge amount of record and they put on the side, so they could have used this to actually leverage something. But right now, the problem is, like you said, the countries, the BRICS, or I mean, not all the BRICS, but the OPEC countries are all leaning to one direction, and they are dictating the market. So if all these countries obviously go against the West, then obviously we're fucked, because we need oil, we need energy to make things go on in our countries, and
we're in a new reality, that's for sure. We might have to start paying full price for things.
It's like for the European leaders, it's a totally new idea, a new reality, because they're so dumb that they actually thought they could just cut off one of the biggest supplier and nothing gonna happen. You know?
Oh, Europe's done. You can just set fire to Europe and push it into the North Sea. It's finished. Look at it. Look at it. Look at Britain. Look at France. Huh?
It's okay, man. There's
the jewel of the West.
Come on, man. So we also are part of the West. In Australia,
Don't worry,
man.
Wyatt. He's just jealous because we have a lot of gold medals.
Hey! Ole, ole, ole.
Wait, who has 2 medals in cycling? Gold.
Oh, but silver and bronze
real
just behind you, Mr. Lambo. Just behind your ass. You know that.
Sad. It's sad.
Yeah, 1 minute
gentlemen.
34.
It's sad to see. It's sad to
just
see.
behind.
For more
You should be
interesting.
out there on the street fighting for Europe, and you just making fun. What?
The people in Europe, the politicians in Europe, they are not dumb. They are just degenerate.
No, they're Satanists.
And they are selected puppets.
Godless
of
reprobates.
But RL, does it also?
It's way broader.
Can I ask you something, RL? Does it also not have to do?
And talking to baby drill baby, and what the Biden administration has done. If you look at if you see it in very long term, less you drill, more you will drill through time for a longer period of time. But whatever. If United States decide to only focus on its own resources, that's what Donald Trump wants, to not being again involved in outside the natural sphere of United States, which is the American continent and the northern part of it, then that means it's a United States who won't mess with international affairs all around the world. The famous multipolar world, so United States will not be anymore number one. And that's what I think Donald Trump's want. Not because he wants to see United States not anymore number one, but because he wants to United States focus on its own issues, core internal issues.
The reality is, if United States is like what Trump want to do, have a strong manufacturing, which means all the citizens earn a lot of money, then they will continue to become the biggest market in the world. China is not going to overtake it. Their middle class is not rich enough. So the United States, if they go back to what they were in the 80s, 90s, then they will still be the most powerful country in the world. They will still be the most influential country in the world, because that's the biggest market, and they will have ability to dictate in when they go to negotiation with any country. That That, however, why you shake your head? It's true. No, it's true.
No,
They are still
it's
they
wrong.
are
You
the richest market.
began by stating
He's
that
French.
US is the biggest market. And you
The
made the
biggest?
supposition if Donald Trump focus on itself and so on, they will become again the biggest market.
Yeah, that's what I believe so.
I don't believe that. If United States let the rest of the rest of the world without its hands on it, then it will be China, India, Brazil, Russia, Iran, Turkey. All those countries will grab more production capacities, more energy, more resources, especially China. And today, the first market is China. And if United States withdraw from the rest of the world, China will just come and take more resources and make their policies. And the consumer market in China is not dwindling.
Yeah, but they don't import. That's the thing. They
They
only
don't have
export.
to right now to import.
They
And
would
maybe at the second stage, you don't know. We don't know. Maybe they could change their economy because they will have fewer active people and way more elderly people, and then doing what the Americans have done, which is printing money and raising the value of that money because they will be the biggest market.
Maybe.
We will see.
It'll be a bit difficult, very difficult. We shall see. Because I feel that it's a bit hard, like because they in terms of development, they are way behind in terms of like on a per capita basis, way behind the United States during World War II. I would say, like they are not really there. United States ultimately is still very rich. If the people all have jobs, like normal jobs, like pre-COVID, United States will be so rich and so influential just by pure import, the ability to import stuff. Everyone will want to trade with United States. The problem with China is they don't buy stuff. They make everything themselves and they become self-sufficient. Then no one benefits trading with China other than you can buy stuff from them. And it's very hard to, you don't have pulling power. Like you see how Trump can, squeeze Macron into giving up every single strongman words, because they need to export to United States. The moment they say I'm going to raise 200% tariff, then Macron just crumbles.
You have to understand that United States has to offer something. In China, they can offer you not just money, but also a lot of product. And what United States can offer you beside their currency?
Freedom.
Market.
No. You have a market. You come with your product. What can you get besides money, currency?
You can have a vote.
In United States. That's the problem of United States. And to transform that into a productive economy again, with proper infrastructure to support that industry environment, it takes a long time. It's not like that and in 1 year it's done and we produce many things. No, it takes a lot of time. And that lot of time is playing against United States vis-a-vis its competitors or enemies or adversaries. Yeah, upgrade, go on.
Shadow was first, right? And then after I can go.
No, I forget what I wanted to say.
I have just some breaking news.
I think it was Shadowy.
Shadowy forgot what he wanted to say. So Lambo go. Lambo.
Let Shadowy go, then upgrade, then tell us.
He don't know anymore. He's like you sometimes, Ron. Brainless. Look at my picture.
I've been sitting here quietly while you've been fucked by Mike Tyson.
Yeah, I
Just
changed. I
considering that.
prefer to buy a decoy F16. Look at me. Look at my picture. There's an F16 that they used at the press conference with Zelensky. These are decoys. These are not real F16s. You can see on the picture in the red square, you can see a plate with these antenna fins. They are mounted on the nose. Of the real F16, they are integrated. There are a few things. I just read it on the Telegram. If you watch for the guys here on the Top Gun launch on the Watch a Birdie, several channels have now pointed out that the F-16s and the footage posted by Zelensky might be all decommissioned jets likely sent by the US as decoy ground crew training assets or just parts donors. In addition, the absence of technical markings and the 20mm 6-barreled Vulcan cannon and the compartment, the aircraft shown on the ground are equipped with identification, fire, or full EFF antennas characteristic of the F-16 ADF variant used by the US Air Force. However, the first F-16 delivered to Ukraine were Block 10 and models from the Netherlands, which have antennas of different configurations and appearance. On the flying F-16,
Thanks, Lambo.
pilots, the antennas also appear different compared to those on the static display.
Got a link, bro?
Huh?
Have you got a link? Link it for the folks in the comments.
No, because it's on the main launch. It's a post of DD Geopolitics on Telegram. And you can see it, Toby and Top Gun on the main launch. My little serial killer looking guy.
Thank you, man. That's really
You're
great.
welcome. I'm preparing you to
No, you can't, Lambo. I deleted it all. I deleted Top Gun. It sucked.
You can no,
By the
it's
way,
a bad one.
Very quickly, congratulations to Novak Djokovic for winning gold medal.
Yeah, Joko.
Finishing his career slam. Go Joker.
Go Joko.
Why don't you freestyle the balls
Great
winning
stuff.
gold medals?
I attribute that
Last
to
year,
the
third.
lack of a vaccine. No, I think it's
Yeah.
because he didn't take the
He's a
COVID
pure
vaccine.
blood.
Oh no, I'm not pure. I have 3 shots. And I'm supposed to
I just
die by
want to
now.
say
You know?
that
They say that
that
after
F16
3
is
years you
fake.
will die. They say that after you take the COVID vaccine, after 3 years you will die. No, I'm still alive. I'm so a bit disappointed.
Nothing works.
Upgrade.
So yeah, I just wanted to add on something what RL said about European leaders. Obviously, they're degenerated, but it's also the fault of the voters because the voters don't vote anymore for people which they want them to represent or are good for them. They just vote against people who they don't like. So that's why we have the Macrons, the Scholzes, and so on in the West. It's not because the leaders get there in power for no reason. It's because the people are ignorant and get brainwashed by the media to vote against a party who could actually improve your life. And that's the biggest issue now in Europe and in the entire Western world. We can see it in different countries, like in Canada, Trudeau, he is catastrophic, you know. In England, how many prime ministers I had since the war started in Ukraine? I cannot even count. 4 or 5, I don't even know, you know. Yeah, too many. And also to come back to China, what you said, RL, I don't know. The Chinese also need the Americans because the Chinese sell a lot of stuff to the Americans, you know, because they're a consumer market. The Chinese are not so much a consumer market. I don't know, but I've been there and I can tell you, people don't buy so much stuff. They put a lot of money on the side. That's an Asian thing. They because they don't have any retirement packages and stuff like that, like we have in Europe. They need to put money on the side for when they get old. So I don't know if it's gonna happen. Maybe you're right. Maybe in 20 years, China overtakes US, and it's possible, right? But I think that we shouldn't underestimate the US. The US has a lot of power, and if they get on the right track and they do the right decisions for their country, they could easily easily beat everyone, and they will take advantage of the European market because we're in a very deep situation now, especially with the war. They will sell us weapons like crazy. They will make a lot of money. They will sell us a lot of oil and gas, and they will make a lot of money. So I don't know. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but I think it's U.S. has still some good years beforehand, especially if they get elected a good president. I don't know who
Do
was
you
first, Ruby or RL. I don't know.
just
No,
to
I
answer to
was.
what you just said? Yes, you are right. China is dependent on US market, but it's a dual need because everything high tech US is producing is made in China partially or in a big part of it. So it's an interdependence.
Yeah, it is true. So during Trump's years, it's very weird. Trump exert the tariff, they hit China with all the tariff, but the import increased from China because the Americans have more money, so they ended up buying more. So the imports increased. So it was a very weird situation, between China and United States. And in the process, the government earned a lot of tax money. The tariff earned the Americans a lot of money.
And now, if you have United States manufacturing everything it needs himself or in other countries that are under its control, which will have different outcome inside the US society, then you have to compete on world market, and at that game you can't beat China.
Yeah, listen, I don't know if you guys saw on the news that there's a diplomatic conflict between Romania and Ukraine at the moment over oil and gas. So Russia and Gazprom are still exporting a huge amount of gas into Europe and oil as well. And I also saw a news article that had a photo of a tanker at a Russian LNG terminal filling up with liquid natural gas. My point here is, trade is going on in the world because people can see profit opportunities, and this is a reality for Ukraine as well. The trade is going to keep going on, right? The people are going to keep trading whether or not the West wants to impose sanctions because there's money to be made from it. So I don't think it's necessarily like America versus China. I don't think that's how the world works. I think it's more like trading blocks at best. But even then, individual corporations are going to seek out profits regardless of what administrations want them to do. And it's really interesting. If you have a look at American politics right now, there's a lot of American-owned corporations breaking the sanctions regime. So although one part of America might want to prosecute the war in Ukraine, there's another part that don't care and want it to be over so that they can make more money. So I personally think that in the corporate world, things are a lot more complex than just this country or that country. And I think that to some extent, very large states can be doing many different contradictory things at once. They're not sort of like cohesive entities. But anyway.
Nunia voted for Trudeau because he looks good in jeans.
Yeah, I heard that that they actually stopped the oil, I think, to Hungary and Slovenia, if I don't mistake. So that's why they have.
I even saw the Hungary foreign minister. I also saw on Twitter. So it's just a quote that they say that they do not trust the Croatians to be to import their oil through their pipelines because the Croatians increased the tariff previously for the transit. So I don't know what the hell is happening actually. I haven't dig into it. Agree?
Yeah, and I think there was this also this prisoner exchange in Turkey with all these Americans who went back to America and the Russians who went back to Moscow. That was also something interesting because I heard also, I don't know if it was the stock market or something like that, but they they lifted some sanctions, the US, until October for some Russian. I don't know if it was the stock market or something like that, but it's also a sign that I think slowly, like said, behind the closed doors, they see that it's totally unnecessary war and that it's hurting everyone, the entire global economy, and that just help the Ukrainians to not fall and to have problems internally and externally around the world is maybe not that worth, to keep the Ukrainian war going. Because, okay, the goal is to maybe, I don't know, the Americans say to put as much casualties on the Russians so they are not able to do it again, right? So, okay, yes, you do that, but if the inflation is going so high and people can't even, I think in America now the credit card debt is as high as it ever been. And if you know how the Americans are with finances, it's very dangerous. Everything is on credit card. I mean, nothing is almost bought by cash. So I think there is also a problem with the Western world, how we see economics, because obviously you need financing with debt, but if it gets out of control like it is now, it's a big problem. And I think we're gonna have to reset and rethink how we do things, especially on the economic part. It's gonna take some sacrifices and it's gonna be a little bit messy, but I think it would be better to go this route instead of continuing going the crazy route which we actually take right now. It's not sustainable in the long run. One, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just thought it was funny in that exchange that Putin told all the Western hostages that they should go into the witness protection program to be safe. Whereas the Russian hostages, oh, you'll get paid, you're going to get rewards, you're going to get, you're fine. It's just funny, it's just more shit to fuck with them. I mean, the only guy I don't think was a spy was that Marine. I think the Wall Street Journal guy was a spy and he got caught. And that was all fair. I mean, the shit he was doing, I mean, we know people that live over there and they see stuff and they don't tell us because they ain't going to get in trouble. So the fact that you go there with a media source from the West and act like you're going to disclose information about the military and the production is ridiculous. I mean, he was obviously a spy.
Lambo.
Yeah, I was just speaking about the recession that upgrades it for the United States. By the way, I went to France. Poor guys. You poor bastards. The recession there is crazy. Dude, the economics are fucked up in France.
Yes,
What's
but
the
don't forget,
Belgium?
Mr. Lambo, we have a lot of gold medals, so everything is okay in France, okay?
Yeah, gold medals. Yeah.
Lambo, compare it to Belgium.
Huh?
Compare the recession to Belgium.
Yes, I'm going to say
have
that.
some context.
Normally the fuel. If I just start up because I drove to Saint-Tropez was 1,200 kilometers, so I needed to take some fuel. So I stopped first for fuel in Luxembourg. So I calculated to be precisely there to just have enough fuel to fill my tank up completely. Luxembourg, that was always fucking cheap for everything. The fuel price is exactly the same as in Belgium now. The diesel is cheaper, but not the gasoline. So the E10 that I take is the same price. Everything like foods, coffee, everything is more expensive than in Belgium. Luxembourg is criminal. Like a jar of Nutella, it was like 1 kilo, it was like almost 9 or 10 euro. It was crazy. France, for Nutella, is 1 euro more expensive per kilo than Belgium. It was before, I'm speaking about last year, more cheaper. Because I go over the border to do my big shopping in Shadowy Town, in Lille, Lille at the TGV station. I go to the Carrefour there, and I go to Lego store also because it's cool. It's Lego, Lego is awesome. But that's really the same price.
You know that I live. I have 300 meters of Carrefour.
Oh no! Seriously?
Yes.
Come on, dude. We need to drink
You
a
just
coffee
have to cross The highway on the other
Next
side.
time I go, I'm going to send you a message. You can meet. We can meet.
Yes.
We can do that. But so the fuel in France, that's the biggest part. The food is depending what you're getting. Spaghetti is cheaper. Nutella is more expensive. Cat food or dog food is still more cheaper. Some things are more, but the price difference, even what that I paid before, like the cat food because I have a cat. It was before. It was 10 euro the kilogram. It was 10 euro for 3 kilograms, and now it's 16 euro for 3 kilograms. So it's like, what is that? 40%. It's like almost half more expensive in 1 year time, or more than half more expensive in 1 year time. Still cheaper than Belgium for cat food. Still cheap, a lot cheaper than Belgium. Always been cheaper. Fuel E10 on the highway is between, I think, €2 and €2.20 the liter. In Belgium, I pay 1.55. If I go next to the highway for the cheapest fuel, so Leclerc in France is the cheapest. It was something like 1.78. So still more than 22 cents more expensive for 1 liter of fuel. Last year, France was cheaper than Belgium for the same fuel.
You know why?
How crazy.
Because of taxes. Last year, the state decided to reduce taxes for the fuel, and today, because Macron is very good with poor people, he decided to remove the reduction.
Yeah, but
so
it was
now
always
the
cheaper.
diesel
It
is
was
very
cheaper
expensive.
before, in the time of Sarkozy, it doesn't matter. The fuel was always cheaper than Belgium. Always.
Yes, and it was always what I call the TEPP. That's the name of the taxes. It's some kind of taxes will increase or decrease,
It's like for
and
the
following
cigarettes.
the price of the oil, basically.
Yeah.
And they decided to go very heavy with it because who care if the poor people cannot drive? They are poor. So who cares?
Yeah, and the worst thing is, we in Belgium are better paid per hour on average than the French guy. We are allowed to work more than an average French guy. They have the
Yes, but you don't have
35-hour work
Macron.
week. I'm making work weeks of 50, 60 hours. How many French guys are going to work 50, 60 hours a week?
None.
None. Know what I mean?
Wyatt is thinking that it's what he's
So
doing in the
5-day
weekend.
week. I'm speaking about 5-day week, a work week, normal work week. Yeah, I'm working like that. So we are Belgium.
For Wyatt, it's just a slow weekend, 50 hours.
If I want to, I can work 70 hours at least, easy.
I think I average 12 hours a week. 12 hours a day, like because of DPA. I think. I'm not sure.
But I'm not talking about my volunteer work at DPA also. But if I'm just working about my fixed job, I'm working between 10 it can go at 16, 17, 18 hours on one day. It can happen. For my job, it can happen. If I have, I'm a crane operator, so there's a client that decides when I finish the work, and after my work, they can call me to do some to recovery. A truck on the highway went over, I need to recover it with my crane. Can happen. So I can have I don't have fixed hours, but my average is between 50 and 60 hours in a week. But it's crazy. It's just fucking crazy. And I also want to point it about the Russian oil and gas in Europe. Yes, we have Lukoil, it's Russian. And like in Zeebrugge in Belgium, you have the LNG terminal of Fluxys, and Jamal is still sending their big LNG tankers. These are they are icebreakers also. They can go to the ice, so they can take the shortcut road most of the time in the year. They're still delivering in Belgium, and Ukraine once said we want to forbidden Fluxys to have Russian. So they asked for sanctions to Belgium, and Fluxys said, "No, we are a commercial company. We just do what we want. We have the contract with Russia, and we're still going to continue to do that." The problem you have also with the fuel prices, and we feel it everywhere. Everybody's feeling it. The conflict in Ukraine, like Lukoil, for example, every time that Ukraine is hitting an oil refinery, you're going to have the prices are going to higher. And they have a brave month, you're going to have the prices are going to go lower because there was no damage done at oil refineries in Russia. So what's happening with the Ukrainian conflict is also a very big negative point for countries like Belgium. Worse for France. Very bad for France. Crazy. I was stunned. Maximum price on the highway, €2.20 for 1 liter. That's almost 70 cents more expensive than in Belgium per liter. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Upgrades.
Yeah. About the thing which was implemented by Macron for the oil, it was actually to reduce the prices. So because especially with the COVID pandemic, so the prices will not go
It
up
was
that
before the COVID for the yellow jacket.
Yeah, it was even before the yellow jackets, but before the COVID, it was even more drastic. But the thing is, okay, Shadowy, I understand you want to keep the prices low, but it's artificially kept low. It's artificially kept low because at the end the people pay more taxes. It's not because the price is kept low, just because of the poor people or not. It's because it was a certain circumstance in these times, which the prices had to be kept low, because if you keep the market go on, the prices will explode, and that's why they have to keep it low. And afterwards, it was not he was not able to keep it low that the entire time. It's impossible. You have to. We are a market country, so we need to go with the market. If you just keep it low just for the
You
poor
forget
people,
one
it's
thing,
good.
Upgrade.
It's not two different things.
For
It's
the oil, the taxes are 80%. Okay,
Yes, and
80% are taxes. So that means that you don't, when the price of oil go up, if you follow the 80% of taxes, the taxes go up too. The TIPP, the system is that the taxes do not go up. So basically, the state choose to take less taxes. Ideally, my idea would be for them to take the taxes on something else. Maybe the wealthier people, or maybe the oil company will earn more money because the price of the oil go up. That was
but you
just
know
what I
what
said.
it will happen, Shadowy, if you do that. The prices will go up anyways. Because if you tax the companies more, they will just increase the prices to the consumer. It's simple as that. I don't understand why people don't understand that. It's like in America when they say they want minimum wage of $30. Okay, great. Then everything will go up. It's just simple as that. It's not rocket science. You can make it so the people can pay less, but or get more money. But at the end, it's also a market thing. If everybody gets 30 hours, $30 an hour, then everything will just increase because it's the market. And you can see it with California. California did the 20 minimum wage, the 20 hours minimum wage, and now you can see what happened there. Chevron, who is one of the biggest oil company, who was there, had their seats 120 years in California, just moved to Texas. Tesla did it, and I think HP did it. Elon Musk said he want to move also Twitter and so on there for away from California. So it's great to want to increase taxes, and you know that France is one of the country with the most taxes in the world. So I don't know where you want to get more taxes. You can increase the taxes of the rich people, of course, but then you're just gonna leave. And if you're gonna say, yeah, if you before you leave, like
You know
Mr.
that
wants,
already in France, the billionaires are in the world one of the country in France where they pay the less taxes. In France, there is a special system where you have a way to avoid taxes, like in all country. But in France, it's specially elaborate because the taxes law are very difficult to understand, and you need very good lawyer to understand them. And the guy who have a lot of money have very good lawyer, so they are able to pay very low taxes. Most of the time, they pay between 2 and 5% of taxes.
yeah,
So,
obviously they don't pay enough, but I always, the problem with this is I always don't understand what is how much do you want the people to pay? 10%, 20%, 30%, half of their money, It's easy to just say we're going to increase taxes on the rich, but the rich bring jobs, they create jobs, and they
No,
make it.
sorry, it's just a joke.
I'm
this one.
sorry. I'm sorry.
The theory where when you
the-
give more money to the rich, they are going to spend more money and to invest in the economy. It's a joke. They tried that for 50 years, and it failed
It's
everywhere.
how capitalistic country works, Shadowy. You
Yes,
maybe
and
don't
it didn't
agree with that,
work.
but it's how it
Look
works.
around yourself. It didn't work.
Okay,
Look at the state of the
Venezuela.
British economy.
Okay, wait, Shadowy, wait. I'll give you an example. Look at Venezuela. They took everything. They were one of the richest country in South
Okay, look
America.
at Singapore.
They took all the oil. They make it from to make it a state
I think we
run
need to let her
thing.
speak.
You know, but come on, you say something, I can also respond. I mean, it's not fait accompli, you know, Shadowy, because you say it.
I wanted to react to what you
I'm just
said.
saying, I give you an example for which.
Moving on, please.
Yeah, but Arel, you also talk sometimes, and we keep quiet and we listen to you, you know. But go on,
Yeah,
go on.
and it lasts about 1 minute, and it's not fourth and fourth. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go on, Arel. Go on.
You talked about the high price of oil in the beginning. Remember? Yeah, but and the yellow vest and so on. Don't forget to mention that the sudden price hike occurred with Ukrainian war and the European sanctions.
We have a new guy, I think.
Always
he
keep
new?
that and point that.
We need an introduction, guys. Hi, Jammer.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
How y'all doing?
Very
All right,
fine.
man.
Introduce yourself. Where you from? No. Introduce
I'm from
yourself.
the U.S. I'm on the East Coast. I watch your show a lot, man. I get a lot of good info that you don't really get from the media over here because they spin everything. So, but you guys were talking about finances. I know in the U.S. the only time you get any kind of relief is like right around election time. And, things, and it's still not very good. You might get a little bit of drop in price, but right now things are still skyrocketing. And the only way that I see this ending is literally having to collapse the bubble. I heard somebody mentioning that there's a lot of credit here, which is definitely true. I think that they need to actually go back to some kind of gold or silver standard, something, anything. Because it's pretty bad. But I really joined to find out what your guys thinking about with the situation with Israel and Iran. Things have gotten pretty hot, and I guess people are expecting something to happen anytime now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about Iran yet. Iran-Israel issue with the plans to maybe attack Lebanon, the killings of all these random leaders.
Yeah.
Just about your information on finance and the possibility of the need to go back to a new standard or something. U.S. economy is based on debt.
Oh yeah.
It's what we call a financialized economy. It's impossible for that system to go back to a type of gold standard or silver standard. It's not possible.
It has to collapse first. It's not.
Kind of, but I don't know about a collapse. Maybe not.
Things got to get really bad before they can get any better.
Clearly, but it will depends the way it will go, how fast it will go, and how deep it will go depends on many factors.
That's a huge problem. It goes all the way back to the 90s when we had issues with NAFTA. We started to downgrade our own industrial capabilities. We started shipping tons of jobs outside of the U.S. And now we're paying the price.
Because that's the best way to create not wealth but debt.
Yeah, it's basically like a usury system. You'll never pay that debt off.
And that's the core issue. You just say the word. It's an usury system, financial system, that is destroying the West. And you can see it in all aspects of life. Because it's a debt system. Everything is privatized to generate debt. Education, public transportation, hospital system, everything is privatized to generate debt. And about high taxes, why can't you tax more? That's a great deal to have more debt. If France is very admired in the world, the state administration of France, because I think they are the top number one of the ability to get the taxes from the people, from the companies, from the entities. They put more tax, but a state needs the ability to take that tax. And it seems that France is well admired because the tax revenue of the French government, French state, is very important compared to the amount of money that circulate. They are very effective at collecting tax, and that's a plus to acquire even more debt. You are in a debt system.
Yeah, I got to. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree with you 100%.
At that system, it's better to make new factories abroad in countries with low wages than to put it inside your country and to create wealth.
100% with you.
I
mean,
no, that I don't think that is the issue. Like it's just like you invest in your child's university, degrees or whatnot, their education, or
and it destroys your society from within, because
but the problem
if you want your child to have a good position in life, you already need yourself to be wealthy. And more wealthy you are, more you can put your kid in the most expensive schools, which will provide him not the best education, no, but the best valuable paper, PhD paper, to have access at a specific position in a private company, corporation.
Yeah, it's the same as
It's
countries.
not anymore meritocracy. That's what you see here.
But I
know a guy who worked in the city of London, financial sector, and he explained that, and he's from Algeria, and he explained that in his group, working in that finance sector, everybody was making tens of thousands of dollars per month, or even 100,000 plus per month. There were not a single one from England. And many doctors in United Kingdom are Indians. That's because the system in United Kingdom decided to bring those guys competent from abroad instead of making educational system fair enough, cheap enough to allow the vast majority of their own people to have a certain level, and maybe having more people doing medicine jobs or studies for being a doctor or something. And he explained me that when he was and he explained that when he was working in a supermarket, the people at the how you say in case where you pay, most of the people were local people, British people.
This one have nothing to do with that, right?
And that's the translation of the perversity in morality about the debt system. You don't create wealth, you create debt, and it has an impact on how you manage your society.
No, I think
It's
it's a
totally
matter
perverted.
of poor policies within the country. Because the debt, you need debt. Like just like no, in my example, the parents spent to raise the children, send them to education, feed them food, tuitions, whatever. Then you invest in them. One day they will actually pay back for themselves. The problem is when the government spent money poorly, and they overspent it or build infrastructure that is totally useless, or spent on useless welfare, refugee, and immigrant nonsense systems, then of course this money will be gone, will be wasted. Then of course you don't have the money to put back to your own citizen, because you're spending on useless stuff, like on wars, like they sent all the
just
money
need
or the
to
weapons sent to
understand
Ukraine
things.
is wasted, it's gone.
Wyatt,
You know, you
just
mentioned the fact that about the
example
education system now.
of something which generate debt, which is the goal. So there are no bad decision makings. No, it's great decision makings because they generate debt.
Yeah, I mean,
That
I'm talking about like
produce
normal
no
citizen
wealth
people.
or no added value because it's totally useless.
Yeah, I'm talking
Project
about
that
from our
costs
view.
billions
From
with no future.
we have someone Drew.
And that's
We
the
have talked about the
perversion
economics.
of not the death itself. Having that, it's good, it's stimulating, but it's having a system where everything or almost everything is based on the debt system that contaminates the society. And the epitome of that was the opening ceremonies of the Paris Olympic. That's the epitome of it.
You know, but my personal opinion, real quick, with education, they need to stop so much higher education. You know, when I was growing up, we did trade. You learned how to do plumbing, heating, electrical, construction. You know, jobs like that. They were good paying jobs. And now everybody goes to school and gets these pieces of paper for degrees that don't mean jack squat. They can't get a job. You know, they're in debt. And that it just seems like another racket to me.
It's okay. It's not really a racket in the sense that is somebody designed it that way. It's more of you leaving education to demand and supply, because if you leave education to demand and supply, there will be demand from people that aren't supposed to have higher education in the first place, and they will want to spend money to get a higher education. So the people who create the supply, they'll create some nonsense courses so they can make the money. So you end up with this system that produces useless graduates because it's left to market forces, and not because there's an entity like government or an organization that determines that, okay, we need this number of engineers, we need this number of scientists and whatnot, and then they plan, okay, these are the number of spaces we have, and then people fight for it. So it's a lack of planning issue rather than it's a conspiracy or anything like that. Okay, I came on to talk about that because I think I have a nice a contrast on how the two different systems that I'm familiar with operate, and how very differently they operate. So in Singapore, our system, our government actually does the opposite of most of other countries in the world. They make us feel poor. Let me explain. When a Singaporean goes to starts a job, he automatically gets. So when an employer, for example, pays $5,000 to a Singaporean, and a Singaporean doesn't actually get the $5,000, and they don't expect to get the $5,000. They get about $3,300 something dollars, and the top bit from the Singapore's perspective is maybe about 20%. It goes to this other account that they are forced to save, and then another 17% is this employer contribution, right? So to the Singaporean, he feels like, hey, I'm getting free money from the employer, so it's a good thing for me. And then I have this account which I can then use to buy housing and whatnot, and cover health costs. So whereas for an employer employer point of view, they're going to pay you 5,000 anyway. They don't care what all of this is, it's just definitions for them. But from an employee perspective, okay, I get. But so from an employee perspective, their take-home pay is like maybe $3,000 instead of the 5,000. So the government actually makes us all feel poor. What happens when it does that is everybody feels a little bit poorer than they are. So when you go and talk to a Singaporean, they always complain, I don't have enough salary, I don't have enough money. But all they are millionaires because they all have money in an account somewhere that is like, growing at a good interest rate every month. And they all own their own houses. They all own their own property because of this. So what happens when the entire country's is made to feel poor is that all the prices of everything is also depressed. Like the prices of regular goods, right? Because when there's a higher demand and more money in the system, inflation happens. And so your apples become like $1.20 instead of $1. So in Singapore, our apples like $1, and then somewhere else it might be $1.20. Okay, so the opposite is happening in the Western countries. Is all that debt. The government makes you feel rich, even though you have not made the money. By allowing free debt and very cheap debt, you feel like you can go out and buy things that you have not actually earned yet. You go out and you buy, like, so you can borrow money to buy a very nice car. You can borrow money to go and buy a very nice house. You can borrow money to go and buy a lot of things. So when you do that, it doesn't make it doesn't actually make the number of things available to be used and enjoyed by people. It doesn't create more things. The prices of those things just rise. So all the government is doing is making you pay more money because everybody feels a bit richer. So everybody is taking that. So the inflation is market wide. So everybody is basically paying more money for less things. Whereas in Singapore, we pay less money for more things because we're all made to feel a bit poorer. So in this sense, that's why you see in the Western economies now, everybody's saying, I can't afford to buy a house. Renting is a very common culture. It's like you have to rent. It's impossible to buy a house. Whereas over in Asia, over in Singapore anyway, buying a house is the common thing to do. So it's like the very difference between like long-term planning and short-term planning. Long-term planning, you want to make everybody feel poor. Overall, the market, prices are depressed, and the only ones that get hurt by these depressed prices are the companies that will otherwise raise the prices and make more profits. Whereas in the West, the prices are higher because everybody feels richer, everybody borrows money to spend, and who gets that extra money is the companies that they would make less profit anyway. So all the money is going to the corporates, and then all the people can't afford to buy houses. So that's the long-term effect of that. So it's like this difference in approach,
and we can really see what Drew said in action. No, because lately, the last 2 years, because of COVID, last 2-3 years, Singapore have been driving the left salary up, and by right, there's zero reasons for us to have some big inflations because we have our currency, everything in very strongly controlled. We have our reserve, we spend our reserve, we protect our economy and everything. Everything still went up another 25-30% inflation.
Not that bad,
because everybody's salary have increased.
Yeah.
So what Drew said makes sense. You see, when there's a sentiment where everybody is richer now, everybody have more money to spend, everything increase in price. Even for things that have zero reasons to increase in price. Like there's no logic. Like I have talked to economists on this. He don't understand as well. Why is there such a huge inflation in Singapore? This is illogical. We shouldn't have this.
Companies will raise prices when they can.
Yeah,
that's the logic.
So there is no. So it's totally sentimental. It's or emotional. It's nothing based on fundamentals. There's the fundamentals is Singapore have no reasons to have inflation, but our inflation still went up, and the Singapore have to react by giving us extra cash, extra money to deal with the inflation because the poorer people, despite the increase in salary, cannot deal with the inflation. It's really, really fucked up. But no, this is the first time I hear this idea, what Drew said about, making us feel poor and then, end up, everything will be more deflated, which, yeah, it does make sense to me. It does make sense to me.
And it ends up everybody in Singapore can buy a house, even though we feel poor. It's not, it's like opposite world. Okay,
Yeah,
upgrade.
yeah.
Sorry, I took your turn.
Yeah, I find it fascinating that Switzerland and Singapore has almost the same thing going on. We do the same. We have the same, like Drew said, we have the salary which is written on the paper, like you said, like 5,000, but you actually get not 5,000, you get like maybe, like you said, it's just an example, right? 3,200, right? Because there's different accounts where they put the money on and they make it grow over time, and this is afterwards your retirement money and stuff like that, so you can live with monthly payment until you die, hopefully, if you get enough money, and if not, the state helps you. So I think it's a good solution, and that's a responsible thing for a government to do. So not to give the money to the people, like you said, more money to give to the people, but then the corporation will say, okay, everybody has more money. Why should I not increase the prices of the apple or the yogurt or whatever? Because everybody has more money. So now I can ask for more money for the same product, even if it's the same apple.
Question.
Yeah.
One question. One question. Does the money that you put in Switzerland, the money that the government takes from you to put in an account, is it your money? Or do they put in the big pool like in China and in
No,
US?
it's my money. It's everybody's money. I mean, like it's individual. Like I get the money,
okay,
right?
yeah,
I'm hired. Like example, I'm not hired, right? I have my own thing, but
Maybe
if you
we copied
hire,
it
you
from
get.
Switzerland.
Oh,
I
you
think it's the
copied
same
it from
system.
Switzerland. Okay.
I think
I
we
didn't
copied
know
it from
that.
Switzerland.
We copy a
Because it's
lot
a very
of
good.
things from everywhere. Whatever works, we will copy.
No, but it's very
Yeah,
good because we even pay like from the salary, we have even other taxes like for invalids, for example, people who can't work, right? Who are like, let's say they're in wheelchairs, right? Or something like that. We have also a part of the salary who goes for these people. So we actually pay social money for people. We everybody is like complaining why I need to pay for that, but I think it's okay, right? You have a very small percentage of your salary who goes for people who are unable to work, right? And they get a certain amount of money, not huge amount of money, but enough to survive, right? For them to get enough money
Yeah,
to
we don't
survive.
have that.
Okay,
We don't
the
have
same
that.
here.
All our money is ours. All our
No,
money.
but I
that
mean,
we get paid.
like that's a difference, right, between you and us, right? We
Yes.
have these social programs included inside also with the retirement money, who is going on a bank account and going with good interest rates, right? And it goes up every year. Like you said, you in Switzerland, everybody also complains we don't have money. Well, we don't have money. We have a lot of money, but you can't touch this money. That's also something I don't know if you have it too. We can't touch this
Yeah,
money
same
until a
problem.
certain age. And if you touch it, then it's fucked up because then you will not get the percentage at the end of your life, which you should get every month. So yeah,
Ours is
that's
split
something.
into three accounts. One is
Same.
housing, one is
Mhm.
medical, and one is retirement. So that's why all the Singaporeans can afford to buy their own house, because we are forced to save for a house by the government. If you work, they take the money, but put it into this account, and then whatever you don't use, you get back in retirement. But the retirement also is its own separate account.
And do you have do you have private health insurance or not, or is this included with the salary?
The health one has a health insurance aspect, but it's very basic. And then you can actually top it up to get a little bit more, or you can even buy private insurance to
We
top it
have
up
the
even more.
private insurance. We need to have private insurance for ourselves. It's obligatory. If you don't have it, you can't work. And you have the insurance also from our salary in case something happens to you at the workspace. So let's see, you fall down
Singapore
from
is a bit
stairs,
different.
right? And then the guy who like hired you don't need to pay the entire cost of you to stay home, right? He gonna take the money from this pool, and so you can live for the amount of time until you recover, then you can come back to work.
So Singapore private insurance is optional. You can have no insurance.
No, in Switzerland.
Singapore will just for Singapore is a bit more free.
It's tied to our that account. Our insurance is tied to that account, and then we can pay however much we want.
Okay.
We can
Because the funds insurance or the funds contribution to the medical is very minimal, and it's mostly for very serious stuff. The small stuff you have to pay by cash. So
Exactly.
unless you have a private insurance, So unless you have private insurance. So for the invalids, like you say, the handicapped people, all these things, Singapore system is different. It comes directly from our taxation, and also I believe from our gambling money. So because the gambling, we have a board, so-called something like a government agency that controls the gambling. So they have the lottery and whatnot. So they take the money and put it into this kind of charity stuff, or
It's the
if
same
they're
here.
handicap stuff, or they put it into sports, generally sports. So
I think
we
it's-
use gambling money to fund our sports.
I think it's something that every gambling or every gambling or every, like the lottery, everything, they all give a percentage for charity. All of them. It's
Yeah.
everywhere. Belgium is the same. So if I playing Euro Millions, sometimes I try to become millionaire, but it's not working. I know the money I invest to play the lottery goes for a part for charity. That's my way to play with charity.
But
One
Singapore's
point is
biggest
that you
casino
just
is
give
the
it to
government,
charity,
though.
though.
Yeah. So Singapore's biggest casino is the Singapore is called Singapore Pools. It's a government entity. So they are the biggest casino. Then you have the
casino
the
lah. It's a
stands.
lottery. It's the national lottery. Yeah.
It's the same, They allow you
it's
to
not
bet on
direct.
football.
The
and
money
sports,
doesn't go direct to charity. The money goes to the Singapore government and Singapore Pools, and then from there, within their budget, then they
the
create other
fund.
things. For
They take the fund and take some parts, to contribute to to sports or to welfare systems and whatnot. It's a different system from the Switzerland one, because we Asians are very we don't like people to touch our money, so we'll start to complain. Yeah.
But
So,
it's a
but
very
then
small
they said,
percentage, right? It's in
Yeah,
Switzerland.
so-
It's a very small percentage. Yeah. So
Yeah,
and
so when they put it as a
No,
lottery,
no. You touch even 1%, I'm going to cry foul. No.
Yeah.
This is my money.
But then Chinese people like to gamble. That's so they let you gamble, and then you contribute to this tax, which then you give to the sports, and so everybody wins. You see.
And for us, if you give to charity, you can deduct it from the taxes. So that's another thing, right? I don't know if you
Same.
have that.
We have that too. We have that too.
Yeah.
We have the same thing.
Well, Singapore's gambling is very interesting also. Like the gambling that Wyatt is talking about is actually the lottery, not the actual gambling.
Okay.
So we have two casinos, right? And the casinos charge local Singaporeans. It's free for foreigners to go in, and it charges local Singaporeans $150 to go in. So
shit.
If we want to go
Let's
to
go
our
a
own
great-
casino, we have to
That's
pay.
entrance fee, okay? Entrance fee.
Let's go.
Us from going to our own casinos. So a lot of Singaporeans don't go to our own casinos. We go to Malaysian casinos where we have free entrance, and then Malaysians will come to Singapore when they have free entry.
Good job.
So it's our government's way of controlling problem gambling. So the gambling that Wyatt is talking about is actually lottery, not real gambling. Like you buy like Toto and 4D and all those things.
Yeah. And to come back to the taxes, it's normal that the states should take taxes from the citizen, but it's how it's used. Because you can take taxes how much you want. If you take 120% taxes of everybody, but you just use it for useless stuff, then it's not going to be useful for the average citizen. And that's the
We have
problem.
to defend democracy and freedom in Ukraine. That's very important.
Yeah, but that's another thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about averagely, right? Averagely, if you see France, of course, like I said, they're very good at collecting taxes, but how are they spending this money? That's the huge issue. If you see GDP-wise, France has 120% debt on their GDP. That's crazy. In Switzerland, a lot of French people come work in Switzerland because the salary, first of all, is better. And they know that when they're going to get the Swiss franc, it's not going to be like in the euro, who's going to be maybe in 20 years, it's going to be even worse than it's actually right now. And all the French people, they complain, but they still come work to Switzerland, and then they live in France, So they make like 4 times more money, 5 times more money. It's good, it's okay. We get cheap labor, and they get good salary and they can spend it, and it's increasing everybody's life, and it's quite fair and good. They pay a little bit more taxes maybe in France, but I think we really need to reevaluate how the West is doing their finances, because it's catastrophic since long time. Yeah, Lambo, go.
Great. Do you know one French guy that's not complaining?
That's normal, standard.
Or maybe because he's half Belgian, but What do you think, Aurel?
Total standard, bro. Standard.
I know here's in my neighbor French guys who are happy, who doesn't really complain.
That's a miracle.
Yeah,
The average,
he's
the average
and
is...
he's not a poor guy, but
No, I know.
in every system you have people who are happy. Yeah. And just after that you talk about the usefulness on what the money is spent in a financialized economy. If it generates more debt, not wealth, it's better. Because you have to understand that, yes, every economy, capitalistic economy, needs to work on debt, of course. But where everything is debt, the debt itself is sold to someone else. It's the debt of a debt. It's everything. It's everywhere. That's why you see a country like France not increasing its debt without creating wealth. And it's not so catastrophic. Yes, it is catastrophic, 120%, but then look at Japan.
No, that's even worse.
Look at Japan. And Japan, I mean, and if you look at Singapore, Singapore also have more than 100% of its GDP as debt.
Yeah, because it's
But
fake.
then-
It's debt to us,
but-
to us,
but-
to the people.
but
Okay,
we
so
don't
just now we talk about the
consider-
fund, right?
But we
no,
don't
it's a
consider
misconception.
Singapore as being doomed like France.
No, because we
Or
okay, so I just will explain the way that
catastrophic
thing.
shape.
Singapore's
Because the
debt
problem in
is
France is that it doesn't increase the everyday people's life or well, yeah.
yeah.
While in Singapore you still have a good system for people.
The debt is different. So just now we talk about the fund, the saving funds that the government forced us to save. The money that goes into this fund, the government will take out and invest somewhere. So the debt is actually to the people. So there's actually no real debt. It's basically just taking the money and then spend somewhere else. Later they have to bring it back and with interest to put it back into these accounts. So I'm not sure where they spend the money because all these are national secrets. So, but yeah, apparently they give us super good returns. So maybe it's just inflation. It's a scam. Who knows? So I do not know. And anyway, Drew is gone. We can change topic. Great.
Yeah, just real quick before we change the topic. I think like one thing which could increase generational wealth in France would be to abolish the inheritance taxes. Because in France, the problem is when, like, let's say your parents die, right? They have a business or something like that. Before you can inherit this business, you need to pay taxes on it. And it's not a small amount of, and that's ridiculous. We still have this system.
Unfair.
Super unfair because you pay all your life taxes on all things which you buy, and especially when you have a business, you pay also taxes for the for employees and stuff like that, and you still need to pay taxes before you get the money. So many people need to sell off their businesses or sell off their houses and stuff like that, and it's not good to it's not going to increase generational wealth, and that's a big problem in France. And I think this is one thing which could increase generational wealth in France, and this should be passed. But nobody want to pass it. I don't know why nobody want to pass it, but it's something which is very important for France to increase. And to come back to what you said, Wyatt, about the 100% GDP to death in Singapore, and it's owned by huge, the Singaporean people. I think in Japan it's the same. They have a lot of debt, but it's owned by their own people. So that's less worse than if you own it to another. Because if you own it to another, the other guy can ask you the money back right now, and then you're in shit. Like the US, like many European countries who have debt everywhere, and if it comes hard to come, then they're gonna tell them, "Hey, give me back the money," and then you bankrupt. That's a big problem.
Yeah, the only problem is that the saving funds, the government which say because the healthcare is so good right now, so we have to delay the retirement age before you can take the money, so that they can have more money, or they can have more time to put back the money. So that's the bad part.
But we live for longer, Wyatt, right?
But there's a good point, because we have so many situations in Singapore where the people take the money out, and then they got scammed by China girls. And then after that, they lost all the money, and then they become poor. So many instances. So yeah, so this is I mean, it's a good policy. Ultimately, I have to accept that it's a good policy. Yeah. So we should change topic. I think there is the one big thing, of course, is Israel. Israel has assassinated two. It's two leaders. Some rumors say there's a third leader that got killed off, but I didn't really see much about it. It's mainly the two leaders, and while which is very interesting. The hit in Beirut, in Beirut, that one Israel own it. They're very happy that they hit the Hezbollah, one of the Hezbollah co-founders, but the strike, the killing, the assassination in Iran, Israel said nothing about it, and it's very weird. As a result, they also come with a lot of conspiracy, because they say that there might be a possibility that certain faction within Iran, or even the IRGC themselves, wanted to kill this guy off, and that it makes sense, because Iran is not the Iran from a few years ago, from 5-10 years ago. They are now out of the sanction regime. They are now ready to get back into the global order. And the association with Hamas may drag them, may make it very difficult. Like, I'm not sure. What do you guys think? I think there's certain part of possibility that it is true that maybe Iran is behind the killing, because the one of the rumors I heard is that there is no airstrike. It's not an airstrike. It was a bomb that detonated within the room.
Yeah, but
it was so-called planted a few months ago.
It can be be somebody that been paid by Iran to do it, like hired kill or something like that, like James Bond or something like that. I don't know, but I don't believe it's somebody inside of Iran themselves, from the government, that did it. I don't believe that. So I say it's somebody that been hired to do it. Special forces do things like that, so they can infiltrate in the country and doing things like that. They are trained for that. So why not? I think Israeli military is not a joke. They have good special forces, I think. If I look into the Western culture, to the Western armies, they have very good special forces. I can say for Belgium, we have fucking good special forces. For the little country we are in it, don't mess with our special forces. So I am more believing it was something like that happened. No, Iran say they want to take revenge. Iran became powerful. They supplying a lot of things for Russia, and they have their own weapons, so they're going to use it also. They said within the 72 hours, so it's going to be maybe tomorrow and 2 days. I don't think they're going to say the exact same date like they did before a few months ago, but I think they're going to take revenge, and we will see how the revenge is, what type of weapons they use, and are they doing it just one time, just to show, like, stop with messing with us? But I think they are more like, the question that I have is Iran capable to declare a sort of war against Israel or not? Is something like that possibly happening or capable to happen?
No, for me, it's the worst, the even more weird thing is that, okay, so you have a Hamas leader getting assassinated in Iran, but he's not an Iranian government official. It's a bit like, China saying that, no, maybe a North Korean official got killed off in China, and China want to go to war. It don't make sense. I think that you can be angry about it, but you want to launch missile strikes, rocket strikes on Israel over a Hamas leader. That is a bit of a weird thing, you know. I just thought that.
It still happened on their own ground, you know.
Good evening, everybody. I'm just gonna be, giving a few takes here very quickly, and then I'll be dropping off. I want to be referring to the new channel. Hi, Nika. I want to be referring to the new channel that Wyatt has been making called DPA News. Because as you guys have noticed, despite being a lot of things going on the Ukraine war, we keep venturing over to other stuff. And now we are finally hit the part where Wyatt has already done a reporting on them. The strikes done by Israel in Lebanon and Iran. So I know I'm going to be trying to refer to those videos here on the open mic. So yeah, maybe you would like to subscribe to that DPA News. So let's see. There's a lot of things you could say about this, but I want to keep it brief, and I want to try to keep it within the context of messaging. And I think the one of the more amusing ones is actually the one with Fuad Shukr in Lebanon, because this dude was heavily involved in the killing of over 200 U.S. Marines and such in the early 80s. And the Americans have told Israel not to take a strike at Beirut. Well, I mean, they struck at Beirut to take this guy out who has killed U.S. servicemen. So to me, that kind of seemed like, oh, dear brother, we see you have yet to avenge the dead Americans. We shall avenge their souls and laugh at your subsequent admonishments. Basically, a little middle finger. That's kind of how I saw that one. As for the one with Ismail Haniyeh, now, I am willing to wager the Israelis did it. They do have the missiles and whatnot, but I think a lot of Israelis will probably consider it very generous of Haniyeh to be venturing into Iran, because generally speaking, Israel could have done a strike like this with missiles before. That's how they took what's his name, Mohammed Deif in Gaza. So it's not particularly impressive in and of by itself, but this sends a very clear message. Now, if you venture into enemy territory, you go from a valid target to a permissible target, because it's not permissible while you're in Qatar, for example. Too much fallout. Turkey, too much fallout, and dangerous. So the message can, and it's generous, I say, because this provides Israel the ability to signal to the Islamic Republic as well. If we can take a leader of our enemy in your lands, in the center of your heartland, with just one missile, as far as I understood, it was just one missile. Some time ago they had sent hundreds.
It was a bomb.
The Islamic Republic had sent hundreds of missiles and drones, and with negligible effect. So while one can say, yeah, sure, of course, it was more expensive to kind of shoot down those drones than the drones were probably worth. One could also easily argue the cost of on infrastructure damage and such, if those drones had landed, would probably be higher, especially if you take human lives into consideration. So what Israel has kind of shown in that process is that it has means to negate the offensive capacity of Iran, and at the same time strike very precisely at leaders. And one of the things that is probably I would assume that the Iranian leadership would probably find extra unsettling is that they probably had that, like they acknowledged themselves, that they probably required they probably had a lot of intelligence spies, and these spies were probably Iranian, because it's very difficult for Israelis otherwise to come in and do those kind of stuff. It's extra, they don't, the ones who know the best are the ones who live in the country, right? And Iran has been having a lot of tensions, over the time. You can actually follow some Iranian social media where there's several viral ones that come out showing gatherings of people doing things you would really not expect happening, such as, I'm not going to go into details, but there's a annual ceremony called the Ashera, where you might have seen it, where they whip each other. Men are walking and whipping each other, and women are not permitted. Nika probably knows a bit about this, but So the women are not permitted to show up even without a hijab. But here you saw loads of women, most of them without hijabs, and they themselves doing the whipping part. Like they did a double haram on that one in the open, which would, in Iran, in a country like that, they would usually go pretty hard on that. But you see, the Iranian regime has kind of hands off a little bit. Like even when it is, they would typically be going and arresting women for not having a hijab. Just as an example, they kind of stop it. It's only like in restricted areas they do it because they don't want to have too much dissent. Like the one thing that I saw, which was kind of funny, was that the Star of David was used by the dissidents, most particularly the nationalists. They would use that to kind of showcase, like, you know, because they consider Iran to be occupied by Islam. So it's like kind of funny symbolism that. So I would not be surprised that, yeah, the dissidents have managed to infiltrate the Islamic Republic and, you know, probably been trying to hook up with Israel and aid them in getting the strike done. Yeah, I think it is Israel who did it. I mean, it would be possible that the United States did it for whatever reason, but I think most likely Israel went about it, and until we know for sure, far as I got it, it was a missile that struck into Haniya's bedroom while he was sleeping. So, yeah. I probably have more to say, but my head isn't working too much. It's very late.
You already said a lot.
Nika.
Hey guys, hi. How are you guys? So about the Israel, Iran, and Lebanon, I see it differently because Ismail Haniyeh is a very public figure in the Arab world and in the diplomatic world. So he's not like the leaders inside Gaza or the Iranians leader. He's a very public figure. He go to a very public events. So that event is the one who the inauguration of the new president is a very public event. So everyone can see where he is. Everyone, because he meets with a lot of UN diplomats, with diplomats from other worlds, from Arab worlds. So his whereabout is very, very, very known. The actual why they did it in Iran, because of course it's suitable. First of all, Netanyahu, he don't want to negotiate. So one of the things, you kill the one who's responsible on the negotiation. So Ismail Haniyeh is the leader of the political leader. So his main job is foreseeing the negotiations and stuff. So if you kill because there is two wings even in Hamas, there is two wings that they want just to continue war and to continue the war against Israel, and the one who want to negotiate the more peaceful, more leaning stuff, but he alienated both the second one. So I don't know how you can negotiate with the one part that you killed their leader, and he wanted to provoke Iran. He did it in Iran because he wanted to provoke Iran to continue the war, because the only solution for Netanyahu to continue in his political journey or in his political life and don't go to prison, because the time that the war stops, he will go to court. So what he need to go? He need to drag America with him and Iran. So the war will never stop. It would be just in a bigger, because 100% America will defend Israel when Iran will stop attack it. He failed the last time, and they tempered the response. And now we are not sure what will be the response, but I don't think so. Attacking Ismail Haniyeh is not a big blow, because he could attack it everywhere. The second one, the attack in Lebanon, the Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, he said literally in the last before the attack, he said, we will attack We attack the capital. If you attack our capital, we attack your capital. 100% guarantee. So they will not attack like 10 or 20 kilometers inside Israel or stuff. They will attack the capital. He said it will be hurtful. So what he guaranteed, he guaranteed that they will attack Tel Aviv. And the fact they attacked him now is amazing because that guy was hiding for 40 years. It's not now they could have killed him. The fact that interests me that they couldn't kill him for 40 years. Imagine you're trying to kill someone for 40 years and you couldn't do it until now because a mislap or everyone you can have a call and you have a small mistake and you can go down. So this is the general overview of what's happening in two assassinations. And by the way, why they didn't say we assassinate in Iran, because they do that all the time. They assassinate a lot of leaders, resistant or non-leaders, and they don't say we did it. The last time also with Iran, they didn't say that we did it. Everyone knows they did it, but the one with the embassy in Syria, they didn't say we did it, but everyone knows that they did it. So it's not like something unusual.
Well, can I quickly point out an escalatory pattern here? Because we recall like this thing when they took in Syria. This is, moving beyond Lebanon, moving closer to Iran, and then now with the striking of Haniyeh in Iran, they have Hamas militants and commanders and so forth being trained there. So if they've already now they're signaling clearly like now we're going to go after Hamas in your territory as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised if, like, considering how they fancy striking with missiles at wherever commanders are or officers are known to be. This seems to be their pattern at least. And now that they make one in Iran, then I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more similar things occurring. That training facilities, for example, will be struck because then you can get several in one blow. Shouldn't be too many civilians there as well, so the fallout should be fairly low as well. So yeah. RL, sorry for interjecting.
Voilà.
RL, your turn.
About the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh. In that escalatory point of view, it was GG, well played, Israel. Great success. Because Ismail Haniyeh was the guest of the Iranians. And that's, for the Iranians, it's fucking embarrassing. They can't protect properly a guest in their home, in their main city. It's very, very, very embarrassing. For a guest of Syria and Lebanon, I mean, they should have known and understand that it's not a safe place. And everybody understands that Syria and Lebanon are not safe for enemies of Israel and United States. They can track you, they can kill you, and voila. But inside Iran, and that's very embarrassing for Iran, who need to respond. And if they respond about the same way they've done it the first time with the bombing of the embassy, if they are doing something that scale, then Israel will have a good public relation thingy to say, hey, look, they are after me. Those violent. So I don't expect Iran to do a big. So let's see. Let's see how.
I just want to add one thing. I hear a lot of things in the Arab media and stuff. maybe they say they will use. First of all, they were the Houthis, Ansar Allah in Yemen. They didn't respond on the bombing of the port, so we are waiting for that response for the Iraqis, the Lebanese, and the Iranian. So some people they say it will be synchronized, some people say it's not. But one thing that I hearing a lot, they will use other weapons or means to respond. That's the first thing. The second, what Aral said is 100% sure, true. Israel is trying to promote an image that they are strong, because Netanyahu is trying to say that to his people, because until now, from Gaza, they are attacking the settlements outside Gaza until now. So they couldn't do anything physically. He couldn't present an achievement. He just destroyed building, killed a lot of children, and stopped everything that can be everything that can support life. So that's nothing that you can be proud of or present as an achievement. He have like 100 plus 1,000 displaced Israelis from the north. So he need to prove that he's doing something, he's advancing. So that's the assassination is the easiest way for Netanyahu to show to Israeli public that he's doing something, that he's and the Israeli public, by the way, love that. 70% of I heard that 70% of the public is supporting the strike, both of them. So they are not not even they are afraid. They are fucking afraid. I'm hearing that they are preparing. They stopped the holidays of all military stuff. They are doing patrols. They are preparing shelters. They are preparing for a big strike. So we'll see. We'll see. But I think it would be a big response because Iran is in a tough place. He didn't let them any way to maneuver because it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Even so, they don't want to respond, and I know they don't want to respond because no one want to start a war, but they are getting dragged into it. Yeah, Mr. Lam.
Yeah, Aral said, well played, Israel. Stupid Iran. Yes, I can say stupid Iran. They need to protect that guy. They didn't do it. It's a very big mistake of Iran. But well played, Israel. That's not good. You don't want to have escalation with more countries. I think Israel is already starting to escalate, to have problems with a lot of countries for the moment around Israel. It's not going to do. You already have difficulties with Hamas. I think Hamas is already almost game over. But it's going to do. You already have difficulties with Hamas. I think Hamas is already almost game over. I hear myself speaking.
Yeah, Halfcast was on the audio is on.
The naughty guy. No, it's. I'm just thinking. Like that, you know. And for me, Israel is going to. Are they going to have help again from France, from United States, from Great Britain? If Iran decides again to do a fucking big missile attack
From Jordan,
first, but you need to take notice first that the first strike that Iran did a few months ago, in my eyes, they were just testing, looking how everything is working. So now they're writing everything down, did more calculations, because they went in full defense in that. They went in a full defense. If Iran want to, they can do 3 more waves like that, exactly the same waves. So they did 1 wave of a big attack of drones, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, everything that you want. The Iron Dome went fucking crazy. Americans helping, France helped with the Rafales to shoot down some drones and all that shit. But Iran is capable to send 3 more waves after, even more. If they want to, they can go a full blast of waves of cruise missiles. How is Israel going to respond in that? How is the United States going to respond to that? How is UK is going to respond to that? If France is still there in Algeria How is Algeria also going to respond in that? They just can't. They're going to calculate. We have, on that time, for that long period, that many planes in the skies. These planes need to refuel, need to rearm. They can't do that. So if Iran really want to, because that country became very powerful compared to 10, 15 years ago, they can do very big damage to Israel in one night. Just in one night. I think a lot of people don't understand that. Forget about that one.
I would like to respond to that because
If you want to,
yes, thank you. Because well, I get what you're saying, and it makes sense. This is usually the baseline. Like, okay, you tit tat, and you maybe you want to this time make sure that okay, we triple the amount of ordnance that we lob over to make sure we overwhelm the air defenses. However, this comes at a cost as well, and especially the more you escalate, because as far as I understand it, Israel also has a fairly substantial missile arsenal that can reach. So I think what Iran might be considering is to, because the situation with Hezbollah and Israel are escalating. They just keep escalating more and more and more. Both of them are making it more clear they're going to go to war. Like you said, Hamas is almost over, so the redeployment of troops northwards have been registered for quite a while. And here Israel could, due to the UN resolution which called for Hezbollah to be disarmed and move north of the Litani River not being enforced, Israel can simply say, well, you're not enforcing it, so we will. And then they will maybe occupy. I'm not really sure about that part. But I think it is at that point Iran might be considering to then strike an attack. And they don't need to even coordinate with Hezbollah. They might be simply anticipating that a conflict will be, like a full-blown fledged conflict will happen. And then when it does, then it starts doing the mass volleys that it can. And because then Israel's defense system is likely to be quite overwhelmed anyway, or very pressured, and so that can be the drop that tips it, or the straw that breaks the camel's back. And but of course, as soon as that happens, then you can be assured Israel is likely to going to be responding in kind with the same type of they're going to send over fighters to send strikes at missiles, targeted strikes wherever they find it valid. And this whole region is going to blow up into one big shit show, I guess. Nika.
Yeah, there's like three things I want to say. First of all, I heard and a lot of news about Russian airplanes going to Iran, a lot of them. I don't know, guys, if you heard that. It's not like X News or something like this. It's like some prestigious news outlets. That's one. Secondly, I don't know about Hamas is nearly over, because I see it differently. Yeah, it got a big blow. I'm not talking emotionally, or I'm not talking because I want Hamas to win or something. I'm seeing facts. First of all, they are getting recycling the bombs that didn't explode. They have like 10 or a little bit more % of the bombs that dropped there that didn't explode, and that's a big arsenal. They have a lot of people want to join. One of the statements, they say their capacity to train and equip the new guys are limited, so they couldn't accept everyone. They say financially we are still capable. And in the last videos, a lot of the last videos, I see new equipment. For example, the new rocket launchers. They are new equipment. They send a lot of videos about new production lines. I don't know, but they got a big blow. Yes, they got hit in a big way, but they're still fighting. I think they can still fight, and they can cause a lot of.
If I could just clarify what I meant about that with Hamas being, because I don't think it's nearly over. As far as I've understood it, there are Israeli sources that think that as much as 80% of the infrastructure may still be remaining. That
Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah,
I'm
the
pretty sure they were
infrastructure, the
referring
civilian. You
to the
don't need. You
I'm
don't need
referring.
a
I'm thinking that they're referring to the tunnels, but the thing I'm thinking
No,
about
no,
here is
no.
that they have you know, for every time Hamas exits a tunnel, that the tunnel entry tends to be discovered. So it's more like a one-time use, and while they have
Yeah.
many of them, right? So
The
as far as
tunnel.
I've understood it, when we're saying that like the situation is winding down, it's by no means that okay, now Israel can kind of rest. No, it just means that now they're going to be having a increasingly lower requirement of standing army, which can now be redeployed to Lebanon. But yeah, the situation in Gaza, like, because I don't think you will see that many missile rocket firings and stuff like that. It will be just hit and run and
But
ambushes. I think it's gonna be
listen,
more.
there is some. For example, they entered Gaza City like 5-6 times. Each time they say we destroyed the fighters there, we destroyed and every time they come back. Not only Gaza City, there is a lot of local cities, a lot of regions. Each time they enter, they clean the area, and they go out. They get attacked. They enter again the same way. The same way. The fighting power, I think, it's not like they cannot do the 7 like now they cannot don't have the same capability to do them, but they have a lot of power, fighting power. They have a lot of, you don't need a lot to do guerrilla work, you know. You need just some basic equipment, and you have the bombs. 10% of what Israel dropped is a big fucking thing. So you don't, and you see the way they prepare the ambushes and stuff. It's like very cheap and very, very basic. So you don't need a lot of equipment to do those. That's one. That's why I mean they are not in they cannot do what they did in the 7th, but they can do a lot of harm to the IDF inside Gaza. And until now they are hitting outside, as I said, outside the settlement of Gaza. So they couldn't stop even the rockets. That's one thing. Okay, I forgot the other two. So about the
No, but
airplanes.
you made some really good points. I actually appreciate you lay it out, because it it suggests that maybe Israel will be tied down somewhat more than what many people would generally be having the impression of. But yeah, Halfcast has been holding the finger up for a while, so maybe we should be having the courtesy and giving it. Halfcast, please. You're muted.
Hi everyone, nice to be back and see you all. Yeah, just my opinion on what I've seen so far. Well, for a long time actually, I think this is Netanyahu's wet dream. I think he wakes up every morning and he's creaming his pants to get Iran into this fight. He's been dying to get Iran taken out for a long time. He definitely wants to take out all their nuclear infrastructure and everything, and I'm pretty sure he'd be dead set keen on bringing the US in to help. And that's basically what he's doing. He's antagonizing, the whole Arab region at the moment by doing what he's doing in Gaza, and what's going on with Hezbollah. That's another thing altogether. But yeah, if the Israelis want to try another ground war, I think it'd be a bit of a bad deal for them, trying to get through Lebanon again. I think they'll take a lot more casualties, and I don't think Hezbollah is as hurt as they think. I don't think because no one really knows what's going on, and the thing is, Israel's the one that's terrified, because at the moment they're like wondering, what's going to happen? Are the US actually going to back us if we start attacking, going to Lebanon, or if Iran starts striking, or they know that there's a good possibility the US will, but also there's a lot going on in the US at the moment with what's going on in the streets, and they've already got a lot of problems, so they don't necessarily need this. And then there's this a guy, of course, Netanyahu, he's gun ho for war. He's not, like Nika said, he's not trying to negotiate. He's killing the negotiations. That's what he's doing, and he's been doing this for a long time. And he also knows he will go to court once he's he probably won't go to jail, but he will face criminal charges afterwards, and he doesn't want to be seen as like the
The
guy
cri-
who was once a hero, and then all of a sudden he's going to be not a
the
hero
cri-
anymore.
just one thing: the crimes that he's charged with, they can get him to jail in Israel. 100% sure if he get convicted. So sorry about.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's good to hear because, yeah, so that's another big reason why he's not going to be wanting to finish this thing because, of course, if he has a big war and he wins it, it's a prolonged war. He'll come out as as the big hero, and no one's going to put the big hero in jail. You know, that's all I see. And like the Jewish nation, I'm pretty sure they'll be shitting their pants because even though his bullet when they launched the rockets, they gave them so much time and notice to shoot down every single one of them, and yet still they got a few through on the exact targets that actually the airfields that actually struck at them initially in where was it in Syria when they did that another disgusting act of just taking out a whole bunch of people in an embassy. Israel's they're warmongers, their whole parliament. They're in a spot. It's a bad spot, and they shouldn't have been there in the first place. But that's a whole nother thing. But now I just think the technology and also the tactics have caught up, and these little groups that just used to be wiped out straight away are so more advanced than what they think. I think they really would if they went into Lebanon and say wanted to try and pull Iran into the war, it would be a massive war, and I reckon Iran can do some serious damage. Of course, Israel and the US can smash Iran to bits, but those people, they're hardy people, and then there's Iraq right next door. You got a whole bunch of neighbors that are just ready to jump in and have a go at these guys. So yeah, they're already having a hard time just trying to take on Hamas. I mean, no, not Hamas. Hamas. With the guerrilla fighting on the ground, and these guys, like Nika said, they're just basically using really fundamental tactics, just getting up close, and they might not be doing devastating attacks, but it's enough that it's actually taking out loads of their guys, and Israel does not like taking casualties. They're like America. So yeah, that's just my thoughts anyway. Thanks.
Coping.
I would like to ask Nika a question here. You're from Tunisia, right? So you're Sunni Muslim, I assume. Are you like fairly well versed with Islam, generally speaking, like Shia, Sunni, and stuff like that? Trust me, this pertains to geopolitics. The reason I'm asking is because Islam is explicitly political, right? Even though many Muslims are not. This is why we, for example, when we talk about the United States, we are always referring to the authorities and the political ideology, people with influence and power, etc. The people aren't really a factor unless we actually specifically refer to them. So I think this is an important caveat. Like, Muslims aren't necessarily political, even though Islam may be political. But then when that comes into play, you can see a clear trail of money and individuals formed in an ideology. They have their own laws and structures, typically tied into the Islamic scriptures. They have all the hallmarks of being a geopolitical entity, and a supranational one, not a nationalistic one or something, but it's a supranational one, kind of like communism, if you want. And it has of course its own factions within, and perhaps the most noteworthy one is the Sunni Shia one. And here is where I'm trying to see if I can find some geopolitical indicators, because I came over this thing called Taqiyya, as I lately been trying to learn more about these things. And Taqiyya, for those who don't know, it means deception. Now, some people might think this is something Muslims, generally speaking, do. I just want to point out most Muslims aren't even familiar with the term, and also it comes with some pretty specific caveats if you're allowed to do them. And here, in the most noteworthy one, is the Sunni Shia difference, because in Sunni Islam, Taqiyya is only permissible if you're under grave threat. And while one may perhaps be having different impression of what is actually constituting a grave threat, the message is still clear. You cannot be doing, for example, dawah and taqiyya at the same time. Dawah is invitation, right? So you cannot be doing really propaganda that portrays Islam as something else than that it is not. You can definitely not be sinning still, like criticizing Islam, apostasy, which is blasphemy, leaving Islam or pretending to do so, unless, like, of course, you're under grave threat. The Shia, however, they have much looser rules when it comes to that, where it is generally permissible insofar as it serves Islam. Now, there are still some limitations here. You can maybe only to a limited degree do some blasphemy if it kind of is to twist the perception. You can maybe feign apostasy, but that's only when you fall under the same qualifications as in the Sunni Islam, namely that you are under threat. And one of the reasons, as far as I understood it, that the Shia have much looser rules for this is because they were under Sunni oppression for a long time. So Taqiyya was actually like a way to kind of see if they can get Sunnis over to Shia and stuff like that as well. And of course, you cannot be trying to reform, because if you do that kind of deception, you will be deceiving your own followers, right? So as political entities, then, you have clearly in the Shia camp, you have Iran. And I do kind of notice a difference. A bit hard to kind of tell exactly what will be the difference of, for example, a Shia Islamist propaganda and Sunni Islamist propaganda. But I'm starting to kind of get like the distinction, and I wondered if you think like the looser the looser rulings for Taqiyya and Shia affecting kind of how their propaganda will go about it. Or would you say like this is maybe not as taken into consideration as one would like to believe? But asking as an external observer, of course.
I don't think it will change anything, because what you are describing is like geopolitics. Every country is doing that kind of geopolitics. They are bound by it. So Shia, they will not like all politicians lies in a different way. They even when negotiating, you know what happens when they have. Just one thing. You know what happened when the West had a deal with Russia 2 times and they didn't fulfill the deal. That's Taqiyya. They deal on something and they didn't do it. So even Westerners doing it. So that's geopolitics. They are bound by it. They cannot escape it. Even so, if it suits them, but they will do it anyway. You understand what I mean?
Right. But this pertains more to like cultural influencing, right? Because that's what I mean, the propaganda part for people to influence people in the enemy nations, for example, and stuff like that.
You can do it when you're doing da'wah, yes, but geopolitical scene that will not change a lot, because you are already everyone doing it in that level. But in another level, you can lie. That's the issue. As Sunnah, we don't do it because it goes. I cannot, for example, say alcohol is okay. You can drink and whatever. Shia can say that, and can say no. You can drink. It's okay. Stuff like that. But it will not change in the geopolitical scene. In the society, you can, when you are trying to convert people, when try to speak people, but in the bigger echelon, in the geopolitical scene, it will not change. Everyone is doing taqiyya in the geopolitical scene.
Well,
Everyone is.
Sure. Of course, I'm not arguing that part really. It's more like it is an instrument, right? And it pertains to like the instrument has its own. It works because it has its own sort of internal laws, right? And it's immutable, to be taken literally. But if you are to then try to be influencing, this is known, right? They pay imams and mullahs to influence
They can do it, for example, to influence the Arab world in a societal, in a cultural way, to make them more linear. But all the governments are like paid by the West government. So it's used to make the people more lenient, because just supporting the resistance in Palestine, it will give you whatever you want as support. I'm telling you, just Iran now is gaining a lot of support in the Arab world just by supporting the Palestinians. So if you want just to gain the hearts, you can support them. Believe me, a big percentage of the Arab world will, in the Muslim, they will go with you. You will be, it will give you a big effect, a big effect. So they are already doing that. They are already proven themselves in the scene that they are fighting Israel and stuff. They are being attacked by it. So they have the people's support.
So
Government,
basically,
forget about it. Government, even in the last attack, you have Jordan who protected Israel. You have Saudi Arabia who protect Israel. So forget about the governments. All the Arab governments for now are just paid by the West, and they are following the West. Whatever they say, they will do.
Yeah, my opinion about this is that don't blend the religious part into the government part. It doesn't. No government operates
I
purely on
disagree,
the.
because religion has often been used as a matter of cultural subversion. So I mean,
it's only by weaponization, right?
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean. Like, if as
can
for
affect-
weaponizing it, would
Yeah,
the
for
Shia and
example-
Sunni be acting differently in that regard, or would they?
No, because rulers don't give a damn about that. They care about power. They care about, they have like geopolitical strains, and this is what it is.
Why would
for
then?
example,
But
for
why would
example-
then Saudi Arabia and Iran be funding very heavily mosques around Europe and the United States? You know, I mean,
no, this is a different. This is a different thing. This is a different thing. This is another different thing. This is trying to promote the religion. Even Christians do that in Africa and other places. So it's not like it's try to promote what you believe in. That's it. So, but for example, what it can change. For example, you cannot hear any Arab leader that he's supporting Israel 100%, or he's saying that Hamas or the Palestinians are wrong. For example, even Egypt, they are 100% the government with Israel. They are blocking Palestinian, but they cannot say it publicly. They cannot do it in a very clear way, because otherwise they will get the population boiling even more, because we have they have a lot of issues now. They don't need another problems to make the population even angrier on them, because all the Arab governments, as I recall, all Arab governments, they don't have any support from the population. I'm telling you, like 80% or 90%. So where they getting their power is from the West, from the Western governments, because any Western government can do a color revolution, as we see in the last. So they are proving from that anyway.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Thank you for answering the question.
That's interesting because they're all Arab, so clearly, I mean, they're all Muslim, so clearly, following Islam as a government is necessary to keep the population at a minimum of acceptance, right? Because if not, they could just be not Muslim.
That if the government can, that's if the people can govern themselves, but they cannot govern themselves. You cannot do that. The West will not allow it. For example, in Tunisia, before they tried to change the constitution, it was a big media polemics, and a lot of judges said that we will not work. Policemen said we will not work if you change that. It's not as easy as you think, because you don't have a 100% will transparent of the people. Otherwise, it would be different, you know. And plus, not all Arabs are similar, because a lot of regional differences. North Africans are not like the Khalijis, and not like the Iraqis. There's local differences, a lot of local differences. Even in the same country, there's a lot of local differences. So it's like saying Europe and speaking about Europe as one population and with one language. It doesn't work like that. Even
Oh, yeah.
accents and differs.
I understand, but we still can speak of Europe as an entity that has common values and common culture, and we usually do that anyway. But yeah, clearly there's a bunch of tribes, and it's that's very hard to manage inside.
The tribe thing is country by country. It depends on the country. Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, you don't find tribes. It depends on the country. So it's a country by country problem. Egypt, there is no tribes. In the Gulf countries, yeah, there's a lot of tribal things you need to take care of. Iraq too. So it depends on the country, depend on the region you are in. You cannot like say the tribes. The tribes you cannot find that influence of any tribe in Tunisia or Morocco or Algeria or Egypt, for example. So there's a lot of nuances, differences, cultural differences, and even the difference because like from 50, 60 years, there is a lot of evolution inside each country. It will give you a lot of differences between multiple, even between Algeria and Tunisia, we are like neighbors, but you'll find like big differences because each nation took a different path. So you cannot like, you need to take care, to be very knowledgeable about the region to say that.
Can I ask you?
These are long-time kingdoms, right? Because Morocco and Tunisia are long-time kingdoms. Egypt has been a long-time government on its own. Has been an empire on its own. But from my understanding,
100%. Yeah,
like
Tunisia,
from my understanding, from watching that, just purely watching the movie about the that guy that was they thought it was a messiah in World War One, which gathered the tribes to fight against the Ottomans. It's like it was super tribal.
It didn't happen like that, but yeah.
Lawrence of Arabia.
The Lawrence of Arabia.
No,
the politics.
He promised them things, but he didn't fulfill his promise. He screwed them.
The Arabs. But it's interesting because it still gives a slice of the times that where it was very, very tribal. There's really no borders. It's just city states.
Yeah, because you can go from Morocco to Baghdad to Iraq without anything stopping you. You can
no need passports, right?
Yeah, nothing. You don't need any justification.
As long as the tribal chief allows you to go through. If they get caught,
because in for example, in the Ottoman Empire, everything underneath the Ottoman Empire, you can travel without any problem. Yeah. Of course, if you go outside the borders in the tribal zones, for example, in some parts of Saudi or something, yeah, it's different. But other than that, it will be usually okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question because clearly in the like Lawrence of Arabia is a romanticized story of how the British infiltrated and divided to destroy the Ottoman Empire. And so I wanted to ask you, like, what was the change in the constitution of Tunisia that you were talking about that everyone refused, that everyone rejected? What were they changing?
No, it's not everyone, but just the media and some the more Western leaders, because they wanted to say in the first paragraph in the constitution that Islam is the main source of legislation. They wanted to put that in the first verse of and this like nearly stopped the country because the lawyers and the media are like bought by the West and influenced by the West. A lot of influenced people are just bought by the West, and they believe in the Western ideas and stuff. So they resisted very, very, very. It's in the 2015, 2016,
Okay,
after the revolution.
So the Tunisian government wanted to anchor the
There was no
constitution
government. No.
Okay.
They weren't any government. There's
But
a
they wanted
revolution.
to. My question is
There's
that if they wanted to make the constitution more religious, and that was fought against. Okay, that's interesting because I was wondering because yeah, like of course the whole conflict in the Middle East is a imperial project, right? And those projects depend on sowing division among the people, as we've already stated.
that's what I did. That's what they did. Actually,
But
practically did.
my question is this: like, do you think that Islam is something that can help to separate the people so that they can stay divided, or is it a unifying force that must be fought back to keep them divided? So
this is very different between each person how they see it.
no,
But I
as a
think it's
political entity, not
In my
not as
opinion,
a
of
person.
course, I think in my opinion, it's a unifying factor because what's make the Palestine issue very, very prevalent and very important. We have other issues in Yemen. We had a lot of wars in Sudan. We have a lot of issues in other Arabic places. Very poverty. Why every Arab and Muslim person interested in that region? Because the religious stuff. So the religion is like a very uniting factor in the Arab community, in the Islamic community. So even in the West here, when you see another Arab, you will be happy that you see him. You will try to help him. You will to meet in the mosque and stuff. So it's very unifying. Even the Islam is a religion that that focus on the community more than the individual. So it makes it more unifying. So that's what I think. That's because if you have a deep knowledge about the religion and even how it influences the culture, it will make you more like a unite nation and a unite society than to destroy. Even if you have like so even if you are right, you try to go with a group to not sow the disunity inside the group. So the group is very important in the society.
Can I ask you a question in that regard pertaining to, because I've been told unsolicited by several Arabs that usually they're very tribal, like like their family and their clans come first. So they have like I mean I know it varies from place to place, but generally speaking, like they have like the family unit is much more tightly knit together. And so they will often be forming like having interests that pertain to that family unit. And of course, I would assume that this varies a bit from how politically inclined or how, like, depending on what the family does. But from what I was told is that for many Arabs, the thing about nationhood and so forth, it's more only what it can really do for their family and clan and them. It's not really going the other way around. So I'm not sure like how does. But then you have the Islam part where I think it was unifying. It is in that part that they're actually like, okay, but we can all agree that we are one ummah, right? Or umrat or whatever. Like so so I kind of is does that kind of explain? Is that kind of part of the dynamic there? Like
that's when you have, for example, in the Gulf states, you have a lot of tribes. In Iraq also, in Jordan, you have a lot of tribes that influence. That's a very common thing to have. Like the leader, the tribe leader, everyone will go with him. For example, you see what's happening in Yemen and stuff. So it's when you have a tribal society, yes, you will see that. When you don't have a tribal society, there's a lot of influences. If it's more modernized, it's not. If it's like they will try to go gradually, if they try to impose the thing in an abrupt way, it depends. It's like it depends from city to city, from region to region, from country to country. It's like you need to specify which region, and we can speak about that region because what define that region cannot define another one. So because it's a big area and big differences in culture and customs. So RL.
Yeah, to follow up. Oh, please, RL, go.
Yeah. About tribal thingy in Arab world. That's, as mentioned, some Arab countries, but the others, it's clanic. Even if it's a republic or a kingdom, or it's clanic. If it's not tribal, it's clanic. Yeah, you have Al-Sisi, his families, his entourage, his friends, and their
Can you please
family.
tell me the difference between tribal and clanic?
The
Because as
main
far as I know, it's
difference,
it's
they
a
have a lot of
it's a
things
blood
in
connection.
common. That's true. They have a lot of things in common, but
Yeah,
the
it's a blood
main
connection, right?
difference, the main difference is the natural legitimacy.
Right, and it goes through inheritance. Like that's the
And
difference between nation mentality and tribal
and
mentality. Is that the tribe will go with the
about
blood.
the constitution change in Tunisia. You have to understand that the president of Tunisia is called Robocop, and he's a very special
Robocop?
person. Yeah,
You,
people call him
is that a
Robocop.
nickname?
Okay.
He speaks
He's a very
funny. He acts
special
funny.
person, and he's facing all that media backlash. Yeah, it's the West who doesn't want that. Not really, because Tunisia, thanks to Ben Ali, was a clanic system. And yeah, Ben Ali flee with his wife, Trabelsi. It's clan, family clans, but you had other clans, other families who are still there, still around. They are still the owners of private properties and things like that. So they are still playing
Good
their
point.
game with the help of the West, certainly. But because
because
it's clanic, that's the main difference of and they have to use all their means to keep their power.
Okay, so to clarify, can we say that a tribal system is a group of people that might be related, but that follow it's a small community that has common values and culture and probably family ties. And a clan is like a family structure inside a society.
No, tribal in the Arab world, a tribe is they are related by blood. The whole group are related by blood.
Yeah, usually, but
no
you
usually,
can have
but in 99% of the things, because even the name, for example, you see, let's say in the ruler tribe or family in Qatar is Al Thani. Everyone is like related, but in a different, in a big way, because tribal, the tribal thing is like, it's not like, it's really blood related people. They are blood cousins and sons, and you know, you can have tribe of like 1,000 person or 10,000 person or even more than that. So they are all related by blood, because they share the same name, the same ancestry, and they know that each one know the ancestry from like thousands of years. You understand what I mean?
Abraham. Yeah, up to
Not to
Abraham.
Abrahamic necessarily, but a lot of people know their ancestry for at least like 3, 4, 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, but my point was that usually when we talk about clans, we talk about families inside a tribe. Like inside a tribe, you have this clan and that clan and the other clan, and they're all probably related, but they're still different. Like with European monarchs, they were all related by blood, but that there were different family clans.
so to speak, and they
That
had their own
depends
coat of
on each
arms and all that.
And that depends on each country. You take the example of Morocco. Morocco was, since the beginning of its existence, a monarchy, and it dates back before even France became a kingdom.
Before Charlemagne.
So it's a very long system which evolved today. You have a reminiscence of some tribal features, but not really. It's more what you see in Syria, where it's clanic but based on ethnic groups.
That's why I said
And
it's very, very specific.
So Morocco is more a dynasty than a
Yeah.
tribe
For
or a
example,
clan.
Morocco, Tunisia, because both we had like a very, very long lines of monarchies and civilization. Egypt too, they follow the same line, but you see the difference between those countries and the Gulf countries, because the Gulf countries are like tribal countries. They didn't have countries before. They didn't have like one united kingdom or something like this. They were all in the from the start. They were all a part of an empire, a part of the Islamic empire. You see, for example, Syria was like even before it's why they have like many Syria and Lebanon. They have many sects and many differences, religious group or ethnicities. So that's different than a clan. It depends on the region.
Yeah. Yeah, some are city states, some are tribes. There are some that is like they are more like a proper government, like a more like a proper country. Like Syria is more proper because a lot more cities is linked together.
Yeah.
It's amazing how Ottomans are able to
No,
put
it's
all of
not
them
only
together.
the Ottomans. It's not only the Ottomans. All the empires before even the Ottomans, they ruled because why they were successful. They didn't have a lot of internal issues. They have like dynasty issues. The rulers were fighting each other, but the population, because everyone was ruled by the caliph or the imam. So I'm Shia or Sunnah or Muslim or it's the same thing. We are all
They
ruled
just
by
follow the religious leader.
the leader, not religious, but the actual leader, either way in Baghdad or Istanbul or wherever is the capital. So it was like that. That's how you can unite a lot of regions and stuff. You have the Islamic rule that rules everyone, and you just follow it. We didn't even have like things like countries or national identity or things like
That's a
that.
very new thing. That's a very new thing.
It's
That's like the
very
past
new.
200 years. That's
This is European
they game
invention.
China. That's how they game the Qing dynasty and the Ming dynasty. Is like they got
Yeah,
confused.
it's
What
similar
is all
to
these
the
things?
Chinese, similar to the
Yeah.
Chinese in that way, you know.
They don't understand. They don't understand what are those terms
No,
and what it means and what are
even
the treaties, the borders.
even the Bedouins, they were like traveling. They have like the herds. They changed from season to season. They were free to go everywhere. It was working like that.
The peoples in the world distrust the state as if it were the evil eye. Yeah, to summarize my question and my point with that question is that like clearly there was a process of dissolving the Islamic empire, and that allowed for colonialism. And it seems that like the concept of nation state was a very useful tool in dissolving sort of coalitions of ethnicity and culture that could resist colonization, that could resist dominance. And so they atomized large territories and cultural collectives so that they could be dominated through infighting and placing in puppet leaders. And so my question is, like, how did that happen? Did that happen through like secularization or through radical religious fervor? because for
each
example,
country have its own story. Each country
yeah,
have its own story, man.
because
That will
Nika
be
have to repeat it so
like,
many times.
oh
You
my
can
god!
go
Because
to
I
history
will give
books
you like
forever.
two different examples. I will give you two different examples. For example, Tunisia. What happened? They were like France colonized Tunisia. We had like armed resistance. After that, it grown. One of the resistance, I say, it's very political. Even saying that, I say one of the resistance who didn't resist a lot, who was very French leaning
Sanctifier.
ideology. Yeah, he was like very
Sanctifier.
we say secular. They give him like the leadership. They wanted him to be a leader so they can continue ruling over Tunisia with proxy. So he stayed in power. Then there is a coup, a non-armed coup. Ben Ali came. Then there is a revolution. So it happened like that. Algeria, they have like practically 100 years or something like this of occupation, French occupation. French wanted to make Algeria as a French province, and the resistance were growing and growing. Even Tunisians helped the Algerians when we get our independence. We give them training, we give them weapons and stuff, and they could kick out the French. After they kick the French, they have the army. They have like the leaders, the resistance leaders, and then there's like one big important event. It's the um, the the voting. There is an Islamic party and a secular party, and the vote did go to the Islamic party win. Of course, no one liked that. They toppled it, and the military took over, and there were like a civil war between the Islamists and the military government, and it's happening until now. So you see, it's like those two, we are like neighbors. So they have like two pathways, and it go to in two different ways. So it gives you like two different varieties of the same region. Imagine something like Iraq or someone like it's very far, and there's a lot of other dynamics that happens that change the history of the person and the people. I think it's Mr. Lambo. Mr. Lambo.
Yeah. And I have another question. It's not about Tunis, but about Muslims more problems. Wyatt, did you already spoke today about the escalations in UK?
UK?
Yeah.
The riots?
Yeah.
Well, I think we spoke somewhat about it at the beginning, but no, not much.
Okay. Can I first ask a quick question to Nika? I promise it's quick. Like you were mentioning, I just came to think about the Saudis making quite a lot of changes that lean towards the West, and then economically they're doing changes towards the East, right? I wonder, do you think like the House of Wahhab would be, or any other big clan or whatnot in Saudi Arabia might, is there a risk of a coup in that sense that with that shift? I mean, maybe I would imagine like those who are much more, because Saudi Arabia has been very, very, very conservative, right? Like, so I would kind of imagine there's quite a lot of powerful forces there that would not be reacting very nicely to MBS trying to make this shift towards the West, or the House of Saud, I guess you can say. So, like, how would you read it? Do you think that actually there's an increased likelihood with that happening, or?
An increased likelihood, but I don't think so, because MBS is like playing it very, very nice, very smartly. He's like playing both sides. He's securing himself in the future with the Russians and the Chinese, and he's not like doing it too much and too fast to make the American angry. He can still like silence the inside with the killings and stuff, and with money. So he used the stick and the carrot. So he pumped a lot of money to the population, so everyone would be satisfied. But if like when you will see something, you need to have a change to see another force trying to topple him or something. Because if we are going like this, I don't think there will be a big change in the politics inside of Saudi. But if there's like a big event, maybe it will. But I don't see it for now. I don't see it. I highly.
Actually, because now I want to go back to what Mr. Lambo said, because this actually harkens back to what I asked in the beginning regarding where can we see Islam as a cultural instrument for geopolitical control. And the UK is a good example, because there they have a parallel legal system through Sharia courts. This is another way of you cannot say that this is not a form of intrusion, right? So with all the unrest going on in the UK, you know, maybe there's something more here we could perhaps be able to see in clearer detail.
I wanted to speak about it. So I wanted to speak about it because it's a very important topic, actually, because it's a very big escalation. It's not only about a murder, about one dude of a kid, actually, 17 years old, that killed 3 people and wounded 10, almost a dozen people. Is that the population in the UK is getting sick and tired of persons that come in their country and do their own thing and fuck everything up. The problem with the UK is, like, you take a boat in France, you paddle to the UK, and you can be a refugee, a citizen in the future of the UK. The problem is that the population in that grows so hard. Criminality grows so hard. New groupings, clans grow so hard that actually the patriotic people are getting sick and tired. Arelka maybe referred that also with me with the latest from last year, big riots in France. Actually, they stopped partially because patriotic French people called football hooligans started to go on the street in groups, very loud, very hard shouting, to singing songs, their football songs. It's stupid, but they sing patriotic songs also, to just make these guys afraid. Like, you come in, we see you, we're going to hit you. Even the police keep them doing that shit. And these riots actually started to stop because of all these patriotic hooligans. It was mostly groups of hooligans that said, you're not going to damage my town anymore. That's actually almost exactly what's happening now in the UK. The press, the media is saying far right, extreme right. Fucking bullshit. Yes, of course, there are some people in it that are extreme right, maybe racist, I don't care.
Who else would do that? Who else would do that? But it's fine. I mean,
who else would do that? Only patriotic people are doing that shit. Otherwise, other guys are going to complain on the comment section of the Daily Mail to say, "Oh no, the others that thing." They in the UK, they are not really Europe anymore, but it's something that can escalate in more countries in the future. It already happened in France. It now is happening in UK for a different story. But the people are getting sick and tired of it. And there is one thing that I don't understand, is that the government, the new government that's been elected, doesn't even see that, doesn't even react on that. No, they're going to say we need to stop these extreme far-right guys. No. Actually, if you're a normal dude living in a country where you have a lot of conflicts in the big cities, and then the UK is not only the big cities, is actually and also the more working class cities like Liverpool. Essex, there was a thing happened 2 weeks ago with gypsies that been pulled out of houses, something like that, or arrested. And all the gypsies started to riot, destroy police cars. The police ran away for it. They didn't manage, they didn't even try to do something about it. Did you see something on the normal media? No shit, nothing here in Europe. Nobody saw it. We saw it on Telegram. We saw it on YouTube. And then a few weeks later, you had that murder. And then suddenly you see a lot of furious guys wanted to know the identity. So the UK government say it was a black guy living in UK, blah, 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 blah. They say we don't fucking believe it. It's maybe a black guy, I don't care, but he has an immigration background. And the guys now are busy, I don't going to say really destroying the cities, but they are fucking angry. And there's something that's going to happen more and more. UK, we already said that a lot of time, there's going to be some escalations in the future. It's actually starting to happen right now. You need to understand one thing, and that's why I'll say, using the name of the hooligans are the very patriotic, the very hardcore supporters of their favorite city club. These actually also guys, Garrett, happy to see you. Maybe you can, I hope you're going to agree in some part of things with me, but these guys are fan of a football
not at all,
club.
not even slightly.
I just like, they are like, I'm going to say,
You're
example.
bullshitting.
Liverpool, so you have the supporters of Liverpool. Just to give you an example, you have the supporters of Liverpool. The supporters, the hooligans of Liverpool, are actually die-hard supporters of Liverpool, but they also are die-hard fans of their own city. So they are patriotic, not only by their country, but for protection of their city. We saw that in France last year. These type of guys are going to meet up with other guys are going to pull the shit over the police to try to find justice in their own way. I don't going to say that violence is a good thing, not at all. You can't solve a lot of things with violence, but after a moment, the shit need to stop.
This is all bullshit.
No.
This is all bullshit and lies.
Tell me why
Those are not patriots. Those are fascist thugs that are nothing more than racist. Because
not
we
all of
already know, yes, absolutely, because we know for a fact that the person who claimed that this was perpetrated by a Muslim was lying, and we also know that all the people who reacted it on the basis of this claim were happy to accept that lie. I mean, you can just look at them. There's no discipline in their protest. They're happy to be violent. They are gleeful. They are enjoying themselves as they are throwing themselves against the cops, that they're breaking down walls in order to take bricks to throw against the police. These are just thuggish scumbags. They are not patriots.
Can I ask you a question,
the
Gareth?
Gypsies did the same thing 2 weeks ago. So how are you going to explain that to me?
I understand that. Yes.
Wait. But please, let me ask you a question, Gareth. You are from South Africa, right? You're not residing in the UK at the moment, are you?
No, that's wrong. I grew up in South Africa.
Neither do I.
Hold on a second. Let me answer the question.
So we are
I grew up
basically
in South Africa, but I've been living in the UK for 30 years.
Yeah, and when did you move from the UK?
I am here. I moved from South Africa to UK. South Africa to
in the
UK,
mid-90s.
right? So you're now in the UK, right?
For 30
he's
years,
in the UK.
yes.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
You are in the UK.
Yes.
But you can understand.
Okay, so look. I want to point out this thing. Which is that this Saturday, there were 35 marches by these far-right thugs in the UK, and all of them were confronted by mass counter-protests by ordinary, decent British people who are standing up to this racist violence, okay? None of these fucking brick-throwing assholes represent the British people in any way whatsoever. They are just a bunch of fascist scumbags. That's all they are. They have literally been photographed giving Nazi salutes at Westminster and wearing red, white, and black swastika flags. Not even just the swastika, but the whole fucking Nazi flag. They're not kidding around. These are real fascists.
Yeah, but who do you
Thank
think
you.
the
That's
press
all I
is
wanted
going
to
to
say.
film? Who do you think that the press is going to film? The one in the front row, the one in the
At
back row?
Gareth, the
And you had
writers
also
are class-conscious citizens raging against the exploitation of their labor by corporations that import millions of scabs.
Yeah.
Only partially so. Only partially so.
No, Garrett, the families of the victims asked to do peacefully demonstration or marches, that's it. Then you had, like you said, these far-right guys, but also a lot of patriotic guys. It's mixed. Like the press
No patriotic guys.
Also,
There's not a
say,
single patriot was there.
You're not going to say if you have a protest of 500 guys, they're all 500 fetish. You're not going to mess me that up. Fuck off, no.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the very fact that there was only 500 of them is what confirms that they were fascists, because nobody else turned out.
But can you confirm me? Can you confirm?
Wait. Fascists love their country, right? No, but that's the whole point of fascism, right? Is
that's the thing. There's a huge overlap. There's a huge overlap between patriotism and far right or fascism. Fascism is a nationalistic movement, just like the NSZIs, and there's a huge overlap there.
Fake nationalistic movement.
No, it might be fake, but the thing is that there's a huge overlap there. But my point is that what I wanted to comment
to the same audience
about what Lambo was saying.
Died for them, died for their cause. The Ukrainian Nazis died for their cause, right? So
about what we are seeing, witnessing in the UK, this is pure social engineering at its best. First of all, yes, it's true. The stabbers was
how? What does that mean?
Wait. The stabbers was indeed of Rwandan origin and was not Muslim at all. But in the other end, you got those last
He was
year,
born in Cardiff.
very, very disturbing grooming, pedophile, prostitution scheme in England, very disgusting, and so on. And story
Which was
of
also
pedophilia
another false far right rumor that was totally debunked.
Which doesn't make those far right hooligans only basing their protest solely based on racism. There is a real setup.
Their protests are literally not based on anything.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. You will have all the time to talk. All those far right thingy labeled as like that, with certainly element of them, without any question, is perfectly well social engineered, perfectly well. The answer of it, the response of it. I mean, you only had 500 guys, but those masked guys, real British patriot fighting those fascists, were even less numerous. So you see, there is a real issue among this.
That's not true. They were massively outnumbered in all of the 35 places they tried to attack.
Wait. There is a real discontent of the British population, especially the poor one.
Yeah, and it's misplaced.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's correct. That's quite so. And the far right is taking advantage of it.
They are now having a kind of civil war, or depicting it like that, and that is very good for those who are above.
Well, not really.
Sign up to Antifa.
But those protests are not coming out of nowhere. There are big problems, very big problems, social problems.
Yeah, and social engineering.
If everybody is happy because it has a job, it has a future, even if you are black, Arab, Muslims, you won't see that. People will not look after stealing money from someone else because they are making money.
So there are very real problems. So why would we want to allow the conversation about those very real problems to be hijacked by a bunch of carpetbaggers who want to pretend that it's because people don't look like us? Okay, that's not what's driving these issues.
mainstream media power.
Okay, can I say
Okay, so then you're
something?
saying, go ahead.
No, please finish your summary.
It's like the civil war in Syria. You already had a local ground. You just needed to excite, so that country exploded. They created science, I don't know, after the Second World War. They created, they decide to engineer the society in a certain way, and you have that
Okay, but hang on a
result
second.
in United Kingdom.
Okay, but hang on a second.
The geographic reality of United Kingdom.
Nika
Okay,
is
but
trying
I just want to
say something as well.
Yeah,
He
sorry,
is.
Gareth.
He is.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
go ahead,
also trying
Nika.
to say
I'll wait.
And also Gabriel.
Yeah.
The both of them, like,
And me.
you know, their fingers have been up for like I don't know how long.
Okay.
And
I
good
try
talking
to
about it.
approach this issue in a different way because I'm an immigrant too. I lived in my country. There is like another kind of immigration in my country, but I see this problem is like there's three powers that are in play. Okay, so there is the will of any person or any nation or any group to immigrate, to move when situation is shit. As a human, we are doing this from the start, from Africa until now. Every human civilization, they immigrated from one shitty place to another more prosperous place, whether to have security, whether to have food. So it's a natural aspect of any human civilization or any human in general. Second thing that plays
Completely agreed.
in this, yeah. Second thing is the fear of the other. Because we emigrated, we had a lot of differences between each other. So to protect each other. We were taught and become like very, very careful of the others. So this is the second. It's a natural response to anything weird happening in any society. So, and the third one is the power, the ruler who need to always maintain his power, but by any mean. One of the means is like what they are doing now in Europe, playing on those two big natural things that every human have and try to manipulate the population because let's face it, who's fucking up your country is your rulers. No immigrant can fuck up your country, but your ruler is fucking it up. And what he's saying, no, the problem is COVID. No, the problem is the Russians. The problem is the immigrants. The problem is the terrorists. So each time they will find something that you guys will fight on, and they will get richer and they will get more power. And you guys, you're looking into the wrong direction. So for me, all of this is like of course, there's like issues in immigration and there's issues in other places, but it's not the major issue. The major issue is your rulers are fucking it up. See what's happening in the war. See the decisions in what the Western rulers their decision in the Ukrainian war. It's shitty decisions. So how they are ruling your countries, guys? Imagine if they are taking such horrible decisions and how they maintain in your countries. It's not an easy thing to maintain and to govern a country. So what to cover it up, guys? Arabs fight the natives, and sometimes we will give you COVID and some another disease. Sometimes we'll give you aliens, maybe. So the main aspect is there is a power that need to rule and they need to sow dismay in the people. That's what
Yeah,
I
I
need to
totally
say.
agree, Nika. I totally agree, and it has a lot to do with what I was going to say. First of all, I find it really ironic that most of the people, like the far right, the conservatives that denounce immigration, usually, are the first ones to support wrecking and devastating the nations that then like swarm the world with refugees who are fleeing from catastrophe zones. So that's the first point. And the second point is we've discussed this a lot. This sort of social engineering, you might call it, which is basically replacing the declining population with cheap labor. So you got those two things going on. The governments destroy nations in the global south, in Middle East, Northern Africa, wherever, Africa. They wreck nations, and then they import the cheap labor. And of course that creates a lot of social problems, amongst them cheapening the labor and leaving the native or the indigenous labor force sideline, which is a social problem. And there's a lot of also like propaganda that's directed to like misleading the discontent towards these refugees, immigrants, instead of focusing on the on like so that they don't rage against the ruling class, the oligarchs, or the puppet regimes that rule Europe, and that have a like disastrous policy that is wrecking what used to be strong and prosperous economies. Maybe they were always built on exploitation and destroying nations to import cheap labor. Like in UK, it's like the immigration is nothing new. They've been like since the colonies in India and in Pakistan and Middle East, they've been taking immigrants all along. So just right now that the situation, because there's always been racism, like of course, but right now that the situation, economical situation of UK and of Europe has deteriorated to such a terrible level, that it's starting to overflow into all these cathartic riots. But it's mainly, of course, an issue of awful policy and total disregard for the population, both the indigenous population and the immigrants. It's a total disregard, and it's very sad to see how like the opposition to these policies. Of course, there's certain groups that you can aim at that are more responsible than others. Like of course the oligarchs, the corporations, and all the politicians that are aligned. Because there's also another issue that is like the horrible like unholy alliance between all this social engineering, global homo castrate the kids situation, and defending the migrants. So it's like there is a sort of cross identification. And it's funny because usually the migrants are like traditional cultures, they have traditional values, whatever, and it's opposite to what like the people who want more immigration they defend. So it's like a very contradictory situation. But I'd also add that if you have a lot of refugees from nations that have been wrecked by your own policy, by your own foreign policy, it's also only natural that these refugees, most of them, not all of them, but not most of them, but some of them at least, are going to have huge grudges against your nation. Like if I were, I don't know, from Afghanistan, and I grew up in the 2000s with my country being bombed and invaded, and I can't live there anymore, and I have to migrate, and I go to a Western country because I have better opportunities there, and I have facilities to get there. I'm still going to hold the grudge of what they did to my country. So it's a triple, quadruple whammy.
As confirmed with the Libyan who did a terror attack in London or something like that, right? Because he came from Libya, and then he was kind of like, oh yeah, thank you for the refugee, but then he started like seeing the involvement of the UK being of the bombing, and well, yeah. So yeah, absolutely correct, because that is what I come across often. Like if they came from Syria, for example, and Afghanistan, the rate of violence would tend to be much higher, because they would have a lot more, you know, understandable resentment. Is it right? Is it wrong? And that's different. But yeah, folks, shall we start getting towards closing?
Oh, coping. Hey, you're still busy here, huh?
I see a lot of fingers, but I was like, if we can get in
Yeah,
that
but I'm
direction.
going to start first, and then Garrett, and then Vaughn. But Nika and Gabriel have a very good point, and that is why I'm like to using also what's happening in France last year. Is also you can use the term like the migration, living in the suburbs. You know, we had England is the same. A lot of mines, migration came to help in the mines. They get apartment buildings. And after, when everything collapsed, the government did nothing to these guys. So what happened? A lot of criminality, all these things. Then you have the new migration that came in. A lot of them joined the UK, joined the working class, did the good thing, and a lot of guys didn't do. And what's happening? More criminality and other stuff. I saw documentary about white people walking in the streets and seeing some Muslims. And they said, we're going to take over your country in the future. You know what I mean? But all these UK people, and UK now is becoming a bigger and a bigger and a bigger mess. So the frustration get even higher and higher and higher and higher. So who is going to be the first that's going to go on the street to destroy things and to get angry? Extremists. Extreme. Is it the left? Is the left. Is the right? You have on both sides, you have the extremists. What happened now is just a new spark that explodes something. But there's not this beginning. No, these are these guys. I can give maybe Martin some correctness. I'm about to say, yeah, there are a lot of fascist guys maybe doing that. But these are the first ones. It's going to evolve in the future. It's going to evolve in the future. Garrett, you need to know, you're living in the UK. You see how bad the country is going right now. It's just a start. It is just a start. And like they say, the government fucked it up for everybody. But that's something that happened already for a lot of years.
Nika want to leave soon, so you want to do a quick closing?
Okay.
Yeah, just quick closing. So maybe we talked about the problem in the east, the problem with Israel. Maybe we'll get a response today or tomorrow. We don't know, but surely next open mic we'll discuss about the response. I hope it will be okay, but it can be a changing point. Immigration guys and those stuff and immigrant and stuff, focus on the guys who's messing you up. Immigrants and non-immigrants, because both are messed up by the same people. So this is what there's a lot of historically there's a lot of good immigration stories that are very, very, very positive for both communities. Check the immigration that happened to the Jews into the North Africa. Check that historically in how it benefit the population and the immigrant. And have a good day, guys, and hopefully no wars will come and everyone is going peacefully, but I don't think so. It will get crazier and it get bloodier. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Nika.
Bye.
So I think Lambo finished your point, right?
I
So,
give Garrett or Vaughn, but Vaughn is really staggering. He want to say something.
yeah, Vaughn
I don't know if
I think Gareth was. Well, I'll just go real quick. Just what all you were saying about the these groups of protesters, whatever they are, Nazis, soccer thugs, and concerned citizens or whatever. I think one thing you need to think about is with all these protests, whether it's in England or France or wherever, you've got a world war going on, even though they say there's not a world war going on, and you've got 2 or 3 very powerful states that have concerns that can look at these situations in Europe or in England or the United States even, and it's not going to be hard to send somebody in there to rile people up more and just stir up tension, even if you're not trying to affect a change or make things, just to keep the chaos going. So I would look for some of that too, because like Gareth was saying, these groups aren't big, but they're getting riled up and stuff, and you got to wonder if maybe there's some agitation going on there because they know it's a tense situation. People are upset, So why not play both sides off each other and make the government of England have a shitload of problems at home and they can't worry about other stuff? I mean, I don't know if they're doing it in this particular case, but I just feel like as this has been going on, that's one way for these countries like Iran, China, and Russia to strike back at the West by just causing, political problems at home or, unrest in the masses.
Garrett first.
Thank you. I think Vaughan made a fair point. Russia does absolutely have a worthwhile interest in stirring up trouble in the West of any cause, but there are other interests that pursue the same dynamic. So I certainly wouldn't rule out some kind of influence. I mean, Russia has. It's very easy to produce a kind of signal booster effect, right? That's not hard to do on the internet these days. You just have a bunch of bots that take a message and replicate it 1,000 times. That's very easy. So I don't deny there is that effect. But what I really want to harp on is that in this case, we know for a fact that what was spread amongst the rioters was the allegation that this person was a Muslim, when in fact they were a Christian, and that they had arrived as migrants, as a migrant on a boat in 2023, when in fact they were born in this country in 17 years ago, I think it is. So the point is that regardless of what their motivations, their emotional investment was, their actual data that they were working on was completely false. It was all made up, and nevertheless they felt justified in throwing bricks against the cops. Now, I'm not actually against throwing bricks against the cops. I'm all for it under certain circumstances, but we have to realize that there are agencies, and we're not just talking about agencies as in foreign ones. There are domestic agencies which are deliberately magnifying these issues for their own political ends. That's definitely something that happens domestically. I'm not ruling out the fact that there's an international element, but it's also definitely something that's happening at home. Thank you.
Well, like you said, it's probably it maybe not in this situation, but definitely both types of people would be in there doing stuff.
Yeah, I wanted to push back a bit against Vaughn. I think it's a very likely possibility what you're saying, but I'd point out to the experience you guys have in the U.S. of all these far right, like neo-Nazi rallies that come up from time to time, and they're all like the same age males with the same haircut, and it's a meme about like, oh, they're feds, and the feds grooming people to make these far right. So I wouldn't discard the possibility that who has more benefit, because for one side you could say Russia, China, Iran would benefit from all of this, but then on the other side I think they'd probably be more interested in the population sobering up and having like a real crackdown on their own political corruption, and fomenting these war hawks that want to drive them to World War III. I think that would be much better for Russia than to have them to just have more political chaos that allows the government to continue there. Because I think that maybe all this conflict is actually more benefits more, like all this chaos benefits more the capacity of the corrupt government to continue their retarded policies. But both possibilities are true, and they might be simultaneous. Oh, and one more thing that I wanted to ask Nika before he left, but then I forgot and he left. I wanted to talk because I've heard a lot of Russians talking about Wahabism, and I was wondering like what he knew about that, because according to the Russians I've heard about that, it's like a strand of Islam, of extremist Islam that is fomented or spread out through by Saudi Arabia, and it's like a form of like geopolitical influence that they're playing out throughout the world. Towards Russia and probably towards Europe. So I was just wondering if Nika had any information on that.
Yeah,
Maybe
from
I'll
my
just
understanding, the Wahhabism is from Saudi Arabia. They basically interpret Islam in the most extreme possible way, and it's actually rejected in many countries, even in like Islamic countries like Malaysia. Like they are trying to spread in, but there some leaders who are more brave, they will speak out against it, like because it's trying to overtake whatever existing culture there is. Because Wahhabism is like they will force the woman to wear the niqab, the ninja suit, totally black out, only left the eyes and all these things. Then and they changed all the wordings and everything. That it does get pushed back. So yeah, that's one thing. Saudi Arabia have basically shut it all down now. So you don't really hear much about it nowadays, because Saudi Arabia want to go more secular, because they needed the future investment and everything. So Wahhabism, even within Saudi Arabia, is basically almost all gone. You don't really see it. You have Cristiano Ronaldo there. It's like it's gone. It's the new age of Saudi Arabia. So yeah, I'm not sure where else is still very prominent. And maybe in Europe, because they are Europe Islamic communities in Europe is very bubble. They're in their own bubble. Like they have their own imagination of Islam and being Muslim is totally detached from majority Muslim countries. Like majority Muslim countries are actually way more secular than these bubble communities in all over Europe. So this is something that I noticed.
What I heard was that the Dagestanis, Tajiks that have been doing these terrorist attacks in Russia, like the rumor is, or the word is that there's Wahhabi imams that are like spread throughout the diaspora, and they like incite extremism in very like very disenfranchised individuals in the Islamic community. So like they recruit people who are very very vulnerable, and they like pump them up with extremism so that they can do their again.
So these are the extremist preachers. Like it's more prominent like 10 years ago. Singapore have like blocked. They don't allow them to enter, quite a number of them into the country, although they went to Malaysia. So because these guys, they are the part of the radicalization of some of these believers into believing the extreme form of the Islam, and then usually they are trying to push these people into extremism. They will join the terrorist groups. So of course, very, very, very few people will actually take that path, but people does. There are people who try to join the ISIS from our region, from Indonesia, Malaysia. These people are brainwashed by these kind of preachers, and then they would actually believe whatever shit that ISIS is trying to push, and they thought that that's the way. So but again, ISIS is like a 5-10 years ago. It's like this is really like not that prominent.
Yeah, but like you
but
just
of
said,
course, like you
the
say,
last thing
Russia
you
is
just
maybe a
said,
different thing.
how many people went to join ISIS? They came from the UK, they came from Belgium, they came from France, they came from Germany.
Yeah, so many
And
people
now,
got brainwashed.
and now we need to watch in a weird way to these guys that are attacking the police or the government, that are fascist in a certain way. And all these years before, all the riots before, we were not allowed to criticize Muslims and things like that. After a while, people are just going to get sick and tired. Like I said, the first one are going to go on the streets are always the most extreme ones. Always.
Same on Twitter. The most noisy ones are all the extreme ones as well.
Always. And even
like me, I'm the extreme one.
All sides.
I see a certain pattern. I see a certain pattern there, because like Saudi is allies with someone, and ISIS is allied with someone. So there's a Wahhabist. It's kind of like Wahhabism would be sort of like the armed like the international legion of like the proxies of Western dominance in throughout Middle East, and of course Europe and Eurasia. Apparently, because also like one of the issues with like these Uyghurs in China, I can't remember the area, but they're like from the American point of view, like the Chinese are making a genocide and stuff like that, and from the Chinese point of view, they're like re-educating Uyghurs who went to fight for ISIS and all that, and then they came back to China, and China said no, you have to. And so it's interesting because like there's been a historic precedent of like educating people in Islam, like teaching them extremism in Pakistan and in Saudi Arabia and etc. And then you have like the Chinese and with the Uyghur camps and the Russians with the Chechens and the Dagestanis who also teach them Islam, but to de-radicalize them. So like
so
it's
my understanding of Wahhabism is that there was previously the official, like the state version of the Islam, because they allied with the South. So the Saudi royalty, they have this no political religious alliance. But this is my understanding. So then as Saudi Arabia now have reached a juncture where they need to really get away from the petrol and go into the new age, they basically persecuted and end this relationship with the Wahhabis. So basically that's why there was this sudden end of the Wahhabism. And previously probably the United States is probably involved with funding part of these operations. Who knows? Then Saudi Arabia of course would invest in it because it increased Saudi Arabia's influence. So and for the United States, maybe it's because it's good that it demonized the Islamic image. It breaks up the trust in Islam and Muslims, and also breaks up the Islamic community as well, because the kind of teaching is so extreme, yet it's very hard to contest because it's everything in the book. It's like if you take the Bible, if you go to the extreme version, you can also become very radicalized. But the thing is that it's very hard to compete with these people, because these people are willing to die, like especially the extremists, the terrorists. They're willing to die for the religion, to die for their God. Exactly. Are you able to die for your God? That is very hard to contest. How do you fight, even though you know that the ISIS fighters are wrong, but they are willing to die for their religion? Can you die for a religion? Most people cannot. So that is a very difficult to contest. It's very hard conversations even for the Muslims. It's very even harder for non-Muslims to talk about it, because like they will say that you know nothing, you don't talk about it. Then they increase the suspicious.
Just to finish up, Wyatt, after I think we're going to start closing, I hope. But just to finish up, you can manipulate a lot of people that are easy to make believe in something. We saw that during Second World War. All these Germans that been propagandism with Nazism, the kids were learned that from the beginning when they go to school where they weren't born. They were busy with that propaganda, all that shit. How many people you make believe to read a certain Bible that is not actually correct is ISIS, like the extremists. That is a sad part of humanism. You can make people even too fast believe stuff. It's a sad thing. And the thing is that a lot of people are believing too fast in something. And you see that in everything.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And everything, not even in religion. You don't need to talk about religion about that. You just got to put an article on Facebook of a news channel and need to pay to read the articles. What the people do? They're just going to read the title and they're going to believe the title. But the title was clickbait.
Just look at the Ukraine war or the Israel-Gaza war.
It's exactly
like,
the same.
You have every version of the story. That's the best part. Every version you have is like the multiverse. You can believe whatever you want.
Yeah. Exactly.
Anyway, I think we should do closing, because if not, we'll like not enough time. Like we'll reach 7 hours before we finish closing. So, who is rushing off? If not, let's let Von talk.
Starts, if you want to do that,
let's Von start first, because Von looked very frustrated somehow.
Yeah.
I wasn't frustrated. I just got busy is all. No, my closing, it's a good panel. It was long, but, I didn't get to see all of it, but it seemed like it flowed pretty good. Everybody was moving along, keeping topics going. Obviously, the place to watch is the Pavros front. I mean, the northwest side looks like it's going to be the side that might open up first, but down south, I mean, anything could happen down there. I think that's the main action this week, and then maybe something around New York.
And the other thing I think people need to keep watching for is the Zaporizhzhia front, because it's quiet. Everyone knows there's Russians down there, and it's getting to be the perfect time for the Russians to do another, pinning attack to further stretch the Ukrainian forces. So my bet is it'll be somewhere around along the Zaporizhzhia line, but honestly, the Russia can do it wherever they want, whenever they want. So I guess just wait and see what happens. But watch Pavrovsk, like, subscribe, and share. And if you got time, sit down and watch the sit rep so you can get informed and keep up. There's a sit rep on Ukraine. There's probably going to be one on Israel. And then there's general stuff going on. And then if you're busy, hit the front line changes. It only takes like 10 minutes. But it's good to see everybody. Nice to have some more new people this week. Y'all take care and have a good week. See you later.
Thank you, Bon. Anyway, there is a major update later in the frontline changes report for Zaporizhzhia front. It's a shocking one. I have to check. I have think how do I map it. But anyway, I'll figure out how. No,
is it so big?
The Surovikin line has been retaken. I think based on one Joe location, but it's because it's only one Joe location. That's a problem. So anyway, Gabriel, closing.
Kauai. Wow, it's getting hot down there. It's been a great panel. Nice chatting with you guys and very interesting subjects. I'm glad we're not discussing a beginning of a third world war, like the official beginning. But yeah, we something's gonna happen, and everyone is summoning their forces for the great battle that's coming ahead. And yeah, well, I hope somehow we can influence our own situation as to sort of be able to hold our own power, our national power, our national interests, to not be swayed, because we're all very intertwined globally through commerce and through hegemony. And so I really hope that we don't allow ourselves in any way we can to get pulled down the drain with the death throes of a dying empire. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what the developments are. And yeah, I hope we can also spread in our communities and amongst our people the gospel of reason, of objective analysis, of dissipating the mist of propaganda and seeing through, looking at the patterns, seeing what different voices, what different perspectives say, and comparing the factuality. That's like the best guide to look at the track records, see who's lied to you before, and don't believe him again. And I've seen that a lot. Like a lot of people, especially in the conservative side, I see that a lot. People are very suspicious and searchy on the lies of the mainstream media and the manipulation and all that. And then they just believe everything when it comes to foreign policy. It's like they're all like, oh yeah, they lied to us. They're screwing us, and then when let's go bomb Iran, So don't do that, guys. Please don't be like that. And follow DPA and put your like. Join the Patreon, share, comment, and have a great week ahead.
Thank you, Naked Jesus.
Yep. You need to do something about it. I think next time you need to go on topic with that one, to play Jesus for one time. Dude, you need to do it. You need to do it.
He's already the part, he cannot see. He's already the part.
It's a reincarnation.
What more can he do,
You don't want to admit it.
No, he need to put a spotlight behind him.
Yeah, I'm here. You have time to think about it, Gabriel. Yeah, I can do my closing. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's already in the lights. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stop fantasizing,
Easy,
Wyatt.
easy.
Stop fantasizing. No. I just want to refer to a song text that been used at the opening of the Olympics by Gojira, the French metal band. After Nickelback during the Winter Olympics is actually a real metal band. I did the first opening. It was me as a metal fan. I'm a very big metal fan. I was very happy to hear them. And Gojira is actually a band. It's not satanic because that band is singing about problems in the world. They are vegans, I think. At least the singer is 100% vegan. So they are singing about problem issues in the world. Their lyrics are awesome. They are fucking good musicians. But the song was Ça ira. It will be okay, that they sung. It's the existing song, popular during the early years of the revolution. This song, lively tune and repetitive chorus express revolutionaries, hopefully about the futures. And so the song goes like ça ira, les aristocrates à la lanterne, ça ira, les aristocrates on les pendra. Translated, it's a very short song actually. It's be okay, or it will be okay. It will be okay. Hang the aristocrats from the high. It will be okay, The aristocrats will hang them all. Despotism will breathe its last. Liberty will take the day. Oh, it will be okay. Oh, it will be okay. We don't have any more nobles or priests. Oh, it will be okay. Okay, be okay. Equality will reign everywhere. The Austrian slave will follow him. To the devil will they fly. Oh, it will be okay. It will be okay. The devil will they fly. So that was actually after the revolution of France. I am very afraid that something in certain countries in the world or even in Europe can be started with a song in a few years like that they're going to chant after a new revolution when something goes very bad. I'm not going to say it's going to come a third world war, not at all. And why am I saying that? Because no country, even in Europe, is preparing for a third world war. If you're starting to talk about third world war, you're going to have first the government saying like, we are going to invest a bunch of money and military. We're going to change our factories to produce a fucking lot already because you need to be prepared. No country in Europe or in the world is prepared for a third world war. Maybe Russia, maybe not say because they have a ton of shit, but maybe not enough military. China is expanding, but Europe isn't at all. Europe is giving everything to Ukraine, everything. We don't have stocks anymore. If you want to start to compete in the third world war, you need to have fucking stocks. We don't have. So I am afraid for third world war. Not at all. Not at all. About Ukraine, that F16 behind me that I live, this one is a decoy, but they really have F16s. They are flying in the UK and the Ukraine. They came, they are here. And they're going to use some decoys like the one behind me to use them for attracting Russian, maybe missiles, but they're using them for training them. Decoys are actually wooden things. This one was maybe once upon a time a real F16 that they just used to practice targets and some stuff. But that thing is also in Ukraine, so says a lot. Is the F16 going to make a difference? Not at all. Not at all. What I am seeing in the conflict with Ukraine, that the Russians, they're using their MiG-31s now to launch their Kinzhals, but the MiG-31 is actually, at main purpose, it's an interceptor. An interceptor is a fast plane flying very high, looking after flying targets. That's the main purpose of the MiG-31. The MiG-31 was partially developed in the same era for the F-16, upgraded for planes like the F-16. The Cold War that never stopped. I can say the Cold War has never stopped. It's still busy. That's why the reason we have a conflict in Ukraine. That's my opinion. But they're going to use, I think, more and more of the MiG-31s to fly around in the neighborhood of where you're thinking you're going to see some MiG-31s. So you can watching Growling Sidewinder doing tests with Sukhoi 35s against F-16s. It's very funny videos. You need to watch them. The DCS videos of that guy are awesome. It can give you a good understanding if there's a situation when you have an F-16 fighting an a Sukhoi 35, how it can end. Actually, the Sukhoi 35 and the correct way, the correct pilot, and the Russian pilots have a lot of experience. I think they are, for the moment, the most experienced pilots on the earth for the moment. Yeah, the guy is awesome. You need to watch it. An F-16 has any chance against a plane like that. It's another plane. It's another era of development. It's not the same. The F-16s are going to be used to shoot down things on long distance, some type of cruise missiles. They're going to mess up over the Black Sea. Why? Because they have the NATO on their side protecting them with AWACS and all that bullshit. That's going to happen. They're going to be maybe a danger for Crimea, but I don't see them very active. And I think Russia they're certainly going to do everything to destroy them. So it's not a game changer. It's just marketing. It's propaganda. It's just bullshit. But the biggest topic for me today, and I'm going to do it, Wyatt. Sorry, but I'm going to change my back view again. I'm going to give the word to it. And yeah, sorry, Wyatt. I need to do it. So I am talking now like a girl, and I'm just saying we are fucked. The government of Ukraine is just one big mess. They are taking everything for themselves. They are just taking everything for themselves. The corruption is too big. We need to destroy the high ranks. We need to change everything. We are fucked. Is the reality. And I don't know if it was smart of Sarah to do that, and I hope for him, her, that she is not in Ukraine anymore, that he is not in Ukraine anymore, because in a normal way, if you are a high power guy, you're going to rent somebody or to pretend that she had an accident while skiing in the Alps in the summer, very high, or got lost. Something else that Ukraine is very good doing is they are not KA, they're just missing. So the high ranks can keep earning money every month of these people because they're not officially dead. So they're putting these guys, these soldiers, their money in their own pockets that they need to disturb to all the people that are fighting for them. That's actually a very sad reality about Ukraine. The corruption is disgustingly big. We're going to see a lot of that in the future. What I said about UK is like that. We're seeing, I hope it's not going to emerge in Belgium, also things like that, but some people are getting sick and that's it. In France, it's already happened. But yeah, it's just one big mess. And I am really hope like the mappings. You need to watch the mappings of Wyatt because the changes on the front line are just heavy for the moment. I think the last month, I think Russia gained 178 square kilometers, something like that. Oh, the whole line. It's a lot. It's a lot, and we are not speaking about 100 meters in a day. We are speaking about 1 kilometer sometimes or more in one day. It's getting crazy. And yes, the game changer is a FAP bomb. And I say with that, these pilots of the Sukhoi 34s, these guys are making over hours, fucking over hours. It's crazy. And you also see that we are seeing less and less cruise missile attacks because Russia is not, and they're going to do big attacks, but they are not need to do big strikes behind Kiev. They are now busy more on the front lines because they see now the opportunity to advance. So yeah, we will see for the future. And United States, Kamala Harris, yeah, funny joke. It's a funny one. But yeah, I am very curious about because she's pronounced herself as a black woman, and before she was an Indian woman, so we don't know anymore what she is.
Black Indian.
A black Indian, yeah, but she has a Jamaican father, I think. But yeah,
so she's not black actually.
She's not black. She's more Indian. But yeah, it's one big mess. The world is one big mess. But please, guys, follow Wyatt's mapping, follow the evolution, like, subscribe, follow DPA. Thank you for the guys that give us some money for the channel, and I hope, because today it wasn't busy, so I hope dude, your comments and the comments are fucking good. Rolf Steiner actually also, and other guys also. Please join us, speak with us. We need that. Stop staying there in the chat with all these some sadly toxic people, but come join with us, because if I look some comments, we need you all to give your advice also, because I see people with a lot of knowledge. So don't be afraid to show your face. You see me playing with it. Sometimes I'm a woman, a microwave. I don't care. Just not take your life serious, but I enjoy it. And yeah. But thank you very much for everything. I had it was a good open mic. Certain topics I don't interest in, but I had a good feeling about it. So it was a good open mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Lambo.
have a mouth. Let him speak.
Yeah.
Okay, closing.
Thank you. Yes, a little open mic that I was. I'm not sure if you guys have had it with such a low number. I can't recall the open mic being mostly just 4 or 5. Like, it has happened, but it's not that common, and usually not for a long time. So, it was kind of nice. It leads to a little bit more. It's easier to have everyone kind of exchanged. It's not too problematic when people interject. It actually just helps a little bit with the flow. And yeah, we got to talk a lot about Ukraine. I think it was necessary because there's a lot of things happening. But I want to reiterate the DPA news that Wyatt started, because it's so much easier for us to have some. We all need news, right? And we all need clarity, and we all need maybe a timeline to go by as well. And here's a good place to kind of have the interaction go a little bit more rapidly. In fact, you can easily say that the DPA Open Mic might indeed be shaping the DPA news, because the DPA Open Mic might be providing news. Heck, some of us regulars may, plot in a little bit on the map and give an easy context and just export the file as, like, it's very simple, right? You don't have to do super much, but do some of the groundwork, and you can like, hey, I've come across that these things here are happening over in this region, and that might be necessary for later, right? Like, it can be fun. And yeah, you folks here watching, you should definitely be subscribing then with the notification bell on the DPA news to see, how does that development go back and forth, and you can also be a part of it there. Yeah, what else is there to say? It's always nice to be on the open mic. Nice to meet such nice people. And yeah, well, maybe not all of them in the chat. I think I gotta echo a little bit what Mr. Lambo says. Some of you guys, I would just say you're kind of spamming. You keep coming with like Ralph Steiner in particular, keep coming with like this short, same repeated thing. One thing you repeated when you enter, that's okay, whatever. But then you kind of come back with that all time and time again. Yeah, I mean, if it's so important to you, maybe you should heed Mr. Lambo's advice and come on the open mic, discuss this with us. We'll try to be nice. Yeah. Thank you all for pressing the like button, subscribing, sharing, or at least putting a timestamp. Give Wyatt a timestamp so he has an easier time putting clips that can help promote the channel. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Bye-bye. Oh, Wyatt.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Wyatt. Thank you so much
No
for doing
problem.
this. It's absolutely awesome. Yes. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Coping. Bye, guys. So my turn to do closing. Bye. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 90. Can you imagine we do 90 episodes of Open Mic already? So yeah, so I created yet another channel, DPA News. There's a main reason for it, because Ukraine war is overspilling into the main channel, and I wanted to give the videos 24 hours of window to really get all the views, because once I post a video on the same channel, definitely it kills the previous video. So and because I put the Frontline Changes report on the main channel, that makes me no place to put my geopolitical videos. So and there's another problem, is because the main channel have the exact same subscribers as Military Summary and Whip Union, and these two channels post every day, so it kills any geopolitical videos, and a lot of the subscribers on the main channel are war fans, Ukraine war fans. They don't watch geopolitics, they don't watch news, and it also sinks the video because of the low click-through rate. So I realized that I need a separate channel. The same reason why there's an Open Mic channel, because the Open Mic channel, the Open Mic videos will also be have very, very super low click-through rates if it's irrelevant to Ukraine war. So same problem. So that's why it has to be a separate channel. But don't worry, in the mid to long term, it will be full of stuff. Then it will justify why it needs to be an own channel. The main channel will continue to be the main channel, and then the most happening stuff is likely to be posted there. And yeah, so that's the plan right now. But yeah, I'm still one person. It's still difficult. Like, before I know it, I wanted to do the timestamps and everything. Then before I know it, it's Thursday. It's like, I forget it. It's Thursday. So every week just happens like this. Before I can do timestamps and do the clippings, it's like a week is gone. It's the next day or the next 2 days is going to be Open Mic again. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of difficult in that sense. So, but priorities right now is still Ukraine war, for now, because that's ultimately gains the most view, which means the most revenue. So I have to focus on that. I want to drive the main channel to 100,000 subscribers, because rumors has it that if I pass 100,000, maybe YouTube will love me more. So which is why Ukraine war is back on the main channel. But the Frontline Changes, so we shall see how it goes. I have been busy with my non-DPA work, as well as a lot of my personal life stuff, which I'm handling. So yeah, I do the bare minimum, which is the Ukraine war, and then when I can, I do the current affairs stuff. So hopefully everything works out. And yeah, so thank you for watching. Thank you for all the super chats, and thank you for participating in the conversation, in the discussion, in the live chat, or coming on screen to chit chat. For those that thinking about coming on, come on, just come on. Don't think so much. Once you come on once, you will come on the second time. But the third time, you can't be bothered with showing your face. You just come on and just chit chat, and then you'll make friends. Everyone is friends. Like everyone that came on the Open Mic, I know them by face now, which means they're all friends. So like Upgrade has came to Singapore to meet me before, and then we hang out for the few days. We chat so much, we just can't stop talking. So we're just all friends. So don't be shy. Anyway, that's it. So once I end, I will record the Frontline Changes report. There's some major frontline changes, huge, particularly at Robotine. But I will put a caveat. Take it with a pinch of salt, and some massive changes here and there as well. So anyway, thank you for watching. Do press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Where's the bye-bye.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech so. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table the world convenes, every culture, every scene. In the marketplace of dreams, we chart the course of unseen streams. Together we stand, first others yet alive.